please welcome my guest for this evening, Kari Charybdis.
Hello.
Hello, Kari. Congratulations. This is going to be basically the second time you've been on Vtuber Talk. The first time just wasn't live. Because basically, I mean,
it might be actually in like the top 3 lengths of episodes.
It's definitely in like the top 10. It's
top
definitely
10, yeah.
in the top 10 at least. Because, Kari's a little bit quiet. Okay, we will
Extremely low, okay.
1 second. Where'd that go? Here it is. Okay, let's fix that. How about that? Try that now. Yay, I think that went better. I think that went better. But yes, you and I spoke for 7 hours the other night. That I always make a point to speak with my guests before the show because, break the ice, talk about different topics that we might end up having on the show. And certainly sometimes things go off on tangents and I just end up having delightful conversations with folks. Usually, if it ends up going past like the 30-minute mark, and sometimes we just have to cut things because scheduling, that people are busy. I might have something, the guest might have something. Sometimes it's like, all right, we need to get it done at this time right now because we know we're just both really busy that week. And we actually sort of delayed it because I was busy that day. But once we got started, I was like, okay, I'm good for the night. This is great. And we just started talking. And I've had pre-interviews go 1, 2, on the rare occasion, 3 hours. And then we just kept going.
Yeah.
And going. And going.
Turns out that we have a lot to talk about.
Turns out that we are both very chatty people. Which, that's great because this is a talk show. So I'm glad that we're able to talk. Also, a couple of things I missed. Melkor, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Also, thank you for the follow, Zurshot and Grolix CH. And Meowstachio, thank you so much. Welcome on in. But yes, you now very, very solidly hold the record for longest pre-interview. I've never tracked them before. I just know it's never gone past like 4 hours. I think there's been 2 maybe that have gone 3, and those were certainly anomalies in and of themselves. But I wasn't even thinking about that until we ended the call, and it was like, whoa.
Wait a minute, this is a 7-hour call.
But it was totally worth it. And also, fortunately, I feel like some of the stuff we chat about is stuff that we wouldn't chat about on air anyway.
Yeah.
It wasn't like secret stuff, but it was still stuff that just, we just got into really interesting topics that probably would have been slightly more personal. But
yeah, a lot of it was like kind of like
past
more sort of past experiences, like kind of more like relatively like very behind the scenes stuff that is like probably we don't want to it's not.
We were talking shop a lot.
Yes, because it turns out that we're both kind of behind the scenes oriented people in I think a lot of ways, and that's like that's kind of something that I try to I guess I bring that I think a little bit to the VTubing that I do. It's like I'm like I can't resist the urge to pull back the curtain like for my audience. Like I tried to put on a show, but then I'm like, but you want to see how it was made? Like hey, take a look at this. Look at this. It's like
here's all the stuff that you might not realize. It's so cool.
Yeah, look at this. Look at how it's built. Look at the fletching on this like particular beam that supports this like, set dressing. And it's like, oh man, look at how the way that like I had an experience. So they filmed there's a movie that was filmed at my high school back in high school. Yeah. And the production crew came in, right? So they filmed on the weekends, but like on Friday night, I ended up like seeing this production crew worker there, and what he was doing was like painting on the walls with a bucket of cinematic sludge. So, the idea was sludge? Yeah, it's like cinematic sludge.
For, like reflecting the camera lights or something?
It's not even camera lights. It's like it's like they're carefully painting like dirt on the walls to make the place seem filthier.
Oh, okay.
Because it's like we were trying to play a school like I think it was like we were trying to play like an inner city New York school, and then it's like so they're like, okay,
they wanted to make it
let's
seem
make this
more
look gritty.
Worn.
Yeah, and a little bit more gritty, a little bit more, you know, less well maintained. And so this guy was like, you know, very carefully, like, you know, had this like paint bucket, but then inside the paint bucket was like dirt, and like he was carefully painting like the walls to make it look just a little bit filthier. And it's like
artistically dirty.
Yeah, artistically, cinematically dirty, you know. And
then they have to clean it all up after the fact.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because they have to return it to like, you know, the spick and span condition for like the actual like school starting on Monday.
My guess is they probably paid some significant amount to the school, or you know, whatever city, state, provincial, or whatever, in order to not only rent but then also for, you know, obligatory cleaning services afterwards and such.
Yeah, or even they just did in-house, because like I think because they were cleaning it every single weekend, right? So it wasn't even that they were going in and they were like,
this wasn't,
you know,
a short
painting
shoot, that this was an extended, just every weekend they were coming in, having to make it dirty, and then clean it up for school again on Monday.
Yeah, this was like several weekends during the school year that they were doing this, and it's like, and so they were like filming like several times, like in different parts of the thing. And
how that would work, because I sort of assumed, all right, if there's a school sets are generally kind of a dime a dozen in filmmaking. It's not a rare concept, at the very least, that you'd figure that there's sort of a sound studio set that can be used for it and modified, or that they would rent out a school during vacation weeks when they can just do things consistently and not have to do repetitive move-in and move-outs every weekend. But I guess sometimes your film schedule mandates that you do it now. You can't wait until summer vacation, and, well, that gives you 2 days at a time. Go.
Also, summer vacation kind of feels like summer, right? Like, like aspects of it. Like if you have like a combination of indoor and outdoor scenes, as they did.
Yeah,
so like
one
of the big
window,
things.
And there's like a winter scene, and you see it's all sunny. It's not going to work.
Yeah, and I think what they did was they actually built this like enormous like facade, like in front of the school, and they like painted the. They did a lot of work to like transform the school into
the
other school. Yeah. And a lot of that work like actually stayed up. It wasn't like all torn down after the weekends. Like the cinematic sludge was, but like the, you know, they did this like elaborate like rebuilt facade. They did this like they painted the doors. They like put up. They even like had a detail where there's like a memorial for like war dead. And then they like carefully created a nameplate that like changed the name of the school that had the war dead and like placed it over the name of the other school, but in the same sort of like aged like, you know, font from that era. And like just it was very clever. Like, I was looking at it, it was like, okay, well this is how they avoid getting on the, you know, the movie mistakes list, right? It's like it's like, oh well, you know, they said that this was like, you know, blah 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 high school, but in fact it was like this other high school that
Cinema Sins. If you look at the background at the 55-minute mark, you can see that it's actually
so and so school.
Such
it's
and
not
such
that
school.
Yeah. And that kind of stuff, like that was like, honestly, that was a formative experience for me, I think, in some ways. Like just like, oh man, I just want to pick apart like little behind the scenes of the production. Like I want to see like exactly how this stuff works. And it's like, it made me like interested in like, oh, how do you put on a show like this? How do you create a film? How do you create a, you know,
how do you actually make all that stuff work? And that's very much me, that I'm a events nerd, a production nerd, that I love just, all right, how does it happen? What is the behind the scenes stuff? Don't get me wrong. I think actors are cool and whatnot, and that I have a lot of respect for them. But that the way my brain works is I always think, okay, I'm watching this really cool concert and the lighting is really complex.
Yeah.
How did they do that? Like, what was the setup required? Was this something that was sort of hand-picked and curated, but there's other programs nowadays that are able to actually just sort of analyze the music and will sort of generate light patterns based on how the frequencies are, and that it just ends up looking pretty snappy automatically. And, you know, that's part of how Vtuber Talk came about, of just, I like organizing, I like doing the production stuff. That's why I do this and not gaming streams.
What's kind of funny, actually, it's interesting that you should say that, because like actually my first stream that I ever did it was in a during COVID, but like pre-VTuber days, was for the live coding community. So if you don't know what this is, it's like a bunch of people who like basically write code in real time, and oftentimes they like visualize like, you know, music. In my case, I was like creating music in real time, but but what was happening was that a bunch of the venues were closed during COVID.
They sure were.
And so I ended up, one of the venues went online onto Twitch. And so they were like, okay, well, we're going to have our event, but we're going to do this as a Twitch stream. And so we're going to have all these people come in and do sets. And so I ended up getting
a couple places do that, but very few were brave or frankly smart enough to try. That a lot of these places just, you know, shut down and dealt with it. So it's not that one of the places that you saw were actually, you know, going out and doing this.
Yeah, and then like I just got a stream key, right, for my when I went up and did my like segment. They sent me a stream key, and then I was like, oh, I guess I have to like create a Twitch account. Yeah.
That they actually gave you a separate stream key, and that I guess means the stream itself stopped and restarted?
I don't think the stream restarted. I think like it's pretty... I think like the way that Twitch works is like pretty okay at like, you know, just taking over from one person to another. Like, I mean, it stopped and restarted in the sense of like, it shifted from one person doing it to another person doing it. But I don't think I think it was relatively seamless from the perspective of the audience.
All right, because I guess I would have expected usually for that type of thing, you would have the showrunner and that there would be some sort of screen share or video share thing that you're sending your video feed to them and they have it put into OBS however it's done, and that way they can just shift from each person one to another, that you don't have to bother with the stream key security. You don't need to worry about, okay, does every performer know how to run this? Does every performer have stable, high-quality internet? Does every performer know how to use OBS?
Yeah, well, in this case, I think like every performer was like a part of was a live coder, so they were like at least programmers, so they might have had some sort of very weird...
Oh, okay, so the guest or the performer list was already curated for that. That makes sense.
Yeah, I wonder whether like a whole bunch of the performers were running Linux. It seems like a pretty likely thing. I suspect that it was a shockingly high number of Mac users, you know, at least.
Mac is what I used for the first about a year of the show. That was the other reason that Vtuber Talk started off as it did, and why until recently my assets, well, at the start, my assets were really, really bare bones. And because I knew that I made the decision to start Vtuber Talk sort of on a whim about a half year after I had bought a new MacBook. I was like, okay, because, you know, I buy this MacBook and I think, you know, I just need basics. I don't stream or anything. I don't need anything really powerful.
It's not like I'm a streamer.
Nope.
It's not like I have a Twitch channel. It's not like I do anything. Yeah, that's not a thing.
You know, when I'm just starting out, I'm thinking, okay, I know enough to not invest super heavily out from the get-go, and so I'm not about to go out and buy a really, really nice computer until I know that this is what I want to do, and that I want to do this for the long haul. And it was around the second anniversary that I said, okay, I'm clearly in this for the long haul, and so I bought myself a very nice computer. It was the first time I had ever bought parts. I didn't build it myself. I know people say, oh, it's like Legos. Those are very expensive Legos, and I do not trust myself with them. I will
very expensive Legos with a lot of current going through them.
I will gladly pay somebody else, you know, some amount of money to put together those expensive Legos for me, and, you know, have sort of a guarantee of if something doesn't work, that they will replace the part or something like that. But it is a very nice box, and it has been working very nicely.
I feel like VTubers are probably some of the only people who are really just locked into this like stack where they run an iPhone on top of Windows. Like, I think, you know, normally Apple tries to be this whole walled garden.
Yep.
But it's like, you can't really get away with like any other operating system than Windows. And then like, basically you can't get away with any mobile device like on top of that other than an iPhone. So it's like, it's a weird combination, right? It's like, normally you can just choose one, or like there's just one obvious stack that's like good for you, but like you know, VTubers have to like navigate that kind of very weird like Apple like non-Apple barrier, like just as a matter of course, like that's just the standard thing, right? Like it's interesting. Like I mean, diving into the behind the scenes everything. I was like using Wireshark, which is this kind of like, you know, packet inspection software, and I was like looking at like the way that like VTube Studio communicates with I think it's also itself, but like the way that it communicates with like certainly third-party things like Rebridger, which talk back to itself. I was noticing like the packets are too large. Like, you know, they have to be reassembled on the router. I'm wondering whether like whenever there's any sort of like weird stuttering or network congestion, it's like how often is that just like because of this one particular?
I know just enough about computer technicalities to understand the basic concept of packets. I don't understand anything really beneath the surface, so I understood about 80% of what you just said, and then there was about 20% I was like, okay, I'm sort of making like logical jumps and assumptions at how it works and just being like, that makes sense. Yeah, I know enough that it made sense, mostly. Yes.
Well, they're big. Well, basically, they're big, and they have to snip them up, and they have to put them back together at the other end like Humpty Dumpty, and then that actually is harder.
That basically the pipeline, as it were, doesn't fit it, so they have to disassemble, put it through, then reassemble.
Like, I wonder how much the stability of like VTuber models like would be improved by just like sending fewer decimal places on some of these like figures, so that the packet size is like just a normal single packet. Yeah, packet fragmentation is happening for every VTuber, every frame, Melkor. Yep. Yeah, it's happening. Yeah, It's UDP packet fragmentation. Every single time, every single parameter. Actually, not every single parameter, every single frame.
That's one of the things that I expect to see a lot of innovation in, of just the back end that, similar to just computing as a whole, that nobody really, sorry, I shouldn't say nobody. The layman does not understand necessarily how it is that we are able to progress so quickly and have so much advancement in technology. We just know, okay, things become more powerful because people smart. There's a couple people here that know what they're doing. And that I expect, and well, we've already been seeing over the past couple of years, that certainly everything from the fluidity of models to the range of motion, and that the rig that you have now, the model that you have now, 3 years ago would be considered top of the line, like major agency level model. Even now, it's certainly considered higher end. Even now, it's very high end. But
I think it competes like pretty favorably with a lot of the agency. So I mean, I was on.
But I guess more so that that in order to get a model of the quality that you have 3 years ago was incredibly restrictive.
Extremely difficult, yeah. Because like there's just like looking at the features that existed in like the Live 2D editor, like it didn't have a lot of the rigging tools that they have now in order to be able to do a lot of this, right? It's like
It's also a testament to the artist and rigging community as well. The fact that
absolutely,
there are so many more artists and riggers that are able to put out just so much higher quality work that very few people could just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I mean this. I mean my model artist is actually, this is her only VTuber model.
She should do more.
Actually, yeah. But she's a very good friend of Ren's for a long time. Just Paper Rose, like really brilliant artist. My rigger, on the other hand, has actually done a few other people. I think several of whom have been guests on your show.
Yeah, that was one of the things we discussed the other night, of just you know, it's a very small VTuber world, certainly, and there were a lot of names and folks that, you know, that obviously Ren you mentioned, but I'm curious, so who are the other ones then that have done the art?
Yeah. Who I share a rigger with? Well, there's Ren's current model is not rigged by Cymations, but like Ren's upcoming model is. I believe Cymations did Shadowroo, and Hina are the big ones, right? Like I'm trying to think if there's another person who Cy has done, who has been on your show specifically. So I know like Cy has done some illustration work as well, like for like Hollow Stars and Cymations, blah 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 blah. But yeah, like I am thrilled by the expressiveness of this rigging, right? Like it's just like that. And I will compare it favorably, by the way, to any
oh, for sure,
like corporate VTuber, yeah.
Yeah, no doubt.
Because like, yeah.
It's like I said, it's more so that 3 years ago there was just so many fewer people that were capable of this type of output, and that the cost and the computing power that you needed to run a nice rig like this was just much more difficult to facilitate. That very few people were able to get a model of this quality, but nowadays there's just so many more artists, riggers, and that the technology itself has improved so much to the point where people are able to get models of this quality. Certainly not without investment. You still pay what you get for, folks. This still isn't cheap because it's obviously, it's custom. It takes a lot of time. The time element is something that will probably be able to get streamlined to an extent, but ultimately, if you are going to want something that is, not a stock model, that you're going to need to pay and also, wait the time to have something made, but that in terms of computing power and the number of people who are capable of just these incredible things is growing, so that is nice.
I mean, I did a reveal. I did a reveal of the concept art for, my current post-molt design in April.
Yeah, you mentioned that because that it was
10 months ago.
Known for a while.
And I only started using, I only molted on the 1st of February. So this is actually like brand new.
You had your debut after me.
Yeah, I know I did. Now, I remember when you debuted. I think it was just after, I believe. You're...
yeah, because it was like 2 weeks prior, because this was debuted, well, I debuted, period, as a VTuber for the 3rd anniversary charity marathon, which was the 13th and 14th of January. So that would put it, about 2 weeks before you.
Yeah, so I remember that was basically when I went on, was effectively a 2-week hiatus, what turned out to be a 2-week sort of pre-debut hiatus. And then I saw the charity marathon. I was like, oh, hey, Jay has a microphone model.
I have 3.
Yeah. It's like, Jay has a face and moves. It's like, ah! The eyes!
I don't use those two quite as much. They were mostly for fun things for charity, and maybe I'll pop them in every now and again. But this is the base model.
I feel like the most powerful accessory in VTubing is probably googly eyes.
Oh yes. Yes.
And I'm just imagining, like, just. Honestly, it makes me want to put googly eyes on my actual microphone now.
Now I'm trying to remember. I'm scrolling through VTube Studios' sort of base silly assets. They do not have googly eyes. I know there's
there's a set of googly eyes that is like floating around the community. I know.
Yeah, I need to look that up.
That Hina, I know, has them, like she's like the add personality redeem. It's like, and it just sticks an enormous enormous pair of googly eyes on her hadonka badonkas.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, it adds a lot of personality. It is very accurately. It's very accurately named. The badonka.
And now I can't even recall how we got.
Bankarazu. Yeah.
Now I can't even realize how we got onto that particular train of thoughts here, because backtracking, there was we were talking about behind the scenes stuff, and just the fact that I also am always very interested in sort of wondering, okay, how are things working, and that was part of what we discussed the other night, just sort of back end of a lot of different projects and such. And that one of the things that sort of got us on that thread was you mentioning that you were a Wikipedia, was the proper term?
Administrator,
Administrator,
yeah. Wikipedia, English, an English Wikipedia administrator. I think, I mean, there are different languages of Wikipedia, but I think it was before it might have been the early days of the Wikimedia Foundation. I don't know whether there are a lot of side projects left. It might have been just Wiktionary. So it's like not a lot of like Wikipedias, like not a lot of wikis around. Like Wikipedia wasn't the first wiki. Like the first wiki was actually this thing called WikiWeb, which was kind of, mostly, I think it was like basically this one guy's like personal page for the most part. It might have been like documentation related to some project he was working on, but like there were the two founders of Wikipedia basically had an encyclopedia like where they were trying to like, you know, do an internet encyclopedia like during basically the tech like .com boom. And so they were like, okay, we're gonna hire PhDs, we're gonna get a bunch of like experts in, we're gonna write a whole bunch of articles, like we're gonna have them like, you know, put out an encyclopedia. And then like by I think like several months into the project they had like 7 or 8 articles. And it was called Newpedia, like NUpedia. And then, you know, one of them was like, they heard of this wiki thing. It was like, okay, well, what if we just throw up the Newpedia articles like on a wiki and see what happens? Like, I don't think anything's gonna happen. It's just probably gonna be like,
and the rest is history.
Yeah. And the rest is history. But what's very funny is that like, the original like money and like kind of seed capital for what became Wikipedia was actually like, came from like the company that originally owned it was actually like a softcore, like kind of web portal back in the day.
I'm trying to decide if I'm surprised or entirely unsurprised. I'm
it was called
both.
Bonus. Yeah, it's Jimmy Wales.
Because of course, unironically, the porn industry funded and sort of helped innovate a lot of the internet. I remember there was a movie a while back about just some of the first porn sites and just the way that, you know, the amount of money and the amount of growth those websites experienced in the early days, and how it was its own boom within the .com boom.
Yeah.
And that
it became a big thing. Yeah. Yeah. It just kept on growing. It's like it continued to be a thing, and like you can find a picture from like those extremely early days from like pre-Wikipedia of like the Jimmy Wales. So, you know, the guy who like wants to give you, you know, would like you to give like $3 a month, like, please donate $3 now, guy.
The founder of much. Please, this will only take 2 minutes to read.
Yeah. So that guy, you know, there is a picture of him, on like this, you know, yacht in the Bay of like St. Petersburg, Florida, where Wikipedia used to be headquartered, you know, with 2 Bomus babes, like
good for him,
as they called it. And it's
I feel like, you know, hey, the guy brought a lot to the world in many ways. In many ways.
And it was all business. It was all like, but yeah, him and the other like founder of Wikipedia basically met over arguing with each other on an Ayn Rand discussion forum about whether Ayn Rand, I think like vaguely about whether Ayn Rand good or Ayn Rand bad. And so they're on opposite sides of this, and then they put aside their differences for long enough to found, you know, the world's like 6th largest website now, right?
6th largest website, and basic, you know, it is the ultimate database.
Yes, like the closest thing to like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy that exists.
Yeah,
like
it
is
is
like kind of
at this point in time essentially the closest thing to, you know, the mythical concept, the fantasy concept of the collection of mankind's knowledge.
Yeah, and I showed up 3 years later as a teenager in like 2004.
Yes. Do you recall when you first heard of Wikipedia, or who first showed you Wikipedia?
I think it was, I imagine that I would have been vaguely aware of it sometime during so, okay, the biggest thing that actually like put Wikipedia kind of onto the map for a fair number of people was that it was the most up-to-date source of information about like 9/11 and the days after it, because it got founded in January, and because it was a wiki, right? Like people could actually like,
update,
you know, make changes and update it in real time and be like, okay, well, we've gotten this. It turns out that like they actually created a separate kind of wiki that was like specifically for September 11th related stuff, and that actually got like, you know, parsed out into its own thing. It's like, you can actually view it now. It's like, it's a kind of almost an interesting, like, historical document, right? I mean, that's also when, like, CNN got their 24-hour news tickers, because, like, that was the event that kind of, like, started all of that, right? Like, the whole 24/7, like, cable news, like, cycle thing is an invention of, like, 9/11, and, like, so is, like, Wikipedia's kind of, like, initial kind of foray out into, like, being well known, because, yeah, people wanted to know what was going on, like, you know, this is a huge event, like, you know, by, you know, New York City is, like, was probably one of the most online cities in the world, right? Because, you know,
it's New York.
Yeah, it's New York, right? It's like, you know, in the you know, affecting, like, Manhattan and the income bracket people who would actually, like, be using the, you know, the World Wide Web, which was then, like, pretty new at that point, right?
Yeah.
Like, so one of the most internet connected places other than, like, you know, Silicon Valley, right, at the time. And yeah, like, that kind of put it on the map. Like, it started to sort of take off from there, and it was, like, really in the, like, a few years later that there was, like, a big push to, like, kind of get more people to essentially help out with it. Because, like, we started to get, like, a lot of, like, vandalism, and, like, a lot of very funny vandalism, mind you. So,
but, yeah,
there's
internet trolls have been around since the early days.
Yeah, there's a page from the early days called, like, Bad Jokes and Other Deleted Nonsense that ends up, like, it's this kind of multi, you know, segment saga. Like, there's, like, Return of Bad Jokes and Other Deleted Nonsense, The Revenge of the Bad Jokes and Other Deleted Nonsense. It's a lot of, like, characterizing all of the very, very funny things that, like, the trolls have done on Wikipedia. Like, there was this, like, there's this really funny troll that was, like, would vandalize by taking a page. You can't do this anymore because you need to actually be a registered account to move pages. But for a long time, would basically take a page and then move it to such and such page on wheels. So you'd have, like, you know, anti-disestablishmentarianism on wheels. Like, you know, history of the, you know, history of, like, American democracy on wheels.
Kevin Bacon on wheels.
Yeah, Kevin Bacon on wheels, like, exclamation mark. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. There's also legal threats, right? For example, one person would, like, leave on, you know, on talk pages, like, you get into fights with people, and then would say in all caps, like, I will sue you in a court of law in Trenton, New Jersey.
That's oddly specific.
I mean, good on him for knowing his legal jurisdiction, right? The court choice of venue, right?
Yeah,
like,
and they were, so I guess, also, when you said legal threats at first, I wasn't sure if it was threat of legal action or, like, the legal definition of a threat of, okay, we need to catalog because somebody in the comments here said that they were going to do physical harm unto the other person who is editing, and so we need to log
I mean, I'm sure that
the
happened
legal
too,
threats
but, like,
that are happening here, but that there is actually just a page of people saying, I will sue you.
Yeah, the guy was just like, I will sue you in a court of law in Trenton, New Jersey. Like, it's, like, very, very, very specific. All caps, like, just completely unhinged sounding.
I will
like,
not
very
allow
specifically
arbitration outside of this jurisdiction.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I'm not... In a court of law, specifically. Yeah, and that was, like, very... That just amused the heck out of me. It was like, a lot of the stuff from, like, those early days was, like, very, 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 very funny.
Do you remember what the first page you ever edited was?
I'm trying to think. I mean, if I said that, then that might actually, like, help track me down a little bit. Yeah.
Scratch that.
Because that is the previous username on the thing.
Yes.
But now, however, I did have a friend who, for some time, for a relatively brief period of time while the regular guy went on vacation, was in charge of the article of the day. And so was editing the front page. And what's funny is that if you are a Wikipedia administrator now, especially, if you try to go into the edit page for the main page, the entire thing lights up in red to, like, make sure you absolutely know that you are... The thing that you are on right now is the edit page for the main page of Wikipedia. And so if you make changes, that's going to be... Yeah.
The big red button. Are you sure? Do you know what you are doing?
Yeah, there's a template to basically have the main page edit page of Wikipedia light up like a Christmas tree. Like if you try to edit it as a non-Wikipedia administrator, like it'll just show you the basic like, oh yeah, you don't have permissions to edit it. But if you are an administrator and you're able to edit it, you go in there and it's just like, are you sure? And then there's a funny story, which was that like there used to be a bug in the software where it's like if a page had a certain number of edits, like if it had more than a certain length of edit history, it was impossible to delete it. Like if you tried to delete it, it would just like fail because like there was like too many edits. And this was like kind of like an amusing bug that like people were like, this is kind of funny. It's like there's a
in some ways it could almost be a nice fail or sort of safeguard of if something's been edited so much, it probably is something of importance, and so we don't want you to delete it.
Yeah, and so I believe at one point one administrator was basically showing somebody else like, see, look, there's this interesting bug, like, if you can't delete a page that has this many edits. And so what they do,
I bet I know what
is they go in and they like, okay, I'm gonna open up the main page and see, look, I'm gonna hit the delete button, and you hit okay, and it's like, yeah, you can't delete the main page.
And it deletes the main page.
Turns out they had fixed that bug.
Oh no.
And so this led to the creation.
Oh no.
Yeah. This led to the creation of a Wikipedia sort of policy page or advice page. Like there's all these like various like kind of things that are somewhere between like position papers and like bits of advice and policies like that kind of exist on Wikipedia with like these interesting pithy names. And it's like and I think this one, I think like the name of this policy page, I think ended up being something like, don't delete the main page to make a point. And it's like, it's shorthand for like, don't do things that could be disruptive just because you think that they're going to work. But it's, it's much easier to remember. It's like, yeah, don't delete the main page to prove a point. Because somebody deleted the main page to prove a point.
Now, what happened? Well, because I suppose, I'm assuming the way the website is structured is that it's just, all right, now you can't access the main page, and that is rather annoying because a lot of people, especially in that day, are going to be going to the main page first, not simply Googling and getting a Wikipedia article as the top suggestion.
Yeah.
But that it, fortunately, hopefully would not, break the entire site.
I think that was late enough, by the way, that Google was already showing Wikipedia as its top results at that point. Right, that wasn't like super early on. That was actually like relatively, because it took them a long time to like patch that bug.
Can't we delete the main page for funny? Well,
yeah,
honestly,
I might have invented the concept of semi-protection though.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Now, what is semi-protection?
So, the argument goes like this, right? It's like you can, like the philosophy of Wikipedia is that people should be able to edit articles, right? Like if something happens, like we shouldn't necessarily like try to lock down articles, but like a lot of articles are very contentious and very like, just like there's a lot of people who want to like, edit some article because they're like, okay, well, haha, my funny little like joke or like little like, this is especially the case for like whoever happens to be present, right? And so
yeah, that especially any time that politics is involved, that you're gonna need to,
yeah, and so at the time, like the U.S. president was George W. Bush, and like George W. Bush is like one of the most was like I think particularly polarizing, like but like so. The idea was that, okay, well, we gotta lock this page, like, temporarily. We gotta lock this page temporarily, like, but it's like, it would never let up, and then, so it's like, okay, well, administrators, like, I guess the philosophy of Wikipedia is that administrators are not supposed to be, like, more powerful or better people. They're not, like, it's not supposed to be that, like, administrators have more editing power, because the editing power is supposed to belong to everybody, right? Like, there's not really supposed to be a hierarchy between like different kinds of editors. And to this end, like the symbol of a Wikipedia administrator is actually like a janitor's mop, right? So they deliberately choose this kind of thing that is very sort of like, that feels kind of like,
you know, maintenance.
You're the person who cleans up the crap, right?
Yes.
Like you're not powerful. Like you're not taking this role because you're in charge of people, right? That's not what this is. And like the rank above administrator is called bureaucrat, right?
Yeah.
And
I've always enjoyed that.
Yeah. And so, you know, because you're not supposed to be a powerful person who, like, you know, they don't like to have it so that only administrators can edit this thing. Like, they have pages where it's like, oh, you can suggest edits, but then that means that the administrators basically have, like, some amount of editorial control over what goes into those articles, and it's like, and it feels icky. So they're like, okay, well, you know, is there some sort of compromise where we don't get all of this sort of, like, dumb vandalism, but, like, you know,
where is the practical middle ground here? Because
Yeah.
obviously, just letting it be entirely open is hazardous to just general information flow, and that it's not going to be practical to have an administrator watching this article 24/7, because we need to sort of assume that we are big enough now and that trolls are numerous enough that if we were to leave this totally open, that there would be the risk of vandalism essentially 24/7.
Yeah, and, you know, for most of the articles on the site, this is fine, right? Like, you can actually, like, most articles, like, you can leave them completely open. Like, I don't know, if you pick, like, a random subject,
if you want to mess
right?
with Tom Brady's Wikipedia article, it's not going to be a risk to societal safety. If you mess with something in current politics and information, or if you change a company's Wikipedia article to say on, checks date, February 23rd, 2024, Apple posted 50% losses and announced the closure of their iPhone department.
Yeah.
And that could have legitimate market effects.
And something, like, can pick it up and, like, I hope that your trading bots don't operate based on Wikipedia, although I'm sure they do, actually.
I bet there's someone that does.
I'm certain that they do, right? Like, there's actually, back in the day, I think it might still exist, but I think they split it up into different places. You know about IRC, like Internet Relay Chat?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Twitch Chat still, they're moving off on it, but you can still access it via Internet Relay Chat, right? But there used to be might still be a IRC channel in which every single edit to Wikipedia would just, like, get posted there with, like, a little bit of, like, the page that was written, like, who made the edit, like, how many bytes it added or deleted.
If
like,
that's up now, I would kind of just want to watch it, but I assume that it's not really watchable at this point because it's just going to go brrr.
Yeah, I suspect that it is still not as high volume as you'd think. Because I think a lot of the Wikipedia is, like, kind of mostly complete. Like, it's like, there's not a lot of just, like, I suspect it still exists, somewhere. I mean, you can certainly see how fast it is by going to Wikipedia's, like, recent changes, page. But it used to be that we would just, like, you know, chill in the, because the biggest thing back then was that anybody could create a page, but only administrators could delete one. So we would have to basically chill in there, and, like, the administrative tasks, like, anybody can fix a piece of vandalism, because, like, anyone can edit anyone can edit Wikipedia, so anyone can fix vandalism. There's certain stuff with copyright where it's like, if you get a actual takedown notice from a copyright holder, then you have to, like, take down the edited revision of a page that had, like, some copyrighted material, because, like, otherwise you'd just be able to use the edit history of Wikipedia, which is accessible to everybody, as, like, a host for, like, you know, copyrighted stuff, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, the old, like, the main thing that we had to do was fix stuff like, you know, moved pages, which now you can't do without an account that I think has a certain amount of history to it. And created pages, which I think now they've also like made it like, so you can't create, that's one of the biggest like kind of structural changes to Wikipedia, that you cannot create a new article without having a user account of some standing, right?
Yeah.
But it used to be that there's only administrators and regular accounts. And so I think I was like the first one to sort of like make this, or the main one to make this proposal to be like, okay, well, what if we had like some status in between where we could apply this to some pages, like, you know, the ones that like we get a lot of vandalism on, where like you have to have a certain account age so that people can't just spam by creating a whole bunch of like new accounts, and a certain amount of like edit history on the site in order to actually like make edits. And then so, you know, somebody with like a very minimal amount of like, you know, just known good, whatever, you know, they have to put in some effort to like make the thing better before they can like, you know, get their crack at, you know, changing George W. Bush and like kind of making it, you know, saying like, oh yeah, what a big fat doo-doo head, right? You know,
that's an interesting middle ground of just the combination of factors of one, just simple account age, which is very useful in that it's something that is one of the more reliable deterrents, obviously, at a certain
and even
point,
like a week, right? Like,
yeah,
like you can make it a week, and it's just like, because you'll notice if somebody is like botting account creation, right?
Yeah.
And then you can like, a week is more than enough time to be like, oh, well, this IP address created like 10 bajillion accounts. It's like, okay, well, let's delete them.
Yeah.
And so if you have an account that's like more than a week old, like you kind of like spent some amount of like effort to like create and sit on that, and then like beyond that, like there's like, you know, you're wasting it. You're firing it off in your one like kind of like, so you can still, you know, mess around with Wikipedia, right? You can still mess around with all these pages. It's just that like in order to do it, you need to spend enough capital that it just doesn't happen. And this is like the real sort of secret, I think, is that it is not that it is impossible to vandalize Wikipedia. It is, in fact, quite easy to vandalize Wikipedia and, like, you know, put crap on the thing.
It just requires effort, and most trolls don't want to put in effort.
Well, the other thing, right, is that it is the same amount of effort to fix it, or less effort to fix it, than it is to, like, throw up the vandalism, right?
Yeah.
Like, because it is editable by everybody, right? Because you don't need a moderation team to kind of come in and fix the crap that got thrown up. You don't have like overwhelmed moderators, because everybody is in some way a moderator of Wikipedia, right? Yeah. And so you just get anybody like swooped in and like, they're like, this person put crap on this Wikipedia article. Well, that looks dumb. Like, and then they swoop in, they like delete it, and they're like,
restore previous version. That
it's very, very easy.
They don't need to go back in and figure out how to reformat everything. They don't need to type up all of the old information. That, like you're saying, it takes more effort to vandalize than to fix it. The vandals have to go in, decide where they want to do the vandalization, have to actually, you know, write in the stuff, whether that's formatted or just plain text, and take time to type it up. But fixing it is literally 2 to 3 clicks.
It's easier. And this is like when I think about this stuff, is like the optimal amount of like bad behavior that you allow on like a, you know, a site or something like that is generally not 0, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you try to spend all of your effort on, like, locking things down so that, like, you can't, like, you know, nobody can possibly, like, do anything that, like, is slightly bad.
Of bad behavior will not only take more effort, but it will probably also squash a non-zero amount of good behavior.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is, like, and what you need is to empower the good behavior, right? And squash the, like, you want to, like, make it an uphill battle to, like, do bad behavior, and a downhill kind of, like, charge to do good behavior. And you want to make the bad behavior as fixable as possible by people who are inclined to do good behavior. And then most people are good, so then you win, right? Like, and then you get Wikipedia, which I think is, like, on the whole, like, one of the best sites on the internet. Like, I still believe this, right?
An actual force for actual good. That I cannot remember the last time that I went to a Wikipedia page, read something, and said, oh, this is obviously wrong, this is obviously vandalism, that I'm able to go, well, and to be fair, usually the pages that I go to aren't the ones that are probably likely for vandalism.
Yeah.
But that even so, that you don't really hear much about vandalism on Wikipedia. And if you do, it's, oh, tee-hee, somebody went into, you know, Tom Brady's Wikipedia page after he lost the Super Bowl and said that he is owned by the team that beat him. Tee-hee.
I mean, like, Wikipedia, by the way, I'm not trying to defend this entirely, right? There are problems with it, sometimes very serious and sometimes like very embarrassing problems.
Oh yeah,
right?
And anything of that size is going to have some flaws and something going wrong at any given moment, just inevitably.
You know about the Scots Wikipedia?
The Scots? Like we're talking like the Scots?
Like the Scots Gaelic, right? The language, Scots Gaelic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a Wikipedia in Scots. And it turns out that because like very, 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 very few people know Scots who like intersect with the sort of people who are interested in doing like Wikipedia stuff. And like the thing is like when you have something like this, right, it's like you basically whoever wins on Wikipedia, because like there's not really that much of a hierarchy, is like whoever puts the most effort into the thing. Right? So if you can out effort your opponents, then like you kind of win. And what was happening was that actually the entire Scots Wikipedia was essentially the hallucination of one guy who did not know Scots. He just was, you know, writing English in a sort of weird Scottish like lilt, and then like nobody from outside the Scots Wikipedia kind of like
moderators or even just average users to either notice, realize, or otherwise care that, oh dear.
Yeah, and then like, so, you know, you get that they didn't, I mean, I think they would have cared if they had known, but it took until somebody like kind of pointed out that it's like, wait a minute, this is not actual Scots. Like, this is not, you know, this none of these, all of this is just incoherent. This is all just like, somebody took like all the articles from the Simple English Wikipedia and they
stuffed it through Google Translate.
I don't think it wouldn't have been Google Translate. No, Google Translate would have given them theoretically actual Scots. And also Google Translate presumably draws a bunch of its corpus from Wikipedia. No, it wasn't Google Translate. It was just literally a made-up kind of like fake ye Scottish English kind of weird hybrid thing that was just a complete fabrication. Like it was completely fake. It was not anything resembling the actual Scots Gaelic language. It was just like weird Scottish stereotypical English. It was bad. It was embarrassing. An entire language. Like we're kind of just, Wikipedia was just shitting on the entire like legacy of a whole language.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like, so that's the sort of thing where it's like, oh well, they're really fucked up there. Right.
So how did that end up being undone? That once it was pointed out, I assume that means that there is at least one person who speaks that language. They don't necessarily have the time, energy, or drive to fix all of this. So do you know what the solution was?
Well, I think what happened was basically an intervention from the outside. So, I mean, like, basically they banned this guy once they figured out that this was, like, I think they banned from the layer above, which is, like, the kind of, like, multi-language thing, right? Like, there's the, because, like, each of the language, Wikipedias are largely self-governing when it comes to their own policies. But you can sort of like intervene from the level above that. And then you've got the foundation, and the foundation doesn't really want to like, you know, actually meddle that much in the individual policies of like the Wikipedias, right? So even though the foundation like, you know, operates Wikipedia and all the different like kind of main wikis, and like they really, really don't want to meddle. And like oftentimes like when they have a disagreement with like the sort of like elected representation of a particular Wikipedia, like they will defer to what those people are doing. Like the only times that they actually sort of really just like step in and they're like, no, we have to do it this way is like what's called office action. So it's like if they actually get like a takedown notice for like copyright, or they get like a lawsuit that says they have to take down a particular kind of content or something like that, then they will like kind of come in and intervene and do that. But like besides that, like they'll often be at like loggerheads with like the actual like people running the show, because so, and this is like, it's an interesting way in which the kind of the philosophy of the site works, right? It's like that Wikipedia is like individual Wikipedias kind of run themselves like as little like, countries almost, like, and then you've got this like weird, UN that is like,
sort of
basically
the council
overseeing the council, yeah. But it's like it's a very, very different entity, right?
So how does one become a Wikipedia administrator back in the day?
I believe the way that one becomes one today is the same as the way that one became one back in the day, which is that you somebody nominates you on a request for adminship. And they're like, okay, well, this person has been a good contributor based on this, this, and this, and they've like done these edits to these pages, and they've like been active in this, and this, and it's like so I'd like them to. It feels like almost a little bit like applying for Twitch partner. It's like you're like, okay, well, this is what my community like, but somebody has to nominate you, right? And then a bunch of people go in, and they whoever happens to be hanging around, there's no hierarchy between administrators and editors, right? So anyone can do this. And some people are like, yeah, accept, and then some people are like opposed, and some people are like neutral, but like yeah, it's put to a vote, but it's not. It needs to be a consensus, right? So like decisions on Wikipedia are done by rough consensus. So if there's like even something like 30% of people like opposing you, if there's like a lot of like significant opposition, then they typically say no consensus, no action taken, right? Yeah. The bureaucrat who like kind of swings by and is like, okay, well, I'm gonna figure out if this person is like made an administrator or not. And during that period of time, like it was actually like a period of like relative growth in terms of like people. There are actually like fewer administrators created now than there were back then.
Wow.
Right? Like most of the people who have been administratorshipped like in Wikipedia, I think like basically come from this like period between like 2004 to around 2007. Yeah, Toblerone, I assume that such women existed. Sorry, I know I'm not like kind of like talking so much chat right now.
No, don't worry. That I am just as guilty as that as anybody, and it's technically my shoes that. But, gosh. So, back in the day, and I will keep this phrased to avoid identifying information, but back in the day, were you doing a lot of editing and administrating on particular areas of interest for you, or were you the type to just sort of go to random pages and find stuff, or how did you operate?
Yeah, mostly I was a lurker in the, I mean, I wrote a couple articles, but mostly I was just doing the lurking in recent changes and trying to like, revert obvious vandalism and that kind of thing. And then when I got the administrator powers, I tried to revert the stuff that only administrators could like roll back, like the created pages and the moved pages, and I was like, okay, well, I'll use these powers to like just kind of do a lot of like kind of good. I will basically just mop, right? Like I've been given the broom and I shall mop.
Don't mop with the broom. That's far less efficient.
I mean, I can curl with the broom, right?
That's true. I feel like that should be sort of now I'm trying to think. If administrators get a mop, what do bureaucrats get? What is their actual icon?
I remember what the girling, what the
that I But so now I'm thinking, okay, like, do they get a power washer or?
I mean, I actually don't know whether they have an icon. I don't remember them having one. Like the Supreme Court of Wikipedia, in some sense, is the I guess you can't really see this as a curling broom. Like
yeah, I can see it. I'm trying to see like do I have any good? Because I haven't put too many assets that
into
aren't
the thing, yeah.
default into VTube Studio. But I'm seeing, okay, is there anything that I can use here? Is there anything good? No.
I actually have like the curling broom right here. Because I did curling for many years.
Really? Because I was going to ask, I was like, okay, curling broom, that's a very specific object. That's not just a random amusing thing that one will put in because they got a generic asset pack. So you had to have targeted that. So
yeah,
you
it's like I got it right here. Yeah, I did curling for many years.
Huh.
And I'd like to continue doing curling. It's just that in parts south after I moved to the Southlands.
To the not cold.
To the not cold lands. It turns out the ice is not as great here. So there's like there's a rare deficiency of like good ice down below.
I will say that certainly for me, and I feel like the majority of people, that curling exists during the Olympics and really not any other time. But I'm curious, as someone who is more into curling, that is there a curling league or circuit that you watched when you were growing up, or is it more a local thing?
I mean, for me, it was like mostly about playing the game, but there would be the big tournaments, right? Would be the what's called the Briar, which is like the main men's tournament in Canada, and it was the Scotties back then, so it was sponsored by a paper towel company, basically.
Wow. I've heard of random sponsors.
Yeah.
But paper towels. I guess, most households are gonna want paper towels, and there's a way to statistically reach a lot of people.
Yeah, just like be the main curling sponsor for women in Canada, right? Like, and it's the Scotties, the Scott towels, right? Like yeah, so they literally had the name of the thing was
okay, that's actually
the Scotties.
Good.
I'm trying to see, it's like the Briar, because I think the Briar was okay, now it's called so the Wikipedia article says like known as the Montana's Briar for sponsorship reasons. So it's like it's sponsored by Montana's barbecue and bar, but I think for a lot of the time that it was for most of the time that I was curling, it was sponsored by Tim Hortons, of course. But it's interesting, like in the early days, it was like for the first like 50 years, it was sponsored by a tobacco company.
Ooh.
And it was sponsored by Labatt, like the beer company, for 20 years.
Well.
And then it was sponsored for 4 years by Nokia.
Well, that makes relative sense. I feel like, a big tech company like Nokia is going to sponsor just a lot of things.
Yeah, I'm just like, is Montana's, by the way, it's Canadian, right? I think it's Canadian. I assume that you have not heard of it.
Called Montana in the U.S., but
it is kind of funny. It's like Outback Steakhouse is an American restaurant, and Montana's is a Canadian restaurant. Now Montana's like kind of has the aesthetic of Montana. It's basically like cosplaying as America. Like it's a
wow.
You're
not wrong, but that sounds so wrong. But at the same time, Outback Steakhouse is cosplaying being Australian, isn't it?
Being Australian. And Montana's is cosplaying being American. And they have like, what is it? They have smoked pork ribs, steaks, and burgers, right? It's like, it's that kind of thing.
Yep.
It's basically like a, it's like a Chili's, or it's like an Outback Steakhouse. It's that kind of like, mid-market, like kind of restaurant, big box chain thing, right? Like, and so now they sponsor, the biggest curling tournament in possibly the world outside the Olympics, right? Like, and so it's just like, it's really funny to see the evolution of this. Is like they go from like, tobacco to alcohol to like beer to cell phones to coffee and donuts to, pork ribs and steaks. I was like, what product are they trying to sell you with your curling?
Now, when you did curling, what, I guess, position did you play, so to speak?
I played either vice or skip. So, like, how much you know about... I mean, I can explain curling for everybody.
So I know what curling is and how curling works. I don't know terms. So you'll have to say, I was the person who threw the stone, or I'm the person who has one of the brushes.
So everybody throws the stone at some point, right?
Okay.
So everybody actually throws. There's 8 stones per person, right? So the way that curling works, right, is that you, it doesn't even have a. I was packed steak, but it wasn't in the. It isn't the most popular. Yeah. In Australia, it exists in Australia.
Also, I just realized restaurants and cosplay already exist. That's called a maid cafe.
That is called a maid cafe, and there was a maid cafe in Toronto where I grew up. It was very interesting to like go to a maid cafe outside of Japan. Like,
I don't think I've ever seen a maid cafe outside of a convention in North America. That most conventions nowadays will have maid cafes. It's sort of its own staple within cons, but I've never seen like a actual institution maid cafe anywhere.
It was weird, right? Because it was a maid cafe. It was run by a Japanese. It doesn't exist anymore. I think they actually did go out of business, maybe during COVID. But like, their parent company still exists, and it's a Japanese cheesecake chain.
Ooh.
And then they created a maid cafe as one of their subsidiaries, and so like, you know, I'm like, oh man, this is a maid cafe in Toronto. That is trying to be made, and it's like, I feel like I don't know what kind of set of cultural, like, you know, assumptions to bring into this thing, because this is, wait, is this a
one-to-one Japanese style maid cafe, or is this something pretend? In between?
Yeah, because it was like trying very hard to be a Japanese maid cafe, but it's like, what do you do, right? Like, do you behave like a Canadian there? Like, do you pretend you're in Japan? Like, what do you, like, do you, because like the relationship, I think, between, if you're served by somebody who, like, this is the thing, right? This is my hypothesis about, I've seen this, like, this is not an original idea. This is not an original Kari idea, but it's like, I feel like in North America, you're just like very, 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 it's very uncomfortable to acknowledge any kind of hierarchy that exists, right? Like, and it's like why a lot of like actually very wealthy people just like won't have, will not hire like house servants. And so like if they do hire like a cleaning service, they try to like, put it out of their mind at all, like any sort of implications about like, oh yeah, well this person is like, they don't think of like, oh, this person's not really a maid, and they're this kind of like, Silicon Valley like person that people dress up in polo shirts and like they show up and they have like this like uniform and they kind of like do the stuff, and it's like it's not really like the same thing, man. Like we're just business people making a business transaction between each other, and it's like, put don't think of any sort of like hierarchy as existing, and because it just makes
and in some ways I think that's good and nice that they're not looking down on people, but also that I can understand that culturally, all right, part of the thing for a maid cafe is these people are tending to me, that is part of the appeal in that specific scenario.
They're using honorifics to refer to you that you normally wouldn't necessarily get those honorifics in normal society. Like, you can be a treated like a prince, like a royalty,
like a noble.
Yeah, in the very language that's used to refer to you, but like that's just like not
it's
really
so
as much
contrary
of a thing.
To normal behavior, and that I guess as a patron of a maid cafe, that you yourself have to mentally change the way that you sort of are thinking, that you, I suppose, you have to sort of mentally cosplay, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, but it's like, and do you? Like, it is like, it feels deeply uncomfortable to be like, to think like, okay, well, this person is like this person is just like, this person is just like me. It's like, and you kind of think of that way. It's like, I don't know. I kind of want to go to to maid cafes, but at the same time, I like don't really want to like. I've been very hesitant to do it even in Japan, even though I think it would be a fun experience, because I'm like, I don't. It's like I don't know how to think about this,
like,
right?
Really deeply themed maid cafes, like they've done, like crazy ones,
like zombie maids, and
or just
like, there's
something that it feels. I don't know if I would go to just a vanilla maid cafe. That maybe once just to say I did, but even then, just it's something that certainly for me, I don't know if uncomfortable is the right word, but it just it's not something that is incredibly appealing to me.
Yeah, I saw a fun one where it's like I think it was like a Demon Dice and Sit Snap like YouTube video where they went out to
the Muscle Girl Cafe, I think it was, or something.
They went to a they might have gone to Muscle Girl Cafe, but I remember the one where like they're all demons, right? Like
yes, that one.
And then one of them like literally had a forked tongue, right? She had actually like gotten her body like modified, to Tsundere Maid Cafe. Off-Kai has a maid cafe.
Yeah, that most cons do nowadays. That even Anime Expo has maid cafes. That it's something that I definitely think has been popularized in the last 10, 15 years, because cons didn't always have them, but it felt like at least a couple of years before the pandemic that they had definitely proliferated and now are a bit more commonplace. That I would say more cons have them than not at this point.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a thing now. And I think there's some like VTubers who I think like are more comfortable being like anonymous and like maids at the maid cafe than like and that's sort of interesting of just the sort of the mentality of going to and also participating in a maid cafe for VTubers and VTuber fans, as opposed to just your average anime fan or attendee or patron on the street going to a business, and the layered sort of mentality there, because in its own way, maid cafes are a parasocial thing, and especially for regular patrons of maid cafes, that some folks will have their preferred maid, the ones that they go to see on a regular basis, and that it becomes a thing of appeal, and that they get oshis, right? Like
exactly.
I mean, this has been like something that has been really, really fascinating with like this. I don't know if you've been seeing this. A certain Naomi person on Twitter lately has been like it's an Oshi reposting account basically, right? And she really likes. So this is a woman on Twitter who really likes Metal Gear Solid. Mysteriously went to Antarctica recently and also hangs out with a whole bunch of like VShojo people. But it's just she just like is somebody who really appreciates like maids and does a bunch of goes to watch like idol lives at like kind of these small cafes and and she's a woman of taste who is definitely not certainly not any sort of like recently graduated like member of any like major VTubing agencies, and but it's interesting, right? Because this is like the thing that she's been into for like a very, very, very long time, and like she's kind of like coming at this from the perspective of a fan, right? Like she has oshis and she kind of like dotes on them and like wants to make sure that like now that her account has like more followers, like please don't like the posts that are replies to my oshis, because I don't want to like take away from the spotlight of them. Like she's like kind of very mindful of like kind of the etiquette of like
wanting to still be allowed to be a fan.
Yeah, and that's something that's like really fascinating to me, is the way that like VTubing kind of overlays like accidentally might have more followers than your oshis, and it's like and then the oshis notice you, right? They're like, whoa, this account has so many followers. And
what's
so
up with this?
Yeah. And then she posted like, she posts stuff like, oh yeah, no, I went to I went to this graduation live recently, and you know, and then, you know, a bunch of people respond to her account. And it's like, oh yeah, you know, I feel you. My Oshi also recently graduated. Like I know how you feel. I'm happy for her, but like, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you know, and then she, which is just, there's so many layers there, and it just there's that kind of stuff that like.
This is a very. Vtubing is such an interesting and unique
community, right?
Of just there's so many things, there's so many factors, and so many just, you know, things change over time.
Yeah.
And that even with change, some things don't change, and that it's such an interesting space that is so unique. Yeah.
Yeah, just telling the person who definitely like doesn't have anything to do with it. It's like, yeah, it's like they're saying like, oh man, I feel so bittersweet because like, and she posted this whole thing, right, about how like, you know, this is a graduation that I'm going to, and like her you know, this idol that like you know, I'm seeing the graduation party is like, you know, it was a really rough time for her. Like her management company was like really, you know, it was like really shitty. It's like, you know, and like she's had so many hardships like being part of this company. So in some sense it's a celebration that she's graduating, but still it's a graduation. So I'm like, it's really like kind of, you know, bittersweet. And then so of course, like, you know, all these responses like, oh yeah, my Oshi also graduated, and of course it's the same person. Yeah. It's like, it's the person Oshi who graduated. It's also the person who's going to the graduation line and subtweeting the stuff about like, but yeah.
And then also just sort of wondering, okay, how many of the people responding are aware and sort of, you know, responding quote unquote in character at that point?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Everybody's playing along.
But
no, everybody's like playing along. It's like, yeah, my Oshi, yeah.
Yeah.
And then,
now, are you aware of the American-made cafes?
You're talking about Hooters?
Yes, exactly.
So, I don't know if I told you in our 7-hour conversation. My very first time that I ever went to Hooters, this is a great story, by the way.
You did not tell me this story.
Was with, there were 4 members of our group. 3 of them were VTubers. Huh. So I actually got dragged to go to Hooters for the very first time by VTubers. And this was like near an anime convention. It was actually, I'll just say, it was Anime North. It was one of the few Hooters that exist in Canada. And it was near, like, the convention center is near the airport that Anime North takes place at. And so it was like kind of the Hooters that was like about like, you know, a 15-minute drive from like the convention center. And so we ended up at Hooters. I think actually, wait, sorry. Is it okay if I say this? Yeah, I believe the one non-VTuber in our group is in chat right now. In that Hooters. Yeah, oh hi, yeah. I believe, I think that's public. That's public enough. We can say that. So it was me, Dice Queen D, Coda, yeah. What, who? Yeah, so we go to Hooters, and our waitress has, the Japanese phrase, shikata ganai, or, you know, it's the long form of shogunai, tattooed on her arm.
Ooh.
Yeah, and, she is cosplaying Ash Ketchum. And she is convinced, like, basically, I mean, it's now, sort of like sexy Ash Ketchum.
So
right?
I have to assume that this is a deliberate thing. The Hooters is aware that there's an anime con in town and that they gave the waitresses sort of free reign of, okay, for this weekend, you can show up in either normal uniform, or if you have cosplay, we will allow it this weekend because we anticipate that some non-zero number of the people who will stop by are anime fans and they will find it amusing.
Well, apparently what happened was that she was the one who had pitched, like, her management and her fellow, like, waitresses on this. Like, she really wanted to be going to the con.
She was the spearhead of it, okay.
Yeah, she spearheaded it. So she basically convinced everybody, that this was like an okay thing to do because she would have really rather had been in the con.
Yeah. Okay. And like, okay, fine. Well, maybe I can do this here, and that way, if anybody from the con shows up here, that I'll, be able to chat with them a bit, and that she can pitch it to management of, oh, hey, there is this convention happening. There is legitimate business interest for us to want to do that. Yeah. The folks that stop by
we'll still dress sexy,
tell their friends, and then we'll get more business.
Yeah. So she was like making this pitch to the, to the management, who had not allowed her to like take the weekend off to go to the con, but like they were like, okay, well we'll allow this, like you make a case or whatever. And then the other waitresses, like they also like dressed up as like some Pokemon, but just like sort of sexy manner. It's like they dressed up in like there's like a Pikachu like
obligatory
and, like, and so we got to talking, right? Like, let's dress as a sexy Pokemon. Yeah, exactly. And so we got to talking, and then it came up while we were like ordering, basically, that she was like asking, oh yeah, are you going to the con? Like, I think we had our badges on, so it was like obvious or something. It was like, hey, you're going to the con, like, what if, and then it was, and one of our party members was like, oh yeah, no, I'm a VTuber. And it's like, and then she was like, oh my god, you're a VTuber, that's so cool. Like, and like, I have a friend in Japan who's a VTuber. It's like, and she was just like completely starstruck by the fact that like we were VTubers, like coming to,
so cute.
To serve it. Like, she was like, oh my god. And it's like, and she ended up going to like my friend who was like, who had dragged me to check out Hooters in the first place. I think none of us had ever been to Hooters before. But she was like one who like decided to like drag us out there, and like, and she basically gave, she was like, can I give you my phone number? Can we get in touch? Can we contact each other? And it's like, so, just the absolute like, VTuber Riz, where you just like, you show up at Hooters the very first time, and the waitress gives you her number.
Her number.
Because you're a VTuber, it's like, I'm a VTuber. Incredible. It's like, oh my god, you're a VTuber. Yeah, and she was like, she was trying to give like her number, like to make sure that like, which is amazing. Like, it's just like, this is like the freaking most like, and the wings were mediocre a little bit. The Hooters. So,
I remember when I was young that in the car that we'd drive past signs for Hooters every so often. There was like one or two like in the general area. And the sign is just, it's an owl, and it says, wings, burgers, it's American fare. And I was just like, and I remember I asked my parents, one was like, hey, maybe we can go there sometime, it just says burgers and whatnot. I did not know what it was at that point in time. And my parents just very deftly sort of brushed it. I was like, yeah, maybe sometime. That they knew that I did not know, and that I cannot recall how old I was, but they were not gonna, go into that. So
this is
they
like
just
when
sort of brushed it off, and then I later on was like, oh, that's why we never went. That makes sense.
My dad took me to see the South Park movie as a child because he thought it was a cartoon, and so it was like,
oh no, that's the whole point of the movie though, because they knew people were gonna do that.
I know, and it freaked me out so much. Like, it was like, I literally got freaked out by that movie so much that I like left. I just like walked out the door.
In all fairness, to a kid, raunchiness aside, they literally go to hell, and like,
they go to hell. That freaked me out. It's like he gets like, he dies.
Yeah,
he dies and gets like torn through a portal into like the eternal lake of fire, and like meets Satan. It's like, oh
yeah, it's scary. And probably to a kid, the flappy mouth Canadians probably look a little freaky in their own way.
I mean, I'm Canadian, so it's like,
well, actually, that's true.
I'm Canadian, and I literally became a cartoon character, so it's like, what is it?
Oops. But just,
I think at least, like...
Is it bad that I still have the entirety of Uncle Fucker memorized?
Uncle Fucker? I mean, very Canadian of you. Did I feel properly represented? Kind of. I know at least, like... is it Snorlax? But there's somebody in my like circle of VTubers who has like a Canadian South Park model, right?
I've seen a couple of those.
Yeah. I've seen a South Park template, right? Like, I feel like I I feel like I should get one. Yeah, I know at one point, like, the VTuber Lualucky, like, put out a South Park template live 2D model.
I was going to say, I feel like
and I think it had a Canadian version.
And I'm frankly surprised that not as many people use it. I feel like it's something that yes, I have seen Taka's.
My headcanon, by the way, my very stupid and not at all like likely headcanon, by the way, is that Taka is the reason that like the current Prime Minister of Canada is the Prime Minister of Canada.
Well, he is the first male VTuber, of course.
Yeah, no, but it's the reason for the headcanon is because like there is a weird kind of like they actually like held I think it was Anime North the same year and in the same building as they held the leadership conference, like the leadership election for the Conservative Party, which is like the main opposition party that was like running against him, like right before that election. And they elected the guy that they did to the leadership of the party, which means like, you know, the person who runs for prime minister by an extremely narrow margin. And then a bunch of like people who were voting in that election, like at the convention, said that they arrived for the vote late and they couldn't vote because they got completely distracted by the anime convention, like people, and like were confused and like ended up in the wrong place.
Oh no.
And Taka was giving one of the talks that day. So my headcanon.
So Taka was so damn entertaining that he distracted half of the party and
that all
the
the cosplayers, that all of the cosplayers like coming out from Taka's panel, like for Team 4-Star at that particular like, you know, Anime North, like basically apparently a bunch of the people voting for the party leader got distracted, especially the people who were voting for the person who lost by an extremely narrow margin. Yeah, who is like a very different kind of personality, like a much more kind of like, you know, I don't want to go too much into
they're obviously much cooler because their fans are anime fans that, you know, they
got so distracted by the anime, by the cosplay that they just like kind of got completely distracted. Yeah.
But also, I feel like that person must have been furious.
Yeah,
you missed the vote because you were at a panel.
Because you saw some like cosplayers walking by. Yeah, you missed some. The guy actually ended up like splitting off and like starting his own party, and like it was a whole thing. Like, and I think the guy that they ended up putting in power was like and running was like so kind of like bland that he just lost, like, you know.
Well, like, obviously because it suggests that they were not actually going to be the one to win their own party's election. Were all the voting members present? So you're already starting with a suboptimal candidate as your representative, and that's just, you know, gonna already weigh you down a bit. Yeah,
you're starting on the wrong foot.
Look, man, VTubers have done more for me than the government
has. Yeah, more for me than the government has. I'm wondering, like, when are we gonna get the first, like, you know, government VTuber? I mean. One of the first episodes of Black Mirror is about this. The first episode of Black Mirror?
I haven't watched any Black Mirror, but that totally sounds like a Black Mirror episode.
Hold on. No, like I think the very, very first episode of Black Mirror is like a VTuber who got selected to Parliament in the UK. Or what is it? Hold on. Is it? Which one is it?
Do I need to watch
the 6th episode?
Do I need to watch
the 6th episode.
Now? Dang it.
Mm-hmm. So this was like way back in 2013. Literally, do you mind if I like read out the description of this episode? Like, Jamie Salter controls a computer-animated bear named Waldo on a satirical show. Like, it is literally a VTuber, like literally a mocap rig in a van, right? It's like, and like Waldo pranks politicians by asking vulgar questions in interviews. After interviewing the conservative Liam Monroe, Waldo is entered for a by-election in a conservative safe seat where Monroe is standing. Jamie meets the Labour candidate Gwendolyn Harris and they have sex, but Harris is made to avoid further contact during the campaign. As student-organized hustings, Waldo derides both Monroe and Harris. The event goes viral, and Jamie meets with an American agent interested in using Waldo's image. After Harris rejects Jamie's apologies, Jamie publicly reveals himself as the man behind Waldo and urges people not to vote for him. His executive Jack takes over Waldo and encourages the public to attack Jamie. In a hospital, he sees that Monroe won and Waldo came second. Later, a homeless Jamie is tasered by police for throwing a bottle at a screen that displays Waldo on every channel. So the implication is that Waldo actually ended up getting elected prime minister.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so like Waldo is 100% a VTuber. Like it is literally like absolutely 100% an episode about a VTuber running for office. The original, like, you know, in 2013, the person behind the VTuber like is like, I don't feel comfortable with this, and then the executive, like their boss, like basically, you know, takes over and starts skinwalking the VTuber. Yeah,
just that, because it's. I did not know this legitimately until this moment, Kari, and like I'm actually a little shell-shocked right now, because it's not just, usually I would expect something like this to involve AI. I would have expected this to be Jamie Salter controls a computer program that is named Waldo and something, and that, you know, okay, they program it and they let it run, and it winds up, you know, AI ends up being more popular than human candidates. But no, this is still a human being controlling a computer animated bear avatar.
In real time.
In real time.
You know.
Kizuna Ai didn't exist until 3 years after this, Kari.
Yeah! Yeah! Like, it's insane, right? Like, I don't know if, like,
That's wild. I mean, I guess it's not, you know, it's not completely unfathomable. The idea of, you know, motion capture certainly existed before VTubers.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the fact that we hit this even before VTubers were really a proliferated thing, I guess, in some ways that speaks to the creativity of the writers, the fact that they saw this in, you know, Simpsons did it. I don't know if Simpsons did this one.
Yeah, no, here's the, like, you don't have to play with this as sound, but you will see immediately, like, that this is absolutely 200% of VTuber. I just dropped the trailer for the episode. So if you look at this for, like, 20 seconds without sound, right? Like, for 10 seconds, it's like, oh yeah, no, this is just a VTuber.
We want to see more of Waldo. We should get Waldo to
Yeah.
by-election. I'm not done
Yeah.
more clever enough to be political. There's no point in attempting to...
Wow. That.
Yeah, just completely fucking, like, 500%.
I feel like we need a remake of this now.
Yeah.
There is,
They predicted the future. They predicted this entire fucking industry in 2013.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
There is a VTuber who is not trying to be a legitimate political candidate, but has bought a political candidacy billboard of just, you know, satire that they are a horse VTuber, and the slogan is "A Mayor Who Can."
Yeah. It's like, was that Tomoe?
Tomoe, yes.
Yeah.
And that's adorable and hilarious. But yeah, there you go.
The whole VTuber billboard thing is really fascinating to me. Like, I love that. And it's like we're escaping into the real world, right?
And just people realized it is actually not that expensive to buy 15 seconds in Times Square. That there have been those who have spent a more significant amount. We were actually talking the other night. You mentioned the INA.
By the INA billboard was a big one, right?
Yeah, and that because what they did was they bought 1 minute per hour for 24 hours.
I think it was like 5. I think it was 5 minutes per hour.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. It was a significant amount that it was on a reel for a full day with relative consistency, or at least more than once. That if you want to buy just a single 15-second spot, that's only going to cost you like a couple $100s. It's not that much.
This was I spoke to the person.
Big. But at the same time, from what I hear, space on Times Square billboards are not actually quite as expensive as people expected. Usually for that type of thing of 1 minute an hour for 24 hours is going to, from what I've heard on like major billboards, is about $5,000 a day, which all things considered,
it was about that much. I spoke to the person, so I was there. And this was my first time seeing like other VTuber fans in person, right? Like this was my first time I had like encountered somebody else who watched VTubers in the physical world, right? Like I had gone to Japan. I was actually in Japan from December to January of 2019 to 2020, and I basically showed my roommate at the time, you know, oh, hey, this is Kazuna Eye. Look at this. This is called a VTuber. Like, you know, isn't this really interesting? Like, this person does a mocap, blah, blah, blah. Right? Because I saw this Kazuna Eye billboard. I was like, and then, you know, and then my roommate was like, yeah, sure, whatever. Like, by the way, that roommate is now like just an absolutely like enormous like Calliope Mori fan. Like, just like. I have converted.
It was on a delay.
I got him.
It was on a delay.
I got him.
But you got him.
I got him. And I was like, hey.
I've done that to multiple of my friends and just.
I VTuberized. I VTuberized Ren.
Good job.
It was me. Yeah, I was like.
You did a public service that day.
You should try this VTubing thing. Yeah, you could be a VTuber too. You know, it's like. And, yeah, so I actually VTuberized, like, both my current and former roommates. Except my former roommate is not a VTuber, but is a sort of, like, hyper fan, yeah. Who I've been encouraged to actually be a VTuber, but, like, you know, has not actually gotten a model or anything, just, like...
Yet.
You know. Yes, yet. But yeah, I... Basically, like, first time ever meeting anybody... in the VTubing fandom, right, ever, right? So, like, really interesting experience, like, and it was, like, a little, like, kind of tiny Hololive con, just, like, at the base of this billboard.
Yeah.
Like,
and that's just so cool that I saw videos of folks gathering for it, you know, everyone with their phones pointed up with the billboard and stuff, and that's just super cool that people were able to, you know, get together for that and do something like that, because it takes a lot of coordination to put something together, that it wasn't just, oh, we're going to put up a video, that it was a whole collection of art, that they actually had to source the art, put everything together, get it in the format that was required for whatever billboard, and, you know, get all the paperwork submitted. There's no small amount of coordination that was involved.
Yeah, and this was also, you know, this was also still relatively deep in the pandemic, right? So nothing had come back in terms of, like, any sort of, like, conventions or events or anything, right? Like, this was, like, May 2021.
Yeah, but the fact that since it's an outdoor billboard, that people are a bit more comfortable, you know, okay, we're going to go out, you know, stand in the street for a little bit. It's potentially going to be cold. I don't remember what month Hina's birthday is in, but that it's a more practical and safe gathering venue at that point of outside in Times Square.
Yeah, it's May. It looks like it was May 20. May 20th.
So it's actually oh, that's actually a pretty nice time of year for New York.
Yeah, New York City, like it wasn't like warm, but it wasn't like incredibly like chilly either.
Honestly,
so it
that's probably one of the best months for New York City, because it's going to be really, really cold from basically November through February. You get March, April, May, I feel, are sort of the prime months there. And then June, July, August is going to be hot, sweaty, stinky.
Yeah.
And then September, October, first half of November is going to be pretty good again. But New York City hits both extremes of hot and cold. So the fact that it was actually May was probably very nice.
Can I say November is probably one of the best months to go to Japan?
What makes it good? What makes it particularly good there?
Like, the weather in the entirety of the country is like great, right? Like it's amazing weather, right? It's like it's also pretty quiet, right? Like, you're not fighting for like with a lot of like other tourists. Like, you're not really doing like, it's not the prices to like actually go are like quite cheap. And like you can go the entire country and like everything is like very like hospitable and like very nice and warm for like it's warm, but it's not like Japan has brutal summers.
Yeah.
But like you go in November, like you're not fighting with that much. Like, you're not like running up against any of the major holidays, right? You're not, you know, just the country is just there and functioning and like good weather and, you know, great food and like good times, and it's wonderful. I think like February is also like a pretty good time to go. Yeah. Like, it is colder.
I remember my family only ever went to Disney like twice when I was young, but both times we deliberately aimed near Valentine's Day because it was early enough in the year that, you know, it wasn't the dead of winter, it wasn't up against the holidays, but it wasn't hot, it wasn't, you know, spring break, beach season in Florida. So it was cold-ish, and it was still in the middle of school that our parents took us out for, 1 week basically for the thing, because most people were still in school, so it meant that there were less kids there as well. Lines were shorter, and it was just altogether cheaper and easier vacation to take at that time of year compared to most other times of the year. But I'm curious. I'm planning to go to Japan for the first time, hopefully late this year, and I've been eyeing around Christmas because my family does not actually celebrate Christmas, so that means while everybody else has all these familial commitments, like growing up, I never felt like I was missing out on anything. The only thing I ever was a bit sad was that we didn't get Christmas lights on the house, because I thought Christmas lights are cool and look neat. But now that I'm older, I love that we don't celebrate Christmas. It's amazing. I get all the cool stuff of the season of just, like seeing the displays, enjoying the music, because I do enjoy Christmas music. But there's no familial obligations. There's no stress. It's just nice. And that while everyone else is celebrating Christmas, I'm just relaxing. And that I wonder, is Christmas a really good time to travel to Japan? Because sure, while I'm guessing if you were going to that most families are busy, but is it
in Japan
not as much of a touristy time because most folks are with their families?
So Christmas is not celebrated the same way that it is in the West, right? Christmas is mostly
it's a romantic holiday in Japan mostly.
Yeah, it's not a you go to see your families, but New Year's is, right? So New Year's kind of things really kind of shut down in a way that there's a lot of traditions and stuff. There's the New Year's parade, that's a big thing, right? So it's it depends whether how long it's going to go. If it goes over New Year's, that's the other thing. So it's pricier, I think, to travel to Japan during that particular period. But I think if you go, I've spent I think 2 or 3 New Year's now in Japan. And I've also spent a few Christmases in Japan. And by the way, KFC is
I know about the KFC
worse in Japan, worse in Japan than it is in the States, which is impressive. I have really enjoyed it because a lot of places, they go all out on the displays, right? But it's still, but everything still is operating, there's still business open, they don't shut everything down. They don't make it kind of hard to you don't have to deal with a whole bunch of weird hours of things until New Year's. And so if you go over Christmas, right, you get all of the sort of amazing kind of lights and everything, and all of the kind of and usually it's bigger commercial shows. So the things that one of the most impressive places to go during, everywhere, every sort of big outdoor mall and indoor mall, and kind of they go completely bonkers on their Christmas displays. But one of the most impressive things is the light show that they put on the giant staircase at Kyoto Station, which I think I did talk about the other day with you. And it's absolutely spectacular. It's gorgeous. It is an amazing place to go during Christmas, I think. Because
I get off of work for basically the span from Christmas to New Year's. So my plan is I want to go for at least 2 weeks, and that one of the weeks will be that week. That way I'm not taking 2 weeks off of work. I only have to take 1 week off of work, maybe a week and a half or something, but that I can staple a big vacation onto it without using that same number of days of vacation,
I have done that week. I've done that couple of weeks in Japan. Hi, Terry. I've done those couple of weeks in Japan multiple times, and it has been excellent. That has actually been, those have been great trips.
Given the choice, would you do the week before and the week of Christmas, or would you do the week of and the week after Christmas? That is, because you mentioned New Year's is the bigger one, and I guess is New Year's, is it worth the hecticness there?
I think it's not. It's worth experiencing New Year's. I think if you're leaving basically right after New Year's, I think that's actually perfectly fine, right? It's the week after New Year's, I think that things get a little bit weirdly slow and that kind of thing. But But
so
like
if
New
anything,
Year's itself,
maybe to go actually the week of New Year's, or sorry, the week
and
of
Christmas,
Christmas and
Christmas
New Year's.
and the week and New Year's,
It sounds like
just
the
you got
31st
you
and
got to
1st
experience
aside
New
that
Year's, yeah. Like New Year's is a very special time of year in Japan, right? And like I've done all of the things that I've chosen to do on New Year's Day in Japan have been memorable, right? Like the very first time I was there, I celebrated New Year's by going to this like, temple in the mountains, basically.
Yeah, I feel like
and
I would
getting
have to
into
do
this, like,
sort of the obligatory shrine visit.
Yeah. Well, you know what the funny thing about like doing the temple and the like, so they had this whole event, right? Like, where you basically, I was there. There were a whole bunch of like drunk, salaryman kind of like types, like 20 somethings and 30, like just like, and they had this like kind of competition where me and my friend I was visiting, who was like in the JET program, and all these like pretty tipsy like salarymen, like we were eating like the 1,000-year soba, which is like a soba noodle, is really super long, before, and then they had this thing where at the crack of midnight they opened like the doors to the sort of like outer courtyard of the temple, and then so we raced across like the kind of like outer courtyard and into the inner courtyard, and like the first person, it was a race, right? Because then the sort of like temple attendant, like I don't know whether I don't think it's actually called a miko because it's like more of a Buddhist temple than a Shinto one, but like the woman like who was the temple attendant basically gave out like these little prizes, which are like these charms to like the first 3 people to reach the inner sanctum. So we're just like sprinting across this like this temple to reach like the inner sanctum with the giant ass golden Buddha in it, and like with the snow, like it was really like everything was covered in snow. It was snowing, like we were running across the snow, and then like we ran in and we got, it was like it was dark, but there were like lights like everywhere, and then we we just like make it inside, and then like there's this like line it was this kind of crazy, like, it felt like being in a freaking movie. Like, it was insane.
I can imagine the running mob of just, okay, remember also going to try not get trampled here.
Yeah. Except, like, almost all of them were in Japanese, and it's like, and then there's the 2 of us who are, like, not, visibly not, like, nearly as Japanese, like, and then we're kind of, like...
Okay, I think you've sold me. Kari. I think I'm going to have to... Basically, the thing that I need to do and get off my butt about is my passport expired, so I need to actually go because it's just been a minute. That I travel a lot. A lot across the U.S. I just don't have cause to go outside the country much. So I need to actually
I noticed, like, this is my first time in a long time that I have, I guess, voluntarily not actually left the U.S. this past year, right? And so, like, people will know who, like, watch me for more than 2 seconds. I'm not an American citizen. But I recently became like eligible to apply finally, because I've hit my like 5-year mark of like having a green card.
Ta-da.
And so a stream that I'd like to do in the near future,
studying,
is actually no, not study for the citizenship test, because like honestly the citizenship test is super fucking easy. Like if you just like kind of pick up very basic facts about like it's like there's like 3 things that you need to like memorize, which is like the number of amendments to the Constitution, and like who your particular representative happens to be, but it's like, it's so easy. No, the thing I want to do is actually like apply for naturalization, like fill out the form on stream and not show the answers because I want
censor out the actual fields, but
not actually censor out the field, but just like I'll follow along with like a blank copy of the form, because like there's so much like identifying information that you would fill out that like I wouldn't want to trust the censorship, but like basically walk through and be like, okay, well, this is this
like,
question.
Okay, I'm filling out the name field, now I'm filling out this field, this, that, the
and
other,
now I'm filling out the are you a communist, or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? It's like, do you have military, paramilitary, or weapons training? Like, because there are a lot of really interesting questions on that form.
Yeah.
And I think that's like
I'm very curious how many people
like,
submit the form having checked yes.
I checked yes.
Questions.
I checked yes to the military paramilitary weapons training on my green card thing. And you know why? Because I was part of my university Naginata club.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Like,
yeah. So technically, it's weapons trade. Yeah.
And I hope I hope they have like a field of please explain if yes.
Yes. Yes,
that
they
way
do.
It's not just like
And my company lawyers went over my statement of like describing what the because it is not in fact like against the rules to have been a member previously of even a foreign military, right? Like you just if you were a member of some foreign military and you left and now you're, naturalizing as an American, like that's allowed. Like there's no rule against it. They just want to know so that they can like check against like, I guess the militant groups that they don't like and then like deny you in that case. But like it is not actually a problem to have, been a member of your university's Naginata club. They just want you to be honest about it. And so.
But I never thought about how that could be, sort of a corner case of where you have to do, you do have weapons training.
Yeah, no, I have weapons training because I can swing a practice polearm. And actually on my 3D model, I don't think you saw it, and most of the time it wouldn't have been visible, but I actually have the Naginata like shin guards on my legs. Yeah. I cannot show it off like here as I am now.
Well, we're in VTube Studio, which
we're in VTube Studio. It's a completely different program, and we're using the VTube Studio thing to do the bit of the But
how did you end up getting into the Naginata club? Was it just, weapons seem cool? Let's try, or
no? It was just clubs day, and I was like, well, I'm kind of a weeb, and like I was just wandering around, and then like I was like, because the thing is, I feel like I'm a little bit of a hipster, like when it comes to my choices for like activities. It's like I don't want to do the obvious thing. I don't want to be like the kind of like just, I don't want to be what like most of the people are doing, right? So it's like why I chose trombone, because like nobody in band, because like nobody else was like doing trombone. I was like,
because
hey,
we discussed that the other night that we
both of us are trombonists.
But I didn't tell you how I became a trombonist.
I was like, I get to be a bass clef. Everybody else is a treble clef because there's it was only clarinet. Like in my elementary school when we actually chose it, and then like in high school there are a lot more like instruments in band, but like we had only the choice of like trumpet, trombone, clarinet, and flute, and basically nobody other than me like chose trombone. So I was like the one bass clef person. It was like, all right, I have this big instrument. Like it has a different mode of operation. It doesn't have like valves or buttons like all of your other instruments.
You get to slide.
I got to slide, and then so I think it was very similar with like curling and with Naginata, right? It's like, well, I could play hockey. Hockey is like the kind of obvious choice if I wanted to be.
Everyone does hockey.
An extremely like, stereotypical Canadian, or I could, do the sports that like my friend, I could be like, oh, I could do volleyball or soccer or, like the basketball. Yeah, there's like the standard sports or curling. And so that's the thing, or it's like I basically, like, I saw fencing. I was like, yeah, fencing seems really cool. And I saw kendo, and it's like, oh, yeah, kendo seems very cool. And then I see Naginata, and it's like...
too mainstream, and we get the one that's just offbeat enough.
Yeah, and it's like, I've never heard of this before. And it's like, it has all the properties that I like. It's like, it's like, I'm not a sword user. Like, anybody can study the sword, right? Like, But while you were studying the sword, I was studying the polearm.
Yeah. Which actually, technically in a fight, would put you at a significant advantage.
Yes, because of range,
yes.
That is the thing, you can hold off and they did actually have these. It was called Ishujiai. Like, the together, like Shiai is like match and like Ishu, like, is like together. It's like they would have matches between like Kendoka and Naginataka. And what's fun is that the shin guards, right? The like the leg target basically, like the Kendoka wears it. So like if you're going up against an Naginata, like the armor that you wear is actually like reversed, right? When you have like one versus the other.
Yeah.
Because like the Kendo people do not have the reach to like cut up somebody's shins. But the Naginata people, that's actually like 90% of your scored points in a Naginata match is like attacks on the shins. because it's like this 2-meter long,
Yeah, and that
blade on a stick.
You don't need to kill your enemy if you can incapacitate them or make it so they can't move.
Yeah, I mean, like if you slice off a limb, like
yeah, if you slice off a limb, then there you go. You can
you're
finish
done.
the rest off procedurally past that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you sweep the leg, and the funny thing is that like I actually ended up doing a bunch of like I learned all these cool moves about like how to use the naginata, to swing it around and kind of like spin it above your head and like kind of like hit various different like parts of the body with it. And so like I started idly doing that while I was curling with my broom.
Oh. What is the broom if not another pole arm?
Yeah, exactly. So I started doing these kind of like, spinny things where I would like spin it above my head and just like bring it down upon my enemies and like, but yeah, it's like, I was being one of those.
Like, that feels like some anime plot of, in a sports anime that they joined from the Naginata Club, and somehow the fact that they were so adept at using polearm meant that they were particularly fast or agile at using the broom.
Oh boy!
And that somehow it gave them like the competitive advantage.
I have a story for you. So curling is like an Olympic sport.
Yeah.
Right. And back in the day, right, like, Japan's women's curling team like ended up doing extremely well. Like I think they ended up getting like a bronze medal or something like that. But like people were very, very, very invested in their kind of story. Like they were, the Aomori curling club team, and I think like Aomori is like the snowiest city in the world, by the way. Gorgeous place to visit during like during like actual snow season, which is unfortunately a little bit after like the Christmas like New Year's thing. Like, but like if you get a chance to go to Aomori, it is an absolutely like gorgeous place if you like snow. Like some of the best skiing. So these like this women's curling team, which they called the Curling Musume, like got popular enough that a couple of people ended up making curling manga in Japan. And so I ordered one of these curling manga from like Amazon.co.jp, and like I didn't speak Japanese, like really. I was studying it. I'd been studying it kind of on and off like a bit. So I figured like, oh yeah, well this will be a good way to like learn Japanese, and I get to like, look at curling and like, it's I figure I'll understand it a bit. And so there's 4 volumes of this thing, right? And I ordered them from Japan. They arrive at my, doorstop, and then I like eagerly take them to the curling club to kind of show, and like curling, like it's like, I think it's typical demographic is like, there's a lot of like kind of, kind of 30, 40 something, like, working class, like moms, like 40, 50. Actually, like curling kind of skews a little bit older, right? Like, so like I would take it to like the women's league I was in, right? And I was like, 19 or whatever, or 18 even, I think. Yeah, I was like young, and then there were like kind of these like middle-aged, like, Canadian, salt of the earth women doing curling. And I took this like curling manga in, and it was only after I'd kind of gotten there and I like cracked it open, I was like kind of trying to show it off, that I was like, oh no, there's a lot of fan service in this curling manga.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
They have transformation sequences where they start curling in leopard print bikinis and like,
Oh. Like,
they like,
but also transformation sequences?
Yeah, there's like transformation sequences in the curling manga where they change into and then they like curl like nearly, and to be fair, curling has enough of a sense of humor about this that there are also like, there are YouTube videos that people were releasing where they're like doing like bikini curling and whatever. So this manga author was not the first person to think of the idea of combining sexy and curling, right? So it's like, but still,
you bring it to these the middle-aged salt of the earth, nice ladies on the curling team. They are not necessarily expecting to see that.
Yeah, and it's like I bring them this manga. It's like, oh my god, Japan, they made a manga about our sport. Like, look at this, and it's like, and then like it's like,
anyways.
No, it's like, Imagine if they like make Nikkei, but for I mean, it was not nearly this bad. It was just it's fairly in retrospect. It was like pretty tame fan service, but like
but still when
it
even minimal fan service when either not expected or when you are showing it to someone who isn't when you're showing it to someone who isn't into anime and manga is gonna be a bit awkward.
Yeah, it's like, oh man, I'm like. See, this is what I sometimes think.
But I'm kind of curious
like,
now. I kind of want to look it up just to see what this girl, because I'm much
It's called
more,
Orange Delivery.
Orange Delivery.
Yeah.
Because I'm more curious. I want to figure out what
I think there are scanlation.
About.
Yeah, I think there are scanlations of it. I think the transformation sequences show up in Volume 4. So if you look it up, I think you can find them. But like, yeah, no, it's very funny to be like, oh shit, there's.
So, yeah, actually, rewinding like 5 conversations, you were telling me the positions that you played, and I was saying that I didn't know the terms.
Yeah,
see, this is exactly what happened the other night, chat.
Yeah,
we
just
went
tangent. It's like unwind, get back to the beginning.
Get used to this.
No, I think that people like So there's 4 positions on the curling team, right? And the positions are basically the throw order, right? So there's 8 stones for each team, and each player throws 2 stones. If you're playing one person down, you can still play. And then what happens is that like the first person throws the first 3 stones, and the second person throws the second 3 stones, and then like the third person throws the final 2. But like just in a 4-person team, you got 1 person on each of 2 stones for their team. And so you got lead, second, third, and fourth, right? And there's also 2 roles, right? And so 1 person for any given shot, somebody has to be over the other side of the ice, like basically calling a position, like putting their broom down on the ice to like give you a place to aim at, and then like indicating a curling direction, right? Because that causes the thing to curve, and like, you either want to curl left or curl right. And then that person also gauges the speed at which it's thrown and tries to make sure that like, basically gives instructions to the people sweeping in order to determine where the rock lands. And so basically, for every rock thrown, if you're playing with 4 players, there's 1 person throwing, 1 person calling the shot, and 2 people sweeping. And like, so basically whoever's not calling the shot sweeps. Now, there's also 2 positions that are kind of roles, right? So there's the skip and the vice skip. And basically, the way that the skip works is that the skip is the person like calling that position. They basically determine strategy for the team, except the skip also is on the team and has to throw, right? And so when they're throwing, the vice skip calls their shot, right? And they confer with each other. They like discuss. It's like, okay, well, this is the kind of shot I wanted to throw. So the skip is like in charge of they're basically the captain. Like they determine strategy for the thing. And very, very usually the vice skip, which is referred to as the vice, throws third, and the skip throws last, because like the last 2 shots are kind of the most important of the entire game, like, because you set up, it's like you play your opening in chess, right? And then the actual like kind of end game where you actually try to checkmate them, like, is the most important thing, because like the final position of the rocks after everybody's thrown their stones is the only thing that matters.
Yeah.
And it's like you get as many points as you have like a closer rock than your opponent's closest. So like if you can make that like kind of very, very precise final shot that you go right into the center, like that's important. And so I was like, so I started out playing vice skip and also third, and then I ended up playing and so for a lot of the time I was skip. So but I would play either vice or skip.
Now, this brought up a interesting question for me, which I've just looked up, because as you were explaining this and saying skip, I was like, okay, well, The Rock does not skip. So obviously
no,
there's
The Rock
no reason
does
for
not
that.
skip at all.
So
yeah.
my
the
mind
person
went
is
to
the skip.
Yeah, the person is the skip, but it's like that's a very interesting term. But then I also remembered that in baseball, another phrase, sort of the casual term for a baseball manager, is a skipper.
Yeah.
And that made me think, okay.
I think it's short for skipper.
Yeah.
But I don't know the etymology of it.
But that's what hit me. And it was just like, okay, we now have two sports using the word skip for somebody who is effectively the coordinator, because the baseball manager isn't a player. They're the ones who are calling the shots of, pitchers and other things, that they're the strategizer, exactly what the skip in curling is doing. So I looked it up, and it turns out that the term skipper originated from the Dutch word schipper, S-C-H-I-P-P-E-R, literally meaning shipper, which usually means a person who commands a boat or a ship. So that is why you have those terms being adopted in sports. That is literally someone who is directing,
who is captaining the ship.
Captaining, exactly. Yeah.
As opposed to a shipper in like the other sense.
Yeah. Well, that happens too in these circles of anime fans and whatnot, but that's a completely separate matter.
I mean, if you ship the curling manga protagonists like with each other,
then you're a skipper.
You might be a skipper shipper. Yeah, a skipper shipper. Yeah. Why not both? Yeah, exactly.
Why not both?
Yeah, skipper shipper. Skipper shipper. Skipper shipper.
And you mentioned that Japan saw this, perhaps it was a small surge in curling manga, but it was still a noted uptick. And that you actually saw that recently for soccer, because the Japanese soccer team was doing very well. And then it sort of actually came full circle, because soccer team is doing well, so more soccer manga comes out. Soccer manga gets super popular, and now Japanese soccer team is using the uniforms from the manga that was inspired, because they were doing very well in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. So like it's just all this kind of stuff feeds in on each other, and I think like this is the thing, right? It's like I don't like your own particular fandom or culture is never as insular as you think it is, right?
No.
Like everything kind of like connects through to everybody else. There's like more people out there in the world than you know, and like somebody will have done it, right? Like, like I was going over this, like I was on Arthur's stream this morning, and I was like sharing. It was like there's a new Hololive interview of a Hollywood.
Yes, that they interviewed some folks from Madam Web.
They interviewed Dakota Johnson, from Madam Web, and they tried to do the interview in English this time. It's right, and so this is like kind of a worlds colliding thing. But I think actually, my opinion is I don't think it was a good job to try to do the interview in English, not with somebody who isn't like a native English speaker, because what ends up happening is that like you try to do it in English, and then the English that is used is like you can ask much less interesting questions, I think, when you're trying to like formulate your
vocabulary.
Yeah. So like, when they're doing the interview like in Japanese translated to English, like the people in Japanese can do whatever like questions like are interesting, right? It's like, so I think Laplace, when they're interviewing like Robert Pattinson and the woman whose name I always forget her name, but like she was Selena Kyle in the Batman.
Yeah, it was for Batman, because they've done these interviews before.
Yeah, they've done 2 of them before, for Morbius and for...
Yeah, that was the thing of just, okay, 2 of these 3 were for not very successful...
I'm going to Morb!
It was like, at least they did for the Batman, which was a very, very good film, and then the other 2 which were not.
Yeah, and then... But Jared Leto, by the way, was having a lot of fun with that interview.
Oh, yes.
I think Dakota Johnson seemed deeply uncomfortable with Louis, but like, Jared Leto, even though I think he was pretty, actors know when they're in shit movies, right? Like, actors who have any self-awareness, like, are absolutely 100% know that when they're in shit movies.
And
like
when
Jared
you're
Leto,
sort of forced to do the press tour for your shit movie, you're probably being worn down really badly. Yeah.
But it like, at least Jared Leto like kind of comes to this thing where it's like, okay, well, this person who interviews you is a Fox anime character. You're in Japan, you're doing your Japan, press junket that's obligatory for your like weird movie. It's like for your shit movie that you have to do. And then you're like, oh man, this is an extremely Japan thing. And then, and so it's great. Like the way that he like kind of runs with it. He's like, she's like, okay, well, she's a fox. And so, like, he starts making all these jokes about, like, how her diet clearly probably consists of, I don't know, rats or mice or small rodents. And, like, that's
probably
rolling
the most
with it.
fun
Like,
he had all day.
yeah, that's running with the bit. Yeah, like, he has to do, like, 20 stupid, like, interviews with, like, random...
the same questions asked probably during half of them with folks who are probably half the time being critical because it's not a very good movie. But the thing is, then you get this whole person who's, one, anime, but also, two, just because of their brand and their character, that they're probably going to ask much more...
This is the most interviewing... This is the most interesting journalist who showed up all day. Like... I was like, and this is like some weird fox girl thing who's like,
who seems genuinely interested in my movie.
Yeah, and then you're just like, oh, well, I guess you sorry, I did the whole live thing where they like, and we were talking about like expressiveness and models before, right? It's like, I feel like the thing that like Hololive basically has to rely on for like emotional expression is just like to do that. Yeah,
I feel like it's sort of an overall VTuber thing, and that part of it is habit forming from the early days when range of motion simply wasn't as good, and so back in the day, swaying from side to side was your best way of showing emotion, and that if you, especially for the folks who have been in it longer, like Fubuki, that it's probably half muscle memory at this point.
Yeah.
That even though they have,
I mean, even for me, it's like
legitimately more range of motion now. That they probably still fall back on it. And to be fair, it does still work. It's not like it doesn't. But that's my guess as to why it is still around, and to the degree, perhaps more so than average with Hololive than with others.
Yeah, and I think like Hololive, like, I mean, very nice character designs in a very large amount of cases, but like, the mouth rigging and the ability to actually like make
varies.
Like it's pretty rough, right? It's like a lot of, especially those like earlier models, like you basically have two modes. Like without pushing a button, you have like smile and like smile mouth open, right? Like they're talking as ends up being like it's hard for me to do it, right? Like
because your
it's
mouth,
hard for me
because you can't trick the camera of having it not move.
I can't. Like I am actually like so expressive with my face. It's hard for me to sort of do a like sort of like very wooden rigging from like back then and like from the corporate world, right? It's
that's one of the other things that have just it's grown exponentially is mouth tracking, because that used to just be how tracking was done. That even VTube Studio and whatever proprietary program Hololive uses, that it simply was not as sophisticated, and that's on top of rigging not being as sophisticated. But now,
and art style also, right? Like they do the thin line anime moe mouth, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like it's much harder to get a lot of expression out of like something that is like has very little like in the way of outlines, very little in the way of like kind of like anatomy inside. Like I have teeth, I have a tongue, I have a mouth, I have like lips, I have like I mean I don't really have lips, but like I have like there's a lot. You
will. Where were we? Bad movies. Jared Leto. Fred, there was something else. Well, I'll find.
Morbius.
Morbius.
VTubers.
Well, fine. I'll wrap us back actually several places.
Yes.
We were talking about trombone and how you wound up in different clubs and different activities because you didn't want to take the beaten path.
Yes.
And while we discussed that we were both trombonists the other night, I didn't actually tell you the story of how I became a trombonist. And it's because it was the less beaten path, but not initially of how I thought of it or planned it.
Yes.
So in the school system where I grew up, that you could start taking an instrument in 4th grade. And that if you did that, you would be able, there was band class or orchestra class once a week. And I started playing violin in the 4th grade. And I wasn't super into it. I was sort of brute forcing it, and because a lot of my friends were in it, and I was having a good enough time, but my parents were smarter than me at that point in time and saw that just I was not having fun with the practicing, and it was also just a busier with other things. So after 6 months, they made me stop. And I initially was not super happy with them. I eventually got over it, but like I said, they were smarter than me at that point in time. And so we move on to middle school. And if you were in middle school, you had basically one period of the day that was for electives stuff. And it would either be band orchestra, chorus, or they had arts stuff. And that you would do a different thing every quarter. And there was like shop one quarter, studio art another quarter. And since I was not playing an instrument at this time, that's what I wound up in. And I hated it. It was awful because it was twofold. One, like the studio art teacher was just awful. Did not. She was very, very mean. And all of my friends were in band and orchestra, and it was a lot of the kids who were not as well behaved in the more general arts classes, because the ones that are a bit more disciplined are the ones that'll commit to practice schedules and whatnot do these things. So I just sort of wound up also with folks that were a bit more disruptive in general, and I was not having a good time. And meanwhile, the band teacher at my middle school was amazing, and just my friends were saying, "Oh yeah, she's so nice, she's so good at teaching. This is awesome." And
that also probably was another reason why the less disruptive people ended up in that one, because like they were, it was more prestigious, right?
So sixth grade is starting to wrap up, and it's like, I'm not doing another year of this art stuff. No way. I'm going to band. I'm out of here and going back. And I don't want to do violin again. Most of my friends are in band winds, so cool, I'll do that. And I go to the band teacher and I say I want to join the band, and I'm like, I was thinking of picking up trumpet. And she says, well, so we have the 3 band classes here, and it's the beginner, intermediate, and advanced, and that usually just sort of goes by grade. That there are a couple of 7th graders that audition up to the advanced band, but that's a relative exception. And that if there are folks who are particularly beginners, 7th graders sometimes are in the beginning band with mostly 6th graders. And we have a lot of trumpet players, and unless you are, absurdly good right off the bat, I would probably have to put you in the beginning band for your first year. That's just sort of how it would go. But
and then you'd be out of grade level, and that would be.
And then I'm with a bunch of 6th graders, but we don't have any trombones currently. We desperately need trombones. If you play trombone, so long as you are not truly abysmal, as long as you just take some lessons over the summer, and aren't awful, and that I will understand and I will be patient with you as a 7th grader, understanding that you haven't done this as long. But if I can see that you are putting in a good faith effort, I will let you into the 7th grade band as a trombonist.
Yes.
I said, well, I guess I'm playing trombone.
Yeah.
And wound up being the best thing ever, because the thing is that trickled up to high school too. And I wanted to be in the marching band, and the marching band at my high school was, for the first quarter of the year, just the advanced band was the marching band. And you had to audition for it. It was the advanced band in the school. It was the top band of the school. And it was a band that freshmen almost never get into.
Yeah.
They also
and you got in because you're a trombonist, and so they need you.
I was first chair trombone as a freshman.
Yeah.
There were only 2 trombones, and both were freshmen. But that's besides the point. I was still first chair trombone as a freshman in the most advanced band. I was one of 8 freshmen in that band, 2 of which were trombones. Yeah. And the director of the band is a trombonist. So, he like, I was convinced for the first
the director
couple
was
years
smart.
And honestly, I probably shouldn't have been in the advanced band as a freshman, because keep in mind, I'm only in my 3rd year of playing.
Yeah, you're still a beginner.
I'm still relatively new to this. And we hit some of the harder stuff once we got to not marching season, because marching music is going to generally be a bit less complex than concert music, just because, when you're marching, your attention is being split, and that marching music certainly can get more complex, but on the average, it's going to be, a half step easier, perhaps, than concert stuff. And when we got to the concert season, I realized how out of my depth I was. And fortunately, it was sort of trial by fire, that by the time my sophomore year rolled around, I had really locked things down. But there was a couple pieces during my freshman year where, like, I even went to the director and was like, I need some help on this. Like, I don't want to make the band look bad here. And he was like, no, you're fine. Unfortunately, that he was as good as the middle school director was. But, I wound up as a trombonist, not because of my own design necessarily, but the band director's designs of, we need more trombonists.
I feel like there's a lesson here, right? Like, that when you get into something that is, like, off the beaten path, like, there's, like, so many people will just, like, choose. Yeah, you get opportunities that you wouldn't have otherwise. And I think, like, that is basically a huge part of what's been going on with VTubing, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, that is the VTubing story, right? Like, the VTuber story is, like, people who, like, looked at, you know, streaming, content creation, all this stuff, and they looked at that, and they saw what was going on, and they picked trombone, right? Like,
yeah, and
because, like,
it's also sort of, semi first mover advantage, early to market, as it were.
Yeah, to some degree, but I think, like, people say, I've had these conversations. I was having a conversation about this last night, actually. And it's like, like, I think Ren thinks, like, oh yeah, VTubing is, like, kind of saturated now. And it sort of feels saturated, but I really don't think it's, like, saturated in the way that, like, things could be. It's...
I think I mentioned it to you the other night as well, of that saying VTubing is saturated is like saying that content creation is saturated.
Yeah.
And
I mean, content creation is so much more saturated as an average, right? Like,
Because let's sort of, what percentage of content creators are VTubers? Let's be generous and say it's 1%. It is not 1%.
Yeah, no,
but let's be generous and say 1%. That
tiny.
It's not there. That we are still anomalies.
Yeah,
and
VTubing, like, you can get a dedicated audience, like through VTubing and through, like, kind of connecting with this culture and through, and I think, like, the VTubing culture, like, the sort of people who, like, watch, I think it still has a very long way to go, right? Like, there is a lot of potential that has not been tapped there, right? Like, I think, like, there's so, like, there's all sorts of incredibly cool VTubers out there. Like, I'm like really passionate about the medium of VTubing, right? Like, I think this is, like, the kind of biggest thing. It's like I'm a weird, like, VTubing nerd in a way that, like, I think a lot of people, like, come into this, like, having watched a bajillion VTubers, but I'm like, I want to know where this can all go, right? Like, it's the beginning of VTubing. Yeah, like, we are very few years. Yeah,
this is the Wild West. That even though it feels like VTubing has been around for forever, and that we've seen so much progress, that in 5-10 years, that when people look back and say, quote unquote, the early days of VTubing, 2024 will still be considered the early days of VTubing.
Like, when I became a Wikipedia administrator, like, nowadays you'd be like, 2004 was the early days of Wikipedia, right? Like,
exactly. That's a great analogy.
Yeah, and like, this is like, this is the time, and it's gonna go so, like, there's so many, like, places where people haven't gone with this that they could go. There are all sorts of, like, amazing creators out there, right? Like, I don't know, like, one person, like, there's L::Q, right? Like, who, basically, so L: has a stream, which, the Discord chat is, like, also just a single IRC channel, and they kind of, like, play into each other. And L: is, like, entirely in ASCII using custom rendering software, and, has a VTuber model, but the VTuber model runs basically in Linux. You can actually telnet into the stream, so you can use this, like, old, like, networking, like, software that, like, comes from the text era, from the 80s, right? Like, and you can you can basically just log into that stream that way using a protocol that is older than the web, right?
That you're not even in our IRC at that point. You are going farther back.
Yeah, you are in the Gibson. Like, you are hacking the Gibson. And, and then there's also this, like, there's this VTuber who, dropped this, publicized, basically, this, like, large, there's large cybersecurity leak, this, that, like, achieved, like, pretty substantial prominence in, like, the in the cybersec community, right? Like, and that was dropped, basically, that was, like, put out by somebody who's a VTuber, right? There's the woman who who coded the a graphics driver, an open source graphics driver, basically re-engineered, you know, the new Apple, like, chips, right? The new Apple CPUs.
I heard something vaguely about them that I'll admit I don't pay too much attention to the tech space. But I know, you know,
and
they announced new chips.
I'm only reaching into the tech space here because, like, this is where I'm, like, most familiar with, like, a lot of the crazy stuff going on. But, like, there's this...
honestly, I want to know more about it because I know that there are folks doing this that are not in my usual field of vision, so to speak.
Yeah.
And I want to get more visibility into that because even though I'm not educated in that sense, that I still find it super fascinating. And I know there's a lot of folks doing stuff in VTubing because, you know, sort of naturally, that somebody who's going to be technically inclined is going to probably look at VTubing and say,
because
that's
it's
cool.
the newest
that's
of new
cool
media.
techie stuff. And that meanwhile, they already have all this tech information on all these other topics.
Yeah, I mean, one of the, so Asahi Lina is, like, part of this VTubing group called, you know, null pointer : lie. Like, so it's a programming reference, right? Like, so Lina, basically took this new Apple, like, chip, right? And wrote an open source, like, graphics driver for it. So you can actually, like, play Steam games now on the new Apple, like, hardware, right? It's like, you can, you know, you can render all the stuff with, like, the graphics libraries available, like, outside of the Apple ecosystem on, like, these, you know, pieces of Apple hardware, which is, like, a staggeringly, like, impressive task. Like, this is, like, one of the sort of most impressive things that, like, you can basically do as a programmer.
Yeah, well, because also, like, if I'm understanding this correctly, that they may have, you know, there's a number of games that are on Steam that, you know, you can't play on Mac OS.
Yeah.
And if I am understanding you correctly, they may have sort of unlocked the secret to getting some of these games that are on Windows onto Mac.
Yeah, well, onto the Mac, the physical Macs, right? Like, for the ones that are running the new Apple chip, right?
Yeah.
Like literally, like, the set of machine instructions that were on that chip were not, like, they're just a completely new set of instructions that, like, you know, Apple provides their sort of hooks into, like, you know, using the graphics hardware. Right? It's very, very, very powerful. Like, the actual chip is very powerful, which is, like, why you would kind of want to do, like, other things on it. But, like, until recently, like, there was not really a way to sort of, like, drive some of the advanced, like, graphics functionality of the stuff, like, on, you know, alternatives to Mac OS. And, but now you can, like, do a lot of stuff on that chip that you weren't able to do before because, and, like, so much of the development work is actually just live streamed, right? Like, was VTubed, right?
Yeah.
So Asahi Lina has a whole, like, YouTube channel, like, streams on YouTube, and just VTubed, you know, writing this, like, graphics driver, testing this graphics driver, like, creating it, and, like, you know, also plays Minecraft, I guess, and some other video game, you know, it's still VTuber, right? Like, you know, you still want to, you know, play your, you know, the typical VTuber things, but also, like, you know, writing one of the most, like, kind of technically complex and, like, challenging pieces of software that you can, like, possibly write on the side, you know. It's like, or
I'm waiting for facecam streamers to realize that you can have a VTuber model and not use it every day.
Yeah.
That I think that in 5 years' time, a VTuber model is going to be considered a staple of the content creator tool belt. That, okay, you want to get into content creation? Make your social media accounts. Make sure that you have Photoshop. Make sure you have your stock VTuber model. That it doesn't need to be something super fancy, but as soon as they realize, because I think that there's a lot of folks, both inside and outside of VTubing, frankly, and it's getting better inside of VTubing. There's a lot more VTubers now who are getting more comfortable with facecam streaming in the sense that, you know, obviously, if somebody doesn't want to facecam stream, more power to them. That's great. That's part of what VTubing is that is amazing. But I have often felt that there are some people who have always been open to face cam streaming that felt like they couldn't. And I think that sort of stigma, so to speak, is starting to go away, and that people are realizing, if I want to face cam stream and as a VTuber, I can do that. I am allowed to do that. And it is
permitted.
And I think on the other end, I do not think that a lot of face cam streamers have it through their heads that they can be a VTuber once a week if they feel like it. If you don't want to, put on makeup that day, or if you have a bit that you want to ignore the laws of physics for. There's so many folks that I feel like do funny stuff that could do hilarious stuff with VTubers. It doesn't need to be the core of their content, but that, put this tool in their hands and let them go, and I don't think that they realize that they are allowed to.
Where I would like to go with this in the next year is to try to really blur the lines between like reality and like, because there's hand cam streams.
Yeah.
But did you know it's also possible? There was a VTuber who actually like streamed from a kayak, right? Like,
I'm not like shocked to hear that, because
with
there's plenty that have done...
face tracking. With face tracking. Yeah. And so it was, the way that it worked, right, was that there is a GoPro, which can like send a signal to OBS on its own. There is a computer streaming at home. There is one phone that was being used for face tracking, which was on a VPN with the home network. So like basically just VTube Studio saw it as a local like phone on the Wi-Fi, but it was just in a VPN with a network. And then there's another like cheap phone like kind of just used to see chat, right? And so it was a full stream. It was a full like kind of like face track stream, like with some amount of latency, but it basically worked, right? Like with just VTubing from the middle of a lake. I mean, even as like a smaller version of this, I once did a stream from a random beach in Hawaii when I was like going to see a Demon Days concert.
Ooh.
I sort of took and this was much easier because this was back in the PNG days. So it was like I was literally just I was in a Discord call with myself, and I was like controlling my computer back home, like halfway across the world with a Chrome remote desktop. And I was just like logging into it on an iPad that was in my lap, and I was like, screen sharing my video over Discord on my phone, and like, of course, like the PNG would react because it was Fuji tech, right? And it's like, so it was like technologically, like it was nothing, but it was like still like, what I would like to do is like come up with a rig where I can get like facial tracking while just like wandering around in the woods, and like, I want to do all this kind of stuff. I want to blur the lines between like reality and VTubing, and kind of just like, I think there's a lot of like potential there. Like, I honestly, like, if I kind of want to be like the first like VTubing like travel vlogging channel. I'm not like wedded to this idea, but I want to do this. Like I kind of want to do this.
There's plenty of channels where there is a VTuber who has occasionally gone on vacation and VTubed a bit of it.
Yes.
Like Onigiri has gotten into, I would say, a more significant than average level of IRL streaming. And to be fair, her stuff almost, technically even
from the beginning, actually, she was a pioneer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she was a pioneer. Like it doesn't have to be like just incredibly technologically like insane stuff either. Like, just the power of having a camera that ends at a certain place in a morph suit, right? Like that those are the sorts of innovations that we're making in this space. And that's why like VTubing is not saturated yet in that kind of way, right? Like the kinds of things that like are impressive in VTubing are actually just like, there are still so many low-hanging fruit, right?
Yeah, I remember when I was watching Onigiri with her, I think 3 or 4 iterations back model, and she was streaming to like 200 people, and still back in that day, just 200 people VTubing, like you were still pretty big. You were really
you're enormous. Like 200 is enormous.
That's huge. But just seeing her scale over the past 2 years has been so exciting because it's the type of thing that you worry about. Okay, what she's doing is undoubtedly niche, but the thing is just she's so good with her personality and just so good about like keeping things fun and interesting that she has done so well, and I'm so happy for her. It's awesome.
I get so excited when creative people succeed because creativity is not always creativity is not necessarily a recipe for success.
Correct.
Right? It's just something we like. There are so many incredibly creative people, and I've like seen people like very recently. I was like going through some comment sections on like some YouTube video, and I saw a VTuber who is like one of the most creative people I have seen in the VTubing space, but with her actual VTubing, she never got anywhere with it. Right? She kind of like streamed, never picked up an audience. I think
there's some folks out there that do the most amazing things, and it's like they're underground, and it's usually not due to any fault of their own. That at the most quote unquote fault is okay. Maybe they aren't super good with like search engine optimization and such, or maybe they
or networking
or
social media,
or social networking, or social media playing the algorithm and such. But they're doing cool stuff, and that they don't get the traction that they deserve.
Like I was mesmerized by her. Like I let me take a look and let me see if I can like do some like look up to see like is it blah, 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 blah. She rebranded. I'm trying to see. Yeah. So do you mind if I shout out this this
please,
person? I mean, she's not streamed in
send the link to me
since
though,
April 2022.
Squash a link, but I'll post the link.
Yeah. Well, it's Pepperoni VT. Hold on. Twitch.
Just PEPPERONI VT.
VT. Yep. And so like the last time she streamed was in like April 2022, but she had a redeem on her channel, where, and she has never had a stream I think above 10 viewers, and I think most of the time like her streams were like around like 3-4 like mark, right? And she had a redeem on her channel back in like 2021, in early 2021, where she would go in and like you could ask her to cosplay with her model anything, right? Like, and what she would do is she would go in, she would edit her own like texture atlas for her model, and like basically paste her, like move her face around so that her face would be overlaid onto like whatever sort of asset. She would like kind of like go on the fly and create like a a copy of her VTuber model with like a face sort of like, or a various different like body parts just kind of like overlaid onto some little bits of like so she would like cosplay as like Thomas the Tank Engine, and it would just be the her face on the Thomas like thing, but like it was blurred in a way, like it was like very like, and she would do this like live on stream in response to like a redeem, right? Like there's this thing where she was like watching like videos where people were like kind of like cooking rocks, and it was like cosplay is the rocks, and then like she just pulled it off in a way that was like actually really, really interesting, and like doing this at a time when like basically nobody was doing this with like the actual like using the VTuber to be like just insert yourself into the world, and like suddenly you are the rocks being like lit on fire, and like it was the most like creative shit that I saw, like, period. And it's like I was so I wish that she had like gotten like more recognition while she was actually VTubing. And no, like, so this is the thing, like I was going through YouTube comments, and I saw that she like posted a comment, I think maybe on a video that wasn't related to VTubing. It might have even been that that blue LED video that like got posted. It was some video, and I scrolled down, and I think it was not even a VTubing video. I scrolled down, and I see her posting a YouTube comment like 2 days ago as Pepperoni VT.
Because I'm looking at her Twitter right now, and she has not posted since April of last year.
Yes. Yeah, and so I saw her posting like a thing from 2 days ago, basically, on a YouTube comment, and I'm like, oh, I'm so relieved that she like kind of is still like, you know, still uses this account and still exists, because like, you know, what she was doing was so like was so exciting back then. I'm like, I feel bad. Like, you know, for every like onigiri, there are people we've like lost who are just like brilliant creative minds, and like and just like seeing people actually get rewarded for their creativity is like one of the best feelings, because like, you know there's like so many people for whom it ends up being rough, you know?
Yeah, that just content creation is very saturated. There's a lot of people doing this, and that it can be very, very, very difficult to find an audience, even if you are doing some of the most unique stuff out there. Yeah. So,
and sometimes unique stuff, like, there's like such a fine line, right? Because like if you're too unique, right, you can be too unique that like just
then it's too niche, and that there's not enough people that are going to be interested in the thing that you're doing.
Yeah, and then like the only person who like ends up, you know, being interested is this like, you know, mantis shrimp who like swims over to your channel and it's like, oh man, this stuff is so cool. Oh man, oh shit, oh man, fascinating. Oh wow, you know, and then. But then that's not necessarily like the one sort of like weird, like, you know, hyper fixated like VTubing, like, you know, cinephile but for VTubing nerd, right? Like who manages to like swing by your channel and then like kind of like sticks and like staples themselves to it until you sort of like stop streaming, is like not an audience by herself, right? Like, so yeah. And the mantis shrimp goes on a talk show like 2 years later to talk about you.
To plug your channel, that now the talk show host is extremely disappointed that he can't watch.
Yeah. And so it's like, man, I'm curious whether there's actually any VOD, whether there's still like a VODs channel. But
I'll have to check that later.
But yeah, I don't. Oh, I mean, there's still like, there is a VODs channel. There is a VODs channel. I don't know whether all the VODs are there, but like, you know, there are a bunch of like, there's a whole 30-minute review of like HoloFest, like the first one with Myth, right? Yeah. Like, I don't know, this is like a whole, here. I'll drop this link for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. For your perusement at some point. But like, yeah. Like.
Yeah, no, I even scrolled through a bit of her Twitter profile just now, and that, you know, she was doing good videos and stuff, and that she was doing the right stuff, you know, post a little gif of your model wiggling around when you're going live and stuff, that she was doing things right. And that
I just like not and it's like I want people who are doing interesting shit to do well, because like that encourages people to do interesting shit. And also, I want the interesting shit that people are doing to be seen by people, and like, you know, it's just like yeah. I think
hopefully.
if times are different and you know, well, if it were nowadays, then I think like we'd be able to. But this is the thing, right? It's like, so like my entire VTubing career is like basically after I think I started VTubing as she stopped, right? So she did this for like a year and 3 quarters, or a year and a quarter, right? Between like January 2021 and you know, April 2022, and I started in April 2022, right? After like a little bit of a false start in like April 2021, like I started like for real in like kind of April 2022. And
Kari, you aren't just rebranded Pepperoni VT, right?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
No, I sound different. I am not from.
I was like, I listened.
I'm definitely not from not Boston.
Sure that not actually her. I was like,
no. This is not just me trying to plug my old, No, I graduated and became a different indie. And Pepperoni VT is not her first like brand. Also, Pepperoni, by the way, like great VTuber name. Like,
yeah,
because she's a like she's an oni named Pepper.
Yeah, that the
Yeah.
onigiri pepperoni that.
Pepperoni,
can you imagine? Pepperoni and onigiri collabing.
I know, right? And then like they both do like kind of very weird shit with their model, like and they were active in the same like time. Well, I mean, onigiri's still active, obviously, like but onigiri's rise has been just like absolutely spectacular, right? Like just like I remember like there's some people where you see them go like kind of viral early on with what feels like a little bit of a gimmick, and then they like really turn into like just spectacular content creators, like of extreme, like do you remember seeing there's a video at one point where this lecturer like used the default like VTube Studio model in order to increase student engagement at like some computer science lecture? Yeah. You know what happened? Do you know what happened with that person?
Did they just become a VTuber?
They are, Mako Fukasame?
No way.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's Mako. If you go back to the clip and you listen to her voice, that's Mako. Yeah. It wasn't just a flash in the pan.
Actually blown right now.
Yeah. No, that is Mako's origin story. She used the default.
I knew that Mako was a teacher. That is not news to me. But I just, I didn't inherently add 2 and 2 in my head of, teacher became teacher VTube.
Yeah, I mean, like, it could have been Cleo, or I mean, Cleo's a history teacher, but like, but that's Mako, right? Like, not only did that person just become a VTuber afterwards, but that person became one of the most well-known, like, Twitch VTubers for sure, right? Like,
yeah. She's been doing quite well.
Yeah, and it's like, it's like, I know this world is so much smaller than it feels, right? Like, you see somebody like go viral like that, and you're like, I really hope that people who are doing this kind of like creative stuff do. And like Onigiri, like I think she went kind of initially like the whole like cooking with your model hands like in the morph suit thing, like it felt like a gimmick at the beginning, but she has become one of the biggest like content creators like in terms of like like she is one of the biggest VTubers on Twitch, like
and that just I remember watching because her commentary and her there's a lot of folks that have done hand cam cooking streams, and it was not just that she was doing morph suit.
I think she was one of the first.
Yeah, she was one of the first, but at the same time, hers weren't just okay. I am doing simple cooking, and even if I'm all right at cooking, she's knowledgeable at cooking. That she's very clearly a trained chef. The terminology, the information that she uses, the descriptions, and the way that she explains everything in depth. That this is. It may have been a gimmick, but that her knowledge base is genuine and very deep, and that is what really drew me in, because it felt like watching the Food Channel, Cooking Network, Food Network. Wow, I just botched the two twice over. Food Network, but just the way that she was able to actually explain things in a really engaging way, that it wasn't just another cooking stream, but that it felt like a cooking show.
Yes, yeah. And I think part of what that was, right? Like, she may have not been the first person to do a hand cam stream, right, and do cooking, right? I mean, there's Hachima cooking.
Hachima, the classically tarantulas.
But I think she was one of the very first people that I knew of who like incorporated her VTuber model as a part of the like experience, right?
Yes. Like
the particular way that she did it, where it's like she is like being a VTuber who is like also immersed in this world of cooking. I feel like that kind of like plays to our expectations of like you are like you don't need to feel like you're splitting your attention between like, oh yeah, this is a VTuber who happens to be doing a hand cam stream. It is like actually the VTuber who is cooking, right? Like, and that like it feels gimmicky in some way when you first see it.
Even now, most people
it's
don't
so
do
powerful.
That even now that she has pioneered it, revolutionized it, and shown the popularity of it.
Yeah.
Very, very, very few people even attempt what she did back in her early days. The cooking streams are certainly becoming more common than ever, and that people are now more adept at setting up their computers and cameras and whatnot to work while they're in the kitchen or hand cam streams. But even now, you still do not see people doing even the morph suit thing, and the secret's out. People could do it, but people still don't.
Yeah, all of this, like, you know, all of this is low-hanging fruit. It's just, like, it's literally just sitting there on the vine. Like, and the sorts of, like, technological stuff, like, the drops that you need to do, like, interesting stuff with this medium is just, like, it's just sitting there. Like, it's waiting. And, like, I mean, just consider, like, I don't know, my good friend Nagi, Snake VTuber, when she does hand cam streams, she wears a morph suit, right? But, like, what the morph suit does, right? It doesn't just, like, make her invisible, right? It actually, like, she has an overlay where it's, like, it's masked, and there you can see the cosmos, the outer cosmos sparkling through, right? It's like a tear in the fabric of reality. And that is a very easy effect to do in OBS. Like, that is not, like, difficult to, like, you know, be like, okay, well, I'm just gonna, you know, chroma key out and then put another layer under the chroma, like, but, like, it's a really cool effect, and it's, like, really works well for her, and, like, adds this, like, note of personality to, like, you know, those hand cam streams. And it's like, this is like not difficult stuff. It just, like, you apply, like, a little dollop of creativity, and, like, it just, you know, it's great. That kind of shit, just, like, that makes me, like, so happy, right? Like, it's when people just go for those ideas.
Yeah, and that's been one of the fun things of just sort of over the past several years of VTubing, seeing people discover things, think of things. Sometimes it happens because there is a technological innovation in that just it literally could not be done before, and people figuring out what offbeat things can I do with this new tech, or sometimes it's people realizing, oh, this tech that has been around for ages can be used for this thing. That in the corporate gaming world, the company that has done that better than anyone else, and it is literally their secret to success, is Nintendo.
They, like, every single console, like, is a new technology.
Nintendo does not innovate technology. They take existing technology and put it to new gaming uses. Just the DS. There had been touch screens on Palm Pilots and, you know, other devices for a decade, 2 decades or more. That was not new tech. The type of accelerometer...
Vibration, pager vibrators, right? Like, you know, the Rumble Pack and Pokemon Pinball for the Game Boy Color, you know?
The type of accelerometers that were used in the Wii remotes and things had been around for ages. The type of tracking technology that was used in Duck Hunt, old Duck Hunt. It's the exact same, just infrared technology that a remote control uses. It's the exact same thing. You can take the Wii sensor bar. It's that same basic infrared technology. The actual thing that the Wii remote is looking for, that is in the sensor bar itself that you had to set up, is just 2 basic little lights that are being blocked off by the thing that the thing can sense. If you take out the sensor bar, you can have no sensor bar plugged in. If you put 2 candles appropriately
because it's just black body radiation.
Your TV, your Wii remotes will work.
Have you seen? I was like, I was reacting to the with Arthur this morning. To the blue LED video.
LED thing. Yeah. Just like the guy who invented that. That was a super. Yeah, and I had not seen that before.
And I threw, I just threw him, like, early on the black body radiation emission spectrum, like, graph, right? Like, and it was like, the reason that IR LEDs are so common is, like, it's just, like, when you have basic silicon with, like, just the most basic semiconductor will emit, like, based on its band gap, will just emit in the infrared range. And what also emits like primarily in the infrared range, what primarily dumps its like power in the infrared range is a candle. Because it's just black body radiation.
Ta-da!
And so it's the same thing. It's the same frequency, and then you see the same frequency, and it's like the sensor reacts the same way to the same frequency. So yeah, like it's not. This is like the cheapest shit, right? Like
yeah,
it's
and
easy.
The type of stuff that was in the Wii Fit board, the balance board. That's what it's called. Just again, basic pressure plate stuff. Basic pressure plate stuff, and that's part of how they're able to have these wild and crazy inventions in games that are cheaper.
The experiences, yeah.
That are cheaper to manufacture than the cutting-edge gaming consoles that do not have all these peripherals, because all of this technology is dated and easy to make and old and they buy out some of the suppliers that prior to this might have had back stock of some of this stuff because it is so darn dated.
Like, trying to do, like, it's like, this is the thing with the video. Like, you try to fight in the super popular thing. Like, you try to become the trumpeter in the high school band. You try to become, like, the next Asmongold, when I don't think there is going to be a next Asmongold. I think, like, streaming is, like, kind of saturated in a way that VTubing, like, isn't, right? It's like, you're not gonna become the next Asmongold by being Asmongold, because, like, people watch Asmongold basically because he's Asmongold, and, like, he's been there forever, and, like, you're, like, if somebody who was like Asmongold and just exactly the same as Asmongold popped on to Twitch, like, nobody would
watch them for 2 seconds and say, well, it's just Asmongold.
There's just some guy talking.
It's copycat Asmongold.
They wouldn't even say like it's copycat. It was like, oh yeah, who's this guy? Like,
if you're not, it's not that you can't be successful if you're not a pioneer, but if anything, that if you try to be too close to someone who is very successful as a
survivorship
creator,
bias, right? Like,
that you need to, even if you don't need to be a pioneer, you need to be yourself enough that you aren't exactly someone else.
Yeah. And it's like, you look at like the gimmick where it's like, oh yeah, I used a VTuber model for student engagement. That's an incredibly creative idea. And it's not at all surprising that that person is also a really, like, interesting streamer, I think.
Yeah, and that they are comfortable speaking to many people, that they are able to communicate clearly, that they are able to engage an audience, because what is the most repellent audience, the most unengaged audience, the most disagreeable audience that you will ever encounter? A classroom of young students.
Who have to be there.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's like,
if
what do you have to
entertain those people and keep those people even 50% engaged, you could probably get an audience that wants to be there over the moon.
Yeah. And this is why I think so many VTubers I know have like some amount of like teaching or tutoring experience in their backgrounds.
That or theater experience. There's a lot of theater kids in here.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm a theater kid.
Sometimes both. Yeah. I mean, I used to do tutoring. Ren used to do tutoring. Like, I mean, the Cleo and Makao, like, both were like instructors, right?
Growing up there, there was a handful of things I knew I did not want to be, and a teacher was one of them. I knew I would not have the patience or the, mostly the patience to deal with kids or students like that. I think I'm good enough at communication that, can I teach a thing? Yeah, that like, I can teach things to friends or show someone how to do something on a specific occasion, no problem. But part of it also is my mother's a teacher, and I saw all the stuff that she had to go through and was like, nope, I don't want to do that. Yeah. No.
Yeah. Well, it's like so much better with chat. And so my dad is like a professor, right? And I was talking to him like a couple days ago, and we were like just we're talking about this, just like, streaming, how streaming was going. Because like one of the things that he was like really remarking on to me was that back when the pandemic hit and when all the classes went virtual.
And they were
right?
teaching over Zoom and whatnot.
Yes. Well, the funny thing is that he's actually always been a little bit ahead of the curve when it comes to like the way that he did his classes. Like he would always like have this thing where he would like annotate his lectures like with this like drawing tablet. Like he would always like have the slides kind of like be interactive. He would try to do as much like interactive stuff with the class, try to get them to do like class participation. He tried to get them to do like, like group projects that had like, it was really interesting, like the way that he was like trying to like do like technological stuff. But like basically when the pandemic hit, he was basically streaming his lectures, right? Like, and he came up with like using a macro pad, like a side like keyboard thing with hotkeys on it in order to like control like, okay, where to go in the slides, like how to transition from one thing to another. And then of course, like the thing that he had at that point, right, that he said was like really, really interesting, and that he was like really, like he would try to get like audience participation through chat, right? Because suddenly you go into the pandemic and your lectures have a live chat. And then so he was like, all right, well, I'd like to encourage these kinds of discussions in the live chat. And like, so, let's have like a little like quiz and like have this kind of like, I will answer questions like from the chat on the side. And it was like, oh, wow. Like he is like, he's streaming. He has basically, he has come up with his own stream deck. He has chat. He's like engaging with chat in a certain way. He's like planning out his streams in a certain way. He has ideas that he wants to get to, but like he flows with it. Like he goes on tangents that are based on like what the sort of consensus of people like are in chat. And it's like, and like I think his like
teachers frequently have to write their own lesson plans. Teachers are in a sense content creators.
Yeah, no, he's absolutely a content creator, right? Like the kind of stuff that he's like been coming up with. And like we were talking about this because like suddenly we're at a point in our lives where both of us suddenly have chat. And we were talking about chat and how chat like works and like, the dynamics of like how do you keep chat engaged? How do you keep people like, how do you keep people like, thinking about the stuff that you're doing, and like how'd you know that like they picked up something that you've said, and like how all this kind of stuff. And it's just fascinating like talking to him and like and we're like doing the same job.
Have you ever actually suggested a actual stream deck to him?
Yeah,
it
we
makes
went
me
through
wonder,
it.
like, would an actual factual stream deck be more convenient? That I don't know necessarily what type of interface he uses and to what degree he has to program it himself, but just
he programs a lot of it himself, but he's comfortable enough doing that.
Okay.
I think I think what he looked into is like that. We looked into it together, and the problem is that Stream Deck has, I think, pretty shitty or non-existent Linux support.
Gotcha.
So that's the real issue that like means that like a lot of this stuff is not really doable. OBS is perfectly possible.
Yeah,
and
I like Azurshot's
sure
suggestion of he should get his own emotes.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Like for the software that they use, they should totally have emotes, right?
Well, that was going to be the question of just, depending on what platform you're using, they might not let you upload non-native emotes. But, through the magic of 7TV or something, who knows?
Yeah, just like ask everybody to download a browser extension and
there you go.
Yeah. No, it's like just seeing, like hearing like the story of like the people who have like turned teaching careers into Vtubing.
I just realized something. Oh my gosh. I just thought of $1 million business idea. Holy cow. Oh my gosh.
Making
all
VTubers
right, if you're in chat right now, and you want to do this, please like give me 1% of the business for this, because I'm not kidding. I actually think this would make a lot of money. There's 1.2 million online education courses. There's like masterclass and different things where it's learn some special skill or whatever from an expert in 6-8 weeks, and that they're good, legitimate courses online that you can take. That it's not just, all right, here's English 201 for college, but specialized educational content with specific curriculums for specific skills. But it's VTubers.
It's all VTubers. Yeah,
that it's just all VTubers, because absolutely, you see this in other segments when they go, oh, teehee, here is the thing, but now it has anime girls, but it actually sells like gangbusters. And just thinking about content creators and VTubers as they are, that if you were to make VTuber masterclass platform of just, I feel like one of the pioneers on it would just be Onigiri cooking class. Not even joking.
Or Mako, right? Mako.
Or Mako, and get Ooh on there to do some. Shit.
Azure. Azure brings up I was talking about this. Wait.
If I had $1 million, I would invest in this right now. I'm not joking.
Have you seen the thing with a company that is offering a full, accredited high school, diploma in VR? Where all the students are basically, anime-styled avatars. So this is, in Japan. There's a company where it's, they have partnered up with an actual, real, accredited high school. And so you can get now a 3-year high school diploma.
Yeah, get your GED as it were, or something.
It's a full. It's not even a GED kind of thing. It's an actual, the high school. It's actual high school. You just go to actual high school over 3 years, and you attend all your classes as a kind of very VTuber style anime avatar that is customizable by yourself, in VR. Your phys ed classes are Beat Saber. All this kind of you just get instruction within VR. There's a little bit of a specialty on stuff that is more of a thing in VR. You I think they specialize in, they have some 3D modeling classes and
cool,
art classes and stuff like that. But
obviously relevant other stuff in there too. And heck, just game
development,
even
software,
tutoring, testing services. Study for the SAT with an anime girl.
Yeah, exactly.
People would do that.
I actually whipped out my VTuber model once for one of my students. It was a university level computer science, so it wasn't this is some kid I'm
totally random
whipping
kid
up
or anything.
No, this was somebody who was about early 20s.
Now I want to go to one of the big testing companies like Kaplan or something, and be like, okay, so here's how you sell 50% more course enrollments, and oh my gosh.
I mean, you know about the manga guides, right? The manga guide to statistics, the manga guide to...
Yeah.
Have you seen...
It's the exact same concept.
Yeah. Wait, have you seen, how many manga guides there are in Japan?
No, but I can imagine.
It is actually, completely mental, the sorts of topics that you have manga guides for in
Exact
Japan.
Same concept here. Exactly the same. Because, yes, if people are seeing something in a style or with something that they are by choice engaged with outside of stuff, or just, aesthetically pleasing and it's fun, it's okay, yay, cute anime girl, fun, yay, that it will get more people in the door. No question. The manga guide to data structures was quite, oh, wow.
Yeah, no, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Look at some of these, right? Just scroll down that list a little bit.
The manga guide to statistics, regression analysis. The manga guide statistics to physics dynamics. The manga guide to program logic control. The manga guide to electric circuits. I'm just scrolling and stopping at random points here, folks.
Yep.
The manga guide to soil mechanics.
Yes.
Oh my God, it's just, it's one of those farming anime. The farming guide to pharmacology, and I swear, I'm not even joking. Doctor anime is its own subgenre now. It's kind of wild.
Cells at work, all this kind of.
Well, I feel like most of it, unfortunately, nowadays is not as sophisticated as Cells at Work. Cells at Work is a fantastic example. That most of it nowadays is isekai healer stuff. of just, okay, let's have power fantasy, but instead of violence, let's have healing, and that it's been
Can
done.
you link this in the chat? Just like
some
of them are translated. Almost all of them are translated into Korean and Chinese. Many of them are translated into English, but like, you know, not all. So a lot of them are translated into
yeah, there's a lot of Korean here, some in Chinese.
Interestingly, the manga guide to Fourier analysis is translated into Russian, but not English.
Huh. Manga guide to surveying, and I'm guessing this is geographical surveying and not statistical surveying.
Geological surveying, yeah.
Manga guide to cryptology.
Yep. Where's the surveying? Yeah, I think you can see the surveying one, the illustration on the thing, right? Is
yeah, it's like a castle
and a map and and a surveyor's pole and
Oh, I missed the surveyor's pole. I missed that, because I saw the papers in her hand. I was like, well, that could be, you know, she's taking, you know, survey and notes and whatnot. But them being outdoors is what made me think geographical. But now that you mentioned the pole, I see it and was like, oh yeah.
Yeah, and you can see the little piece of equipment in the back, which I don't know what it is, but I associate that like thing so incredibly strongly with surveying.
And just can't remember.
Yeah, it's like it is like the core thing of the surveyor, right? Like,
this is gonna bother me now. What is the surveyor
thing
tool called? All right, don't fail me now. Theodolite.
Was it called?
Theodolite.
Theodolite.
Yeah. Huh.
You know, it's got a Theo in it. It's like it seems like. I mean, you know, Theo is like the prefix for God, right? Like
Theodolite. Theodolite is used for measuring precise or horizontal and vertical angles for the purpose of triangulation and determining the location and distance of a point through formation of triangles.
There are so many things where it's like people have been doing this thing for like hundreds of years, and it's like developed all of its like extremely specialized vocabulary that like most people don't actually know. And it's like whenever I get into a field, like whenever I like start reading about something where it's like, oh, I have never heard of half of these words, like even stuff like farming, right? Like like you know, stuff like cooking, stuff like you know, textile stuff, so stuff like, you know, and surveying, of course, like you know, rail, like, you know, like a pantograph, right? I mean, a pantograph is not, I think
it is sadly not a graph about pandas. Sorry, folks. But also, you just rattled off a variety of things and saying, you know, that, so all of these things are things that you have actually looked into.
To some degree, right? I'm not an expert in any of them, but it's like, this is just like what I find so fun, right? It's like, I just like, I want to...
Yeah, you and your deep dives that
I want to devour
the other night.
Yeah, I want to devour the entire world's knowledge and like just make it, stuff it into my head. I'm like, wow.
Yes, I want to know that, I guess, for me, that I'm sort of like that, that I'm like that with stories. Just, I guess, sort of like a dark kind of way of like, are you familiar with Doctor Who at all?
Yep. Yeah.
Rings of Akaten. Just, you know, the big sun god that it, like, you know, absorbs memories and stories. That I want that, but without removing them from others. I like. You keep your memories and stories. I don't want to take them from you. I would like to know them too, please. Thank you.
I mean, it makes sense why I would have like gotten involved with Wikipedia as much as I did when I did.
Oh, so. Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah. And so it's just like, but then I look at this and I look at this like, it's great that you like mentioned stories, because it's like, I think one of the most interesting things in the world for me, and like there's a video essayist actually who's like spoken like somewhat about this, I think on his Twitch channel, on some of the other sort of side things, but like you know Dan Olson, like the folding idea, he goes by Folding Ideas.
It rings a bell.
Okay, like so he did like a couple of videos that went like he did one called Line Goes Up, he did one like on crypto, like crypto land, he did like This Is Not Financial Advice, So he like did a bunch of like stories about like various like, you know, like sort of like Bitcoin and financial like, you know, sort of like essentially like scams, but that use sort of like new technology to kind of fleece people. Like he did a lot of like film commentary before, and like the common thread in a lot of his like video essays are basically about the power that narratives have over people, right? Like how people can use narratives to like achieve an effect on human beings, and like how humans sort of like interact with story and narrative, whether that story is like of an actual like film, or you know, sometimes it's the story of like, oh man, this Bitcoin is going to the moon, like, you know, we're doing this like great like, you know, NFT drop, and we're gonna build a, you know, a castle which is also a pyramid, which is also a casino, and it's gonna be in the metaverse, and then you're all gonna live, and you're all gonna drive Lambos, and you're all gonna, you know, all this kind of stuff. And it's like I just like I think so much about like how important like having a story is, and that's why VTubing for me, right? Like it's like, because, you know, as you say, like, you know, if you can put all of this stuff in a story of like anime girls, and I think anime is actually one of the most effective like media for like transmitting like emotional content about something, right?
I very frequently have to explain to people who are not into anime that anime is not a style, it is not a genre, it is a point of geographic origin, that is all. It is just animation that happens to originate in Japan. And the difference of, okay, what makes Japan's animation different from the rest of the world's animation? How is it not a style? What makes it so unique and special? And the entire thing that makes anime different from darn near animation, every other country's output of animation, is because for whatever reason, I cannot say that I know the historical point of origin of why this difference is the way it is, but it is. Japan is one of the only countries in the world that does not consider animation juvenile. That animation in the West is considered juvenile. Think about what you see in animation, that it is either children's programming or it is crude comedy for the most part. Yeah. We are only just now in the past decade finally starting to get the occasional, like, actual dramatic, thoughtful, artistic, adult animated content, because otherwise it's Comedy Central, Nickelodeon, Disney Cartoon Network, and that is it. Yeah. That was the whole thing of that when Turner Broadcasting decided to have a channel that was all animation, and they called it Cartoon Network, because it was the first time that a channel was going to be all cartoons, because, all right, you know, a channel that is just kids programming, that's lovely, that's dandy. But that just, for whatever reason, culturally, and this goes back decades, if not into centuries at this point, of I do not know why in the West animation became so mentally associated with, you know, juvenile, just that it's children's stuff or it's comedy.
And so the evening block, of course, was Toonami.
Yep.
And Toonami is mostly anime.
Yes, it is.
Because that's the
only
older
source,
cartoons. Yeah.
That's the only source of adult-focused animation content that you're going to get that isn't on Comedy Central.
Yes.
And that just, for whatever reason, in Japan, historically, for decades now, that they never mentally shackled themselves that way, that they just realized, oh, this is just another storytelling medium. Always has been. You've always been able to make thoughtful, incredible, dramatic, crazy, offbeat, but still adult and mature stories in animation. The rest of the world just isn't smart enough to.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, they're not the only country to try a lot of stuff.
They're certainly not the only.
You know, like, sort of France has, like, bande dessinée with, like, a fair amount of, like, adult stuff in it. But, like,
yes.
You know, anime is, like, some of the most compelling, like, stories that, like, you know, go for this more, like, kind of actually, like, kind of adult. And you know, you know, anime is often very juvenile in other ways, right?
Oh,
it
certainly can be. Like, don't get me wrong, that there is plenty. But that that there is so much more that isn't juvenile than any other market output is going to get. And obviously, this is not to say, I do not say any of this to disparage other cultures or other animators that, children's animated content, I grew up on that, and I am so glad I did. To all the folks making juvenile animated content out there, thank you. You're awesome. You're still doing amazing stuff. And I'm glad that they are able to make their stuff and that they're able to, be supported. I just want to see the folks that make the other animated stuff supported too, because they are.
The first couple of seasons of Reboot were juvenile so that the third season of Reboot could run once they got out of ABC.
Oh, yeah.
Like once they...
And we're getting there in a lot of other ways too. We're really starting to see more mature, thoughtful animated content coming out in the West. And that, in some ways, like Avatar: The Last Airbender, you can even see it through its seasons.
Yeah.
Can I sort of safely assume that you've seen some, if not all, of Avatar: The Last Airbender?
Yeah.
That first season's a lot of sort of incidental, a lot of comedy, but by the time you get to third book, Fire,
they're doing
it is
the
not
whole
geographically
arc,
anime, but that is the reason that it gets associated with anime so much isn't stylistically that it's anime, but because the content is actually
feels
thoughtful
anime,
and contiguous, non-episodic storytelling.
It takes its audience, I think, seriously in a way that, like, I think a lot of the other animation that, like, one would have grown up with, like, felt like it was too afraid to take its, like, audience seriously, right? Like, it was too much trying to do it with a wink and a nod. It was like a lot of it is kind of embarrassed of itself, right? And so it just tries to be like, oh yeah, we're just gonna be entertained. We're not gonna like say anything. We're not gonna kind of like rock the boat too much. We're gonna do a sort of safe, like kind of funny story, and like we're not gonna like say that much. But it was like we're not gonna have any sort of like plot elements that are too and so. I don't know, like I was talking about this during the the Lost episode of Vtuber Talk. So my first anime that I like properly watched, right, was actually at math camp. So I did this like math contest, right, and I got this like glossy brochure to go to this like this math camp off in South Dakota, right? Like, come to scenic South Dakota from like wherever you happen to be. We are doing for the first time ever this like math camp for like middle school students, and basically they just like got the most like like the strongest math kids in the world from like the highest performers on this one math contest. And we ended up going. I don't know if you've ever heard of like a guy named John Conway, but he's like this like famous like recreational like mathematician guy. He like made a thing called the Conway's Game of Life, right? Like, which I think for computer scientists, so he was like a lecturer for these like middle school students off at this like summer camp in South Dakota, while he was like, his day job was like he was a distinguished like Princeton professor of like mathematics. But yeah, Conway's Game of Life, yeah, exactly, yeah. See, yeah, you've seen it. But one of the camp counselors like brought this anime over, and the anime was called Angelic Lair.
Okay, I've heard of that one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Also,
I talked about it during the theater.
Yes.
Yeah. And so this is actually this is a prequel, like a very loose prequel to Chobits, right? And it's by Clamp, right? Like creators of like Cardcaptor Sakura, X-Colic, all these.
My personal favorite anime of all time, Code Geass.
Yeah, I think they were the character designers.
Well, sorry, they did
the
character
designs,
yes.
Yeah, and so Angelic Lair is like on the surface, it's like this kind of story about like this like girl who like ends up getting into this like fun tournament game where she. Everybody, like, there's this hot new trend, like, you can buy these dolls in the mall, and then the dolls are, like, little robots that, like, fight each other on this, like, layer called, like, with this little, like, stage, like, game console kind of thing, like, almost, like, which is called a layer, but it's basically what they do is they, like, use a brain-computer interface, like this headset, to like control these like little doll robots, and then they fight each other. And then there's like a big tournament, and then they go up into the big tournament. And it turns out that the entire reason, spoilers for Angelic Layer, which came out, 30 years ago, basically. But the reason is to collect enough data, like the people who created Angelic Layer want to collect enough data to like create a prosthesis for the protagonist mother who has multiple sclerosis, right?
It's the most ethical data scraping scam ever.
Yeah. And there's just like, this was a medical research project the entire time, right? Like they are trying to just make, figure out how to map these like neural, pathways to, movement in a way that they can make a robotic prosthetic leg that like taps into her neurons for this. And she's also like the champion of the thing. And there's this like very like heartfelt reunion through battle between the daughter and the mother in the finale. And so it's all this like kind of very heartfelt thing. And like the music is great. And like it's, but like, seeing that be the sort of payoff of like a story arc. First of all, having a story arc at all, right?
Yeah.
Kind of that a meaningful story arc, and seeing that be the payoff. I'm like, oh, this medium is just like so much better than the stuff I'm like used to. Okay, yeah. I guess I'm an anime person now.
Ta-da. Well, and also you sort of hit on something that happens in a lot of Western television content, not just animation. That we're moving away a lot from nowadays due to other reasons, but that's episodic content, things where there is no overarching story, or if there's an overarching story, it is minimal at best.
Yes.
And a lot of that has to do with that is much more logical than the cultural tendency for animation to be considered juvenile. The reason that you have lack of overarching story is because, prior to last 15 years-ish or so, when you didn't have streaming, broadcast content was you can only watch what is on at any given point, and you want your show to be accessible to anyone who tunes in for any given episode. So you can't necessarily throw them in the middle of this very complex, thoughtful story, because 2/3 of the audience isn't going to know what the hell's going on, and they're going to tune out of your show, and that's going to mean bad numbers, and then the show's going to get canceled. So what you do is, all right, maybe you have sort of like a season finale where maybe there's a couple things, or what you would see is like at the beginning or end of an episode, there might be like a couple minutes per episode dedicated to the overarching story, but it's minimal at best. And that's just because linear television being what it was, for the audience, it was more convenient to not have this. But at the same time, for whatever reason in Japan, that's for a while even, they didn't care about that either.
Well, it's kind of driven by, there's a lot of manga, right? Like the underlying thing, right? So like manga,
that makes sense.
Like manga as a medium, right? Like basically doesn't have, like comic books exist, but they're not like, they're
again juvenile,
a very different
juvenile
type
because
of,
it's all superheroes.
Yeah.
And that's that's not to say that superheroes can't be very, very thoughtful. But at the same time, that there was never any. It was very limited in its content scope.
Yeah, and like the sort of like way in which like superhero comics kind of like got, like there were writers who like did arcs and did like particular kinds of, but they were like kind of taking older like characters and sort of remixing them, and often like very interestingly, right? There's a lot of comic storylines that are fascinating. And there are a lot of like one shots that like have served as like the foundations for a lot of like very, 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 very important media, like the Dark Knight, right? Like but like yeah, like the way that like manga, which are sort of like, the interesting thing about manga, I think, is that it's like primarily the sort of creation of a singular creative vision, right? Like there is an author of most of these manga, right? Like there's a person who sort of like drove the creation, the creative vision of this like arc. Yeah. There is somebody who is telling a story, and they can be like interesting and creative with it in a way that I feel like is like substantially like more diffuse for much television, right? Like I don't want to like lean too much into like auteur theory or whatever, but like you look at a lot of some of the most beloved like shows, And a lot of them have like a single sort of like strong creative director like behind them, right? Like in a way that like you don't necessarily get so much for like a lot of the more kind of, you know, episodic stuff.
Serialized type of things.
Yeah. And like a lot of the stuff that like actually we treasure a lot these days like did have like sort of pretty, you know, singular obsessive
you can see
freaks behind them
where there is a consistent guiding hand and just those are the ones that they aren't the only ones, but that you will more often see the ones that are very thoughtful and successful having someone like that behind the scenes.
I mean, did I tell you what I think I might have told you this, but like what Hosho Marine said her favorite anime were, right?
We discussed Hosho Marine in a couple ways. I don't think you mentioned her favorite anime.
So she said she was asked what her favorite anime were, and she said her favorite anime are Tom and Jerry, Dexter's Lab, and Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Oh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Those are her favorite anime, but like, you know, I mean, was Gennady Tarkovsky is like just quite the, you know, quite the mangaka. Yeah.
Tom and Jerry also just that's such an interesting split of taste there. I guess. So that obviously she likes comedy. That Dexter's Lab and Tom and Jerry to an extent are similar. That they are both pretty slapstick. Courage the Cowardly Dog is there is plenty of slapstick in Courage the Cowardly Dog, but it's still Courage.
Very dark compared to a lot of the other stuff, right?
Even
like
nowadays, there are very few things like Courage the Cowardly Dog. That show freaked me out when I was
know, it is terrifying. Although it's coming up again recently because Uwo, Uto Owo, friend of the show, like you've interviewed him, recently rebranded, right? He changed his like
he's now a slab.
Uwo's Lab, but it's everyone's like Uwo's Slab, and of course, like, you know, the influence of this one show, this one episode. No,
or did he realize it?
He knew what he was doing.
That makes it even smarter, and I love it.
No,
I'm actually legitimately happy that he knew. He knew, but he know. Yeah. Yes.
But of course, like, you know, he rebrands. The first thing that everybody is saying in his chat, right, is return the slab.
Return the slab or suffer my curse.
And
funny
it's
enough,
like,
that was one of the few episodes that didn't scare me as much because I was like a freaky ghost dude, but like, you know, do you remember Doc Gerbil? Doc Gerbil had this really soft and kind of southern lit to his voice, and he was really
I might have blotted out a lot of the Courage episodes from my brain, by the way. What's your offer?
What's your offer?
Like the way that it was just like the horrifying, like that thing freaked the shit out of me. Like that was one of the few television shows that freaked the crap out of me. There were 3 movies that I got freaked out about so much that I walked out of them. One was South Park, right?
Well, that's understandable because you were very clearly not in the target audience or demographic of just that you were younger than you were meant to be to enjoy that movie.
The other one, by the way, was an extremely terrible movie choice for a 6-year-old's birthday party.
Uh-oh.
Which was Mars Attacks.
I've heard of that, but a bunch of people get vaporized by these like kind of disintegration rays that like turn them into like skeletons. Oh, yes, that one.
Yeah, and then they got the aliens with the like exposed brains in the jars that go.
Wow, 6-year-old birthday party.
Yeah, no, don't do Mars Attacks for that. But the third one might actually be, you might find it slightly interesting, which is like, it's, Being John Malkovich. Because like, for me, the thing that freaked me out so much about that was like the notion of like kind of having your body just taken over by some like other entity and like being able to do nothing about it, right? Like,
yeah, it is a very deeply unsettling thing, certainly.
Yeah, just like that plot line was so upsetting to me that I had to do the thing that I'd only done like twice before and I just had to walk out like halfway through the movie.
Come to think of it,
could not deal with it.
One of the few movies that freaked me out to the point where I left the movie theater was that same basic plot line. The first Scooby-Doo movie. The one with the live action one. Because it's like, you know, the weird like alien things that like took over the people's bodies. It's the same concept. And that, you know, that combined with just the frankly kind of freaky looking look of the creatures themselves just like icked me out. And, you know, I'd watched Scooby-Doo cartoons. I didn't have a problem with any of the Scooby-Doo cartoons, but just something about that just sort of...
it's freaky.
Like it wasn't panic attack levels or anything, but it was just like, nope.
I mean, this is why I think this is also part of why like the community like reacted so like aggressively when people started like I think there's this one Japanese company that wanted to like, you know, hand over their VTubers to a set of new talent, right? And like swap out the people behind the VTuber. It's like, you know, if you've seen any of these movies, you understand why that is a deeply unsettling prospect, even though like right?
You want to know who did that perfectly? Doctor Who.
Yeah.
That they wrote it into the plot line of, okay, how do we keep this show going forever? How do we make it so if our lead actor wants to go, that they can, but we can continue the show as long as we want, have people come and go, but it's the still continuous storyline, and it's the same character, but with a different face, and make it okay, and that you make it the plot. And obviously that doesn't work for VTubers, because VTubers are people. They are, you know, representations of actual people. Even if they are characters, it's not the same. It does not work for non-scripted content like that. But at the same time, just sort of thinking about that made me think Doctor Who was like, well, wait a minute, they do that by nature. That's the plot, and that's part of the appeal.
Yeah.
And it just, the fact that people are able to very mentally not only accept, but love, you know, the Doctor's regenerations. That's such an exciting, it's a big moment. People are always looking forward to who's going to be the next Doctor. Oh boy.
Yeah.
I you know, like some Doctors might be hit for you, some might miss. I don't think there's never been a Doctor that I didn't like, but you know, certainly some hit better for people than others.
I feel like
you like to see the next person's take on it, despite it being the same technically character.
A big part of why that works though is because they like build into the story that the personality also sort of comes along for the ride, right? Like that there is a sort of like vague sort of like there is a Doctor sort of like feeling to things, but it's like the personality of each of the actors can really imprint on the role in a way that like feels very unnatural. And also like, you know, scripted shows, right, have a much better go of this than VTubing, just because of the sheer amount of time that you are yourself, and the sheer amount to which like, you know, VTubers draw on their own lives for like just being themselves, right? It's like, so like it's like it does feel like you're kind of invading the person's life. It's like I you know, David Tennant like might kind of as a person like think all sorts of things, but I don't necessarily feel like, you know, it's like an invasion into David Tennant's mind to, like when I'm like watching Doctor. I mean, obviously, like to play the role, he's like drawing on, you know, his experiences, and he's like drawing on like sort of things he feels, and as you can see, like some of his like emotion kind of play through in the role. But it's like he is not even though he's Doctor Who and he's like he's providing the framework. He's still an actor, and it's. I guess what I would say, right, is that David Tennant can be Doctor Who, but Doctor Who is not necessarily David Tennant, right? Like
yes,
and
square is a rectangle. Rectangle is not necessarily a square.
Yes, but in the case of a VTuber, it is much more two ways, right? And even if like. And that's why it's a little bit unsettling, right? Like if you have like a situation where the character that everybody gets to know them by is like owned by some corporation, which is not them, and it's like that is what's a little bit unsettling about like the Like, you know, when it works, and you kind of like try to ignore the fact that it's like, okay, well, you know, they're just part of this big family.
If it's like a mascot that doesn't show a lot of personality because, but then at that point, it's the same thing of you have actors playing a character.
Yeah.
That if you have actors playing a character of a VTuber, that the VTuber is not really able to have much of their own personality, or, you know, limited amount, that it's not the same. That would be the only way, but then you're just sort of doing the Doctor Who thing. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The idea of taking somebody, a VTuber that clearly was not a character and never was a character, and then trying to say, oh, well, they're a character now. No, doesn't work.
Yeah, because, you know, they're doing it, and like swapping out the person behind them, right? This is why swapping the person out behind the VTuber is like completely unacceptable. This is why, you know,
cardinal sin.
Yeah, and this is why like graduations are so painful, even though, you know, the person is like literally everybody just goes out and finds a person, like, you know, afterwards, and they're like, okay, well, yeah, this is just the same person.
If that person chooses to stay in content creation,
often sometimes in VTubing, like often they just go off and become another VTuber, like in not very short order, and then like, but it's just like, it feels so different from like when you recast an actor, because like Ash's like voice actress got recast in English, right?
No, I
she
remember the first time that I heard it, because the first words that were said by the new voice actor for Ash were not on screen, because it was actually for a special, and I was watching it as it aired, and I hear this voice, and I was like, oh, okay, so this must be one of the new characters for the special, and camera cuts to Ash and is speaking with that voice, and I'm just like, it was this weird moment of, you know, I was certainly old enough to understand the concept of voice actors, and I was just like, whoa, that's different. I didn't know they were going to do that, and just it was very sudden, and the fact that those first words weren't even on screen for the slight fake out was weird.
Yeah, it's just like it's fascinating, where it's like this I guess you kind of get a little bit closer to it with like voice actors, right? Like I think there's a reason why voice actresses is such a or voice actors like such an important job role in Japan, like because it's like you are embodying the character in a way that kind of like speaks to the soul, right? Like and that like speaks to the power of anime, right?
And I guess, you know, similar to the fact that animation is not considered juvenile, that voice acting is not considered juvenile, that it's not just, oh, teehee, you make funny voices, that you are an actor, that you are respected as much as any stage or screen actor as a voice actor in Japan. And I think that we're closer to that, that overall societal respect for voice actors is exponentially higher in the West than the relative respect for animation as a medium, in my opinion.
Can I mention something that I thought was incredibly super cool, that also is like a story about somebody I believe you've had on the show?
Yeah.
I thought it was an incredible thing when, for the remake of Urusei Yatsura. I don't know if you know do you know Urusei Yatsura?
Yes.
Yeah.
Koki?
Yes, yeah. But the fact in particular about that, like, it is very, very cool that Koki got, you know, got a role there. But what's especially cool is that Koki was credited as Koki.
As Koki.
Yeah. And I think she needed a last name, so it was Koki Saporana, which is like I believe a species name of frog or something like that. So like. Yeah,
but that it was. Yeah. She was credited as a VTuber, which.
Yes, as herself.
To my knowledge, I think that is a first in U.S.
English.
Anime dubbing.
Yeah. Yes. As far as I have not heard of that before, where somebody like just gets known as certainly as their VTuber identity, possibly even as like a kind of like prominent stage name, because like before this, I don't think like the US really had like the not necessarily US, but like kind of the outside of Japan community sort of had a lot of kind of stage identities and stage names, but like, you know, this stuff is a lot more common in
yeah, that more often what you get is that people get sort of alternate names in Hollywood because to be part of the Screen Actors Guild, you have to have
yes, you need to have a unique name.
So you get all these folks that you know, have these different last names, and it's not because they're trying to go by a stage name and hide their name. It's no, they need it for classification purposes.
But in Japan, it's much more of a thing because, like, I mean, you know, Ado, right? Like, have you seen how Ado does her concerts?
No.
Have you seen how Ado does her press interviews? Right?
Is this one of the folks that does it with the mask?
It's not with a mask. She just has a sort of like image that floats in midair, I guess, that is not actually like her. It's like it's almost this kind of weird Picasso-ish. Like she's almost like a Pinktuber when she's done like press, like when she's done interviews. Like they did this kind of. I'm trying to see if I can find the video because it is actually like kind of very. I mean, for context, right? Ado is, I think, basically the biggest singer in Japan right now, right? But like she does massive sold out live concerts. She like has some of the biggest hits. Like she's charted at #1. Like she sung all of the music for the One Piece movie, like the latest One Piece movie. She's like just, you know, she sung this like, you know, theme song for like Universal Studios Japan. Like she's just like absolutely killing it. Biggest singer in the entire like fucking industry, right? In Japan.
Yeah.
And she does all of her live concerts in silhouette. She does all of her press interviews as like a PNG floating in a sort of like AR space, right? Like she does her, you know, she streams like no cam. And like, it's just so accepted, right? That this is a thing that you can do. You can be the biggest pop star in Japan and have like, you know, nobody who, you know, maybe like it's possible like that a bunch of people have done digging and like kind of done a face reveal for Ado or something like that. I have not dug into this.
And I think part of it is that's been a thing in Japan in the
lot
manga
more.
world for ages. That the mangaka for One Piece, that Oda-sensei, generally does not show his face. And yes, there are a couple of pictures that exist of him out in the internet, but you know, now even nowadays that when you see pictures of him, or like if he's in a video for something, that he has a PNG over his face or something, or why am I blanking on his name? The guy that does Poof near Yokotaro.
Yokotaro, yeah, he has the mask, and like he has a very
mask.
A very kind of like the Emil mask. Yeah, he has like this very distinctive like persona that is not like. And what's interesting, I feel like this is almost like reversed, because I'm not certain about this, but I believe for especially the longest time, it might not be the case so much anymore, but I believe you are kind of expected to put your picture on your resume in a Japanese like job application. I know that's the case in Korea. I think that might have been the case in Japan, but like the sort of idea to which like the normal job world like kind of like, because that's completely unheard of like outside, right, of Japan, right? Like that you don't obviously you don't put your face on your resume because that's irrelevant, right? Like who cares what your face looks like? That's like, it would literally be like enticing somebody to make a bad like hiring decision. But in Japan, but of course if you're a musician, right, like people are going to know what you look like, right? You're not going to be you're not going to be an anonymous musician. That's not I don't know, maybe
it's been done a very small hand. Well, you hit on one of them, Daft Punk and the Gorillaz. Yeah,
Daft Punk and the Gorillaz, who are, you know, the first VTubers, of course.
Basically.
Like, and, you know, I just, like, it's so fascinating to be like, well, you know, going to Japan, you, like, notice all these, like, little, like, 5-person anime groups, right? And sometimes they're just characters. Like often they're not necessarily VTubers, but they're one step away from being VTubers, right?
Yeah.
Like, so they'll have like 5 like anime people who are represent like I was like in Hokkaido, and like so just I found this kind of display of like 5 like anime people who like represented the town or some sort of like aspect of the town, and it's like, you know what? I would not be shocked if like they just hired like 5 VTubers. There's a VTuber for them all.
Yeah. That like even like U.S. conventions, most of them will have mascots that are you know, human characters, anime characters. I don't think that conventions are going to make their mascots into VTubers anytime soon, but I definitely agree that you'll probably see that a bit more in Japan, especially in a provincial sense. And you know, we've
Rin's name for the Offkai mascot is just like so funny.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's so incredible. Like, just was it the. What was Rin Penrose's name for the Offkai mascot? Or what is the name of the Offkai mascot?
For the Offkai
the
mascot.
name for the Offkai mascot is the Right Honorable, the former deputy head of Grand Council, Lady Samantha Joel, Offkai McOffkai Face, Burlington, the 14th patent pending. Yeah. Just an amazing shitpost of a name, and just like absolutely wonderful. Like, just I'm like it's so cool. Yeah.
They should have seen that coming.
They should have seen that coming. But
just
too fast.
Also,
sorry.
At the same time, I do not. The shit poster that she is.
Yes.
I legitimately do not think that Rin expected that to happen. I don't think.
No.
I think that she was writing a teehee funny that the people on the inside would say teehee funny and then move on to the next. That she was trying to get a chuckle out of the organizers, not the actual attendees.
Yeah.
Oops.
I don't think she expects most of what has happened, frankly.
That's fair.
I don't think she expects that her own particular brand of like what she probably feels is like very niche humor, like to have like.
Yeah, you want to talk about someone who does some really creative stuff. Rin Penrose is up there.
Which is so cool. Like I love it when I see these people like do like I mean, video games are amazing. I love video games. Like, you know, video games have been some of the most like formative experiences of my life, right? The original like reason for, you know, the Hikari Charybdis project, right? Like, I wanted to hack my own ADD to write a video game by doing an autobiographical, and I can get into this, like, but like, you know, I want to do an autobiographical video game like studio where, you know, the people working on the video game were like characters in the video game, and of course you do that through Vtubing, right? Like, and Meteoroshi actually did that in a really, really nice way, but like, but yeah, like, you know, you work on the video game together, and like, I was thinking like, well, if I stream my development process, then maybe I'll be able to like, you know, do an end run around my ADHD and like actually like get work done, right? And then I fell in love with like Vtubing itself, like kind of like just the core aspect of Vtubing. So I've ended up just kind of like diving into Vtubing. But originally I wanted to be video games, but I think Vtubing, like where it needs to go and where I think it is going, and where I think like there's been a lot of like really interesting like innovation here, like I think it wants to be something beyond just video game streaming, right?
Oh yeah. That this is the origin point. You know, we already see it from everything of just, you know, Onigiri doing cooking, and that just it is eventually going to become a much broader thing for creativity and just information. That we're probably going to have weather people VTubers, like legitimate weather personalities of VTubers, and that part of this I think is going to evolve from just, you know, a marketing standpoint, but that at a certain point, part of it might also just be, you know, people want privacy, and that, you know, hey, if I want to be a meteorologist and whatnot, but, you know, society sucks, and I don't want people, you know, looking up where I live because the internet sucks. So I would like to be a, you know, a weather person whose face is not known, but obviously at the same time, I fully understand the practical uses of a person pointing out things on the map and whatnot, and you know, on-air personalities for viewership purposes makes total sense. So,
and you want to be able to transmit the story of the weather, right? Like,
weather person VTubers. I'm telling you, it's going to be a thing within, I'm going to say,
I mean,
20 years.
Have you heard this whole thing about, there's a there's an amazing like Unseen Japan video on this, like that there's a quote unquote weather agency that was actually an idol group like masquerading. It was an idol company like masquerading as a weather agency, right? Like they're basically weather idols. And there was a massive scandal because like
Azershot knows what's going on.
Yeah. There's a massive scandal because one of their most popular weather women, right? This was like a kind of, I think it was like they were based on YouTube, right? So like, they get tons and tons of super chats. Like, they were just like, but they did the weather, but like they were like, they weren't VTubers or anything. They were like, women with like their faces and they would like do weather reports, right? But they were absolutely an idol company. And what happened was that like
please don't tell me this is what I think it's gonna be.
Well, that they found out that one of the talents was dating somebody.
Damn it, that's what.
Yeah. Because they tracked it down. Yeah, I know. Yeah, because she ended up at Wimbledon. She was dating like a tennis player at Wimbledon, and so they like kind of tracked her down from like photos in the UK of like they this rumor that she was dating this like big tennis player, and then they freaked out and like a whole bunch of people like canceled their like a bunch of people canceled their tickets to like the weather idol agency equivalent of HoloFest, right? Like. And so there was like, but then a bunch of the rest of the fans were like, we support her and anything she does anyway, like, and so there's this like weird, crazy divide between the people who are like supporting her and against her and like, and they didn't fire her.
Good.
It's good. Like, they were like, we support her all the way, right? Because like, they're just a weather agency.
Yeah. Well,
definitely just a normal weather agency.
But at the same time, the fact that they did that proves that they are not entirely an idol agency, and good for them.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not an idol agency in the sense of, and I think like, I genuinely believe that Hololive like probably would not actually like fire somebody on the basis of just like the romantic.
No,
like,
I don't think so either.
Like, yeah.
But still, just like
rumors along.
Like I'm not going to begrudge a weather company from saying, having some some conventionally attractive people be our meteorologists, assuming that they are still, entertaining and otherwise qualified to do this job and capable, that is a perfectly sound business model.
Yeah. I mean, they were basically streamers, right? Like the way that they kind of like would do bits on camera and like kind of like,
cool,
make funny jokes and do that.
Let's make Weather Channel entertaining. I'm all for this.
It was basically weather idols, but in like the sense that like idols are like pretty funny, like in terms of like V2, like they're basically like
personality. Yeah.
It was like it looked like a fun thing to watch. It's just that they're doing the weather, right?
Yeah.
Like, and so this kind of thing was like, I'm trying to remember where I was going with this,
well, to wrap things back about, characters and whatnot in what would otherwise be perhaps more mundane places, you sent me a picture of some of the standees that you saw. Sorry, Chad, I'm covering you for a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
this
could be a VTuber group.
These 5, Ikemen pretty boys. Oh, yeah. You got, sort of the blue butler, the purple, sort of chuny sorcerer-looking dude, the red swordsman, the buff yellow fighter. Can't quite tell what the green guy in the corner. I guess he's sort of like a, like a shaman or like, I don't know if like a shrine worker.
I think he might be like, I think that might be more connected to the sort of traditional like practices of like Hakodate, like that region, right? Like, maybe it's an Ainu thing,
And I like that they're called the Hakomen.
Yeah, the Hakomen, they're the men from Hakodate, yeah. But
also probably a play on Ikemen.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. I think it's all of them.
That's
and
great.
I think there's a third level of pun there too. But yeah, I mean, this kind of stuff is like, it's a very, very, very common culture there. And like, I was on the same trip, like I saw a video play when I was like down in the southwest of the country, like in Fukuoka, which is like, it's not as far west as Nagasaki, but it's quite far. It's like basically the first city in Kyushu, which is like the sort of western island. And the mall, like the JR, so the Japan Railways, like mall, which was like I forget what the exact name of it is, but like I saw, like, while I was waiting for my train, I saw an ad flick by on the screens in this train station, and I knew enough Japanese to be able to read it and be like, oh, they're announcing a VTuber debut. And the VTuber debut that they were actually announcing was the VTuber for the mall.
Oh,
it was like great. The mall VTuber. I can actually, like, I think share with you the
And I guess, you know, that they'll be on, you know, different video boards throughout the mall, you know, the little directories and such.
Yeah. Like, this is they were debuting a VTuber, and, like, incorporating her design is this, like, very distinctive, like, clock that is, like, above the thing. And, like, she is a VTuber in the sense of, like, you know, she plays video games on, streams on YouTube and, like, does the stuff like that. And then she also, like, kind of does the sort of Japanese variety show thing where she's, like, in a little circle and, like, you know, she reacts to things as, like, she's kind of taken around the mall, like, I don't know whether they take her around, I think they might take her around the mall, like, on an iPad or something like that. But, you know, she interviews people who are, like, you know, I have this shop, and, like, I sell these, like, you know, sweets. I'm a Japanese sweets shop, and I, like, do this, and, like,
I'm so sorry. I'm so crappy economy. You're totally right. I was typing things in very quickly, and I've had your social handles typed.
Oh yeah, it's why, yeah.
That I just because just I don't know why I was typing it real fast earlier, and you know, because Kari. I am dumb because I have your actual name spelled correctly, and it says CHRY. I am the silly. I am sorry. There we go. It is fixed. Thank you very much, Craft Economy.
I was looking at that, so I don't want to, like, stress out my computer too much, so I had the stream open, but, like, of course it's on delay, so I don't really look at it much, and I had it at, like, 140p because I just need to, like, sort of see if there's something, like, very wrong going on.
Yeah.
But yeah. Sorry, this is the I'm gonna link you the VTuber.
Yeah, the mall VTuber.
Their YouTube page.
I'm excited to see more businesses you know, realize the value of VTubers, because it means more opportunities for folks that you know, that yes, is there perhaps a saturation level? And yes, is it still, you know, corporate propaganda, blah, blah, blah? Yes, but at the same time, hey, being an actor is a very difficult and competitive field of work. Being an entertainer is a competitive field of work. I am all for job creation in that field, and this is going to create jobs in entertainment.
I just noticed that she streamed Mahjong Soul 2 weeks ago with viewers. Oh boy, I could have played Mahjong Soul with a mall VTuber. Oh man.
I need to actually get around to organizing my Mahjong stream. That's going to happen.
Yeah.
Hopefully sometime in March.
I have met so many VTubers
this month, but I was just so busy.
Mahjong is, like, actually kind of a stealth, like, kind of huge social game for. I mean, it's not that stealth. I think a lot of people kind of, like, know about it right now, but, like, for VTubers, right? It's like, it's actually, like, just an incredible, you know, backrooms thing, right?
Because once you're really good at it, you're not spending time, you know, really hyper-focused necessarily, that it is a very fast-paced game. And even better that you're able to, you know, through online clients and whatnot, get games in pretty fast that in actual Mahjong, that it still takes a while to, you know, jumble all the tiles, assemble the walls, and it ends up taking a bit of time, and that's where people socialize there. But even now, just without that, still, you can still get through games at a pretty good clip. Or sorry, other shot says fast-paced, haha, yes, I guess, perhaps the better phrase I should say is the play is fast-paced, that, you know, people don't spend, you know, assuming you have the timer going, that there is not a lot of stop in action, that it's usually, you know, draw, consider for 5-10 seconds. discard and repeat. That it's not people are not staring at their hands deep in thought for minutes on end. That you're able to be very social while you're playing it.
Yeah, in fact, you can't, right? It's like I feel like there's like a little bit more strategic depth in a lot of such games. It was like you can kind of like formulate what you're going to do while other people are around, and like there's large periods of the game
point where you know, okay, I need to draw one of these 3 tiles. Anything else that I draw will be discarded immediately. If I draw one of these 3 tiles, one of these 3 tiles will be discarded.
What I find, so I guess the psychology behind this, right, is that if you have something to distract the parts of your brain that sort of generate a lot of the social awkwardness, right? Like I feel like some of the best socialization happens when you've got some sort of like other thing that is like that is like just a very small persistent distraction for some of the more like analytical parts of your brain that can like just build on each other and like produce anxiety and like kind of this kind of thing. It's like make things feel awkward. And so that's why, like, you know, actually playing a very sort of low-level game where it's like the game is not like eating up all of your like focus, but like you're still, so you need to concentrate on it a little bit, but then mostly your social brain can just go wild. And I think that's why it's like such an incredible icebreaker, because the sort of conversations that I've had, like there are VTubers who I've like been playing Mahjong with, like, you know, who like I would not have felt like I would have felt really, really nervous talking to some of these people, like, you know, if it weren't for the fact that we're playing this game now, like, you know. Yeah,
and that's the other piece of just that when you are playing a game that it provides the socially acceptable excuse to socialize. That it is just, well, we're playing a game, so of course we're going to talk. It would be awkward if we didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like, okay, so I'm gonna go with a very, very weird kind of like tangent for this.
Please.
I saw somebody who was basically like pointing out that part of the reason why Sam Bankman-Fried, who was the FTX guy who like ended up going to jail, part of the reason that he ended up being seeming so like trustworthy in a lot of his meetings, right? Because like he was a very sociable guy who would say yes to everything, even when he wasn't paying any attention to them at all. And the reason is like, you know, he came across as a sociable guy because every single time he was in a meeting, especially like a, you know, an online meeting, like or a you know, an interview with like Bloomberg or whatever, like he would always be just playing League of Legends the entire time. And he was just like concentrating on League of Legends. Like he was concentrating on League of Legends, and he was using whatever kind of like social brain cells he had left to just be like, yeah, sure, no, that's cool. Like, let's do that. Yeah, that's great. And it's like, but really he was just playing League. Like,
I did not know that about him.
Yeah,
that
he was
fascinating.
Famous for playing League, just like for all of his like,
all his toxicity was focused on
League. His toxicity was focused on League, and so, you know, he's just a very personable guy. And it's like, you know, no, this guy, and look, he's so down to earth. He drives like a cheap car, and he plays League, and he dresses like a slob, and you know, it's like, and he just cares about you, man. Like, and
that is honestly one of the, it's one of the biggest grifter schemes of our generation, of just the sheer scale, like, you know, Bernie Madoff and whatnot, just like he's up there now in that pantheon, because there was like Steph Curry, if memory serves, like Alex Rodriguez, I think, you know, big name, like mainstream athletes and movie people, and even some like content creators. Like there was a podcast, a Magic the Gathering podcast I listened to, that got sponsored by them for a time. And that like they were doing like really smart like influencer branding and marketing, and like getting into so many communities, and
so many like it's insane actually. Like if you dig into this, like, you know, the number of pies that they had, like, you know, like thumbs in, right? Like
and just it was, and you know, not a big fan of like teasing something, but at the same time, like, My TLDR opinion on crypto is I think that the idea of centralized currency has merit. I don't think it has been implemented properly yet. I think the idea of being able to organize things based on an ID is interesting. I think that currently it is not ethical given the environmental implications of it. And I think the idea of assigning extreme value to those things is silly.
Yeah. I mean, there are proof of stake. There are basically like, so Bitcoin itself, right, is a proof of work protocol, right?
Yeah.
Which results in the massive environmental like kind of stuff, right?
Yes.
The second generation of sort of like protocols or whatever is like there's proof of work, right? Sorry, proof of stake, right? Like which is basically like the rich get richer, right? Like so if you have money, then you can like use it to make more money. But and that doesn't have the same like environmental properties that like Bitcoin does because it's like it's just a different algorithm for how you kind of like get richer within the thing. But like but at the same time, right, I think the trouble ends up being, right, is that, like, with the way that the network kind of works and the volatility of these sorts of things, like, without some sort of, like, central bank to kind of, like, put some stability in the market, and with the way it's been so heavily speculative.
Yeah, exactly. There's... Like I said, I think the idea of a decentralized currency, like on paper, makes total sense. Oh yeah, obviously that there's perfect logic to this. Implementation, just decentralization, does not mean lack of regulation and oversight.
Well, it doesn't scale, right? Like,
and just
like
it's like Vtubing, that the things that Vtubing is doing right now, like you said, that we're only scratching the surface of what is possible with this technology. I think that is the same for a lot of crypto and other Web3 things. And the problem is that the people that have gotten their hands on these scratching the surface things are frequently not using them ethically or morally or in some cases outright scamming.
I think a lot of this,
and it's given technology with good purposes or good potential a bad name. Sorry.
I think a lot of this like comes down to like a lot of the dynamics of a lot of these things. I think come down to very minute sort of like questions of like what is actually like easier with the technology and what is a little bit harder with the technology. Like I think back to Wikipedia for this is like the thing with Wikipedia is that they made doing the good thing slightly easier than doing the bad thing, and they made it so that, like, the good thing, like, could counterbalance the bad thing.
Yes.
Like, more effectively. Like, it was easier to, like, undo damage than it was to do damage. And then, like, if you have, like, a certain level of damage and a certain level of undoing damage, then it just comes out on...
do you have a net positive?
Yes. Yes, you end up having a net positive in that case, right? And, like, that... is I think the fundamental sort of like basis of like whether these fields right end up just covered in scams, right? Because like with the crypto stuff, right, it is much easier to play a sort of confidence game
good at this
than to figure out something like it's a cool technology, but it's like very few of the sort of uses that are enabled by the structure of the technology are like positive in the way that society works, right? Like, so there's like, there are definitely like uses for it that like, I mean, like it's decentralized. So what does it do? That means it evades like centralized authority. So like in a place where, like it's, if you have some sort of like, authoritarian, government or whatever, right? Like
there are markets in the world.
Then you can money launder more efficiently with it, right? Yeah. Like the question is like, is money laundering actually good in the jurisdiction that you're in, right? Like, is making money laundering easier good? And if like the government that is like, you are trying to launder your money from is actually really like, a problem, right? Like, but typically that's not the case.
That's far less likely to be the case of just in that I think the
at least in
concept
where we're
that
talking
you have
right,
of
yeah.
that for technology, the essentially undefinable quantitatively, but broaderly qualitatively, are you able to do more good than bad with things?
Yeah.
Or rather, at the very least, is the technology being used for more good or bad? And that's sort of where we are right now, that there's some cool stuff going on under the hood. There's some interesting stuff, and I would not be surprised if in 10, 15 years, this technology is indeed more widespread and more efficient environmentally and able to do cool things because people have explored it and found safeguards against some of the bad things that people do with it currently. I don't
think that's going to be more efficient environmentally just because the nature of how, because like you're adding overhead by like making it decentralized rather than centralized, right?
I guess
like cash is efficient, right? Like
yeah. That's fair. That certainly nothing is going to be more environmentally friendly than me handing you coins and a piece of paper.
And making of like basically a network connection to Visa is also very, very, very low overhead. Right.
Yeah. And that I'm sort of making the blue LED assumption that smart people with technology will find ways to make things that are currently vastly inefficient and not technologically possible and find ways to do them. That I'm being deeply optimistic on development.
Yeah.
Now, that is entirely speculative, obviously, but we've done a lot of cool shit with computers and technology a lot faster than a lot of people expected. So that's my hope, at least. Whether it'll happen, who knows?
Yeah, just to lay out the entire crypto thing, right? Like, the thing that like crypto is very good at, it's decentralized versus like everything else, right? So it is very good at evading it is very good for using it to do things that governments don't like, or at least historically, that's what it's for, right? And typically the things that governments don't like enough for them to do something about you, right, are called crimes, right? And many crimes are bad. Some crimes I think like people like think are like, it's like a lot of crimes are people are in favor of, like, I don't know, like, so, some of the biggest uses for Bitcoin, right, are scams and buying drugs, right?
Yeah. That I guess this is me being overly optimistic and stuff. That like when I think of decentralized, I think, you don't need to worry about one, conversion rates don't have to be a thing. That all right, you have sort of a uniform currency, and that's just a very nice and convenient thing for a international society. And you don't need to worry necessarily about one country's right now the yen is very weak compared to the US dollar. And that
people worry about conversions rates between like Ethereum and Bitcoin and this and that and like, Shiba and whatever all the time though.
That's very fair. And that, just the concept of, if one were to become a bit more ubiquitous, that, or even a relatively small number, not the thousands that we have, but even if there are a dozen, 20 even, but they are all decentralized, and that therefore you aren't necessarily having to worry about, all right, is my country's economy versus the other country's economy gonna totally ruin the conversion rate for something and for certain international businesses, and that we're all working on that playing field, and it then ideally at that point makes things more stable and less fluctuating because it's not queuing off of any individual economy. That's the, sort of, like I said, very optimistic, perhaps foolishly so on my part.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's the unfortunate thing, of course, is that, like, the cryptocurrencies are vastly more volatile than, like,
you are absolutely correct. That, like I said, my hopes are speculative at best. And because, like I said, there's interesting stuff here. The technology is neat.
Yeah.
Right
the original white paper on Bitcoin is fascinating to read. Like, it's a really fun read.
But and it's just right now it's a mess. It is not.
Yeah. And I think that's like a lot of that is just enabled by what the technology like lets you do more easily, right?
Because you're right that what is it able to do a lot of right now? Crimes.
Yes. Well, because it's about getting around the systems of governments, right? And so what you want, like, you have no reason to, like, if you're doing something legal with your money, right? Like, then there's no reason to use a decentralized currency. You just use the centralized. I mean, there is some privacy stuff from like private parties, right? Like, I know, like, I think like the closest thing that I would find like here is like, sex workers, right? Like they often like face like a lot of like pushback from like currency, like not currency, but payment processors, financial institutions. And so like it is probably safer for them, even though like what they're doing is legal in a lot of their jurisdictions. Like it might very well be a lot safer for them to operate in Bitcoin, because then like they don't, get hit by, the payment processors. Right?
Another thing that I just thought of is, VTubers.
Yeah.
That, if you do not want your name attached to things and transactions,
like PayPal and that kind of stuff.
That just currently, that I had a PayPal and just it asked for a first name VTuber, last name Talk.
And
that technically you are able to do that nowadays for the most part, and that it can work.
And you've been kind of able to do that for some time, right? That there's a like, I know I got inspired to try to write a short story about by, there was a long time ago, I think, like, Project Melody ended up in a legal dispute over her model.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
And I was looking at the legal documents related to this thing, and I noticed something interesting, which was that the entity known as, Project Melody is actually represented by a company called H-Streams Incorporated that is, like, registered to a FedEx store in Chicago, right? So the person who is suing, I don't know, like, there's probably a countersuit. I don't know, like, who was suing whom, but, like, basically the person who had done the model and who was, like, trying to, allege that, like, Melody didn't, like, own the thing that she was, like, using, he was, like, an actual, human being with an address in a house in a actual place.
Yeah.
But Melody, had set this up in a smart way to protect her privacy. And so she was a limited liability corporation. And I know you can do this in such a way that you kind of like set up 2 limited liability corporations in different states, or you can like, actually have a human agent. Like, there's a way to do it with 0 humans in the stack. If you have like a human being who is not you, who is like okay to be identified as like a human being that exists somewhere in the chain, and that can just be an attorney you hire, or a person who is a registered agent, like, for these purposes, right? Then you can do it in one LLC, but like there's a hack where you can do 2 LLCs, and then like one owns the other one, and so it has a corporation being its agent.
Stuff on financial documents and taxes. Also, I would like to say I smiled more than I should have when you used the phrase "humans in the stack."
In the stack of all the you just shove a human in there, right? It's like, no, you got a corporate entity, another corporate entity. I just shove a human in here. Like, it doesn't even need to be a human who matters. Like, you just hire some like mercenary, and then like that way your VTuber can be like, undainted upon by the light of day. It's like,
But you want to talk about pioneers and people who have succeeded, and it's cool to see Project Melody. Like, wow, just because the amount of tech that she has pushed to just so many new heights, and the fact that she's been able to not only create this personal brand for herself in this business, and the fact that she has put in all the work on the documents and the legal filings and the financial stuff to have all that, so when this thing happened, that all the important info wasn't in the legal filings. Like, that's she had all of this stuff in place, and that's so cool. And just that's another person that has been here from the very
beginning. Yeah.
And
She was telling stories about this at the very first Offkai, right? Offkai After Dark, about like how difficult it was to actually like get a model back in those days, and especially given what she does, right?
Yeah.
She actually like had people who were like, I need you to sign an NDA that is kind of the opposite of like, the typical sort of NDA, right? Because there weren't people in the West who knew anything about any of this stuff, right? So she had to go to like Japanese nurse, and they were like, we don't want to be associated with this, so we'll make your model, but you have to sign an NDA that means that you will not just reveal that we had any part in this. Yes,
for the
you can't credit us.
Yeah, the one weird time where the artist says, "Do not credit me, please do not credit me."
Yes, I'm gonna share a gripe, by the way, and this might be a hot take. We're doing hot takes on Vtuber Talk, right? So here's my hot take, right? Is that the past life taboo, right? Is sort of it's anti-labor in the VTubing industry. It is a very complicated way of sort of using the lore basis of it to try to get away with not crediting the talent.
Wow.
And it's a way of like increasing it's a way of increasing the leverage that the corporations have over the talent, so they are less likely to leave, because like them threatening to leave is like the leverage that they have over. And what has happened, right, I think, is that they are like, the talent are signed to NDAs, which means that they can't like sort of discuss past lives, that kind of thing, right? In all except a very few number of cases. And I think what's going on here, right, is that VTuber fans are very, very, very adept at picking up on signals and sort of running with what the VTubers they watch signal is acceptable, right?
Yeah.
They watch VTubers we're talking about technology, right? Like, this technology is incredibly good at transmitting like the emotional nuance of like trying to what's good and what we like, what we don't like, what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, like, and you just spend so much time with somebody that you like pick up on signals. It's like, this is not said, this is okay, this is not okay, this is good, this is bad, like, I should do this, I shouldn't do this, this is against like the, and like, there is nobody has ever stated, right, like, do not mention my past life, right? Like, they don't actually tell this to the fan community, but what happens is that the talent are bound by the NDA, and I think Demon Dice at some point said this. It's like, it's my contract, not yours, right? As Demon Dice.
Yeah.
So you guys don't have to be worried about this at all, right? Like, she said it as explicitly as like
and that's so interesting, because certainly that at least for me as a fan, that in a lot of ways, and I think for many others, it sort of becomes a thing of a sign of respect, and acknowledging that these people are not just their corporate VTuber personalities, and that in some ways, that you do want to recognize them as, you are more than just that we want to recognize you by this other name, but then in some ways it also sort of it feels
prurient, I guess. That
it feels like a thing of respect, but I can also totally, like, as soon as you said anti-labor, that it just clicked in my head. It was like, oh wow, it kind of is.
Because it's not doxing, right? Like, it is not actually doxing. If you had a previous account and you were putting out content under that account, and you were a content creator with a brand and a bunch of like, and leverage as an independent creator with your, current agency who is like causing you to not use that identity, right?
Yeah.
The more people who can link your current identity easily to your old identity, the easier it is for you to return to that brand and like take the audience that you've built and not them, and like take it with you and go be that person, right? And so a lot of people are saying like, okay, well, we're making an exception because Doki Bird has like stated that like she wants us to know that she is Doki Bird and not Selene. But that's not really an exception. That's basically just how this works, right? It's like, it's not some scandalous secret. It helps the talent to be able to know that if they leave these companies, if they're in a situation where they prefer to leave for whatever reason, that they have a better situation waiting for them. And even if they choose to stay, right, that actually like helps them in negotiation with a company, right? Like if they know that like, okay, well, I'm going to join your company and there's no reason inherently for me to stay here because I can just return to my old audience and like, and it'll be grown from like, the work that I've done with your company. So like, that means that they're going to give them incentives to stay, right? That means that they have to give them more money to stay. That means that they have to give them, more like organizational support. Maybe they have to be better on like doing perms. And like, so I think actually this is something where the community has sort of picked up on a thing and gotten it like exactly backwards.
Exactly backwards. It's logical how we wound up where we did, but you're not wrong in your analysis.
Yeah. And so like I just think that like we should as like indie VTubers are able to push against this, especially indie VTubers who are not like able to, or not able, but indie VTubers who are like probably not like looking to be in that sort of like Japanese like corporate environment, the ones where it's like, you give up your previous like personality in order to like be this kind of like, I think we are the people who need to speak up like about this and like point out like, no, it's not doxing for me to say that like, to pick the sort of less like most obvious example, like, Calliope Mori's Demon Dice, right?
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
And Suisei, by the way, Azure, is not even really an exception, right? Because Suisei is now, like, almost certainly her IP is owned by Hololive, and so if she leaves, she cannot return to being Suisei, even though she created the character of Suisei, right? Like, she is given that up in order to be in Hololive. And so, like, if she actually ends up, heaven forfend getting into some sort of dispute with, like, Hololive, or just, feels like it isn't her speed anymore, she's not going to be able to, like, come back to it. And so it's important that, like, people who want to support her be able to support her wherever she goes. Yeah. And I feel like
that one thing one thing I would love to see.
Yeah.
That again, like I said, I understand how we got to where we are. And at the same time, I can sort of understand the company standpoint of, while you are employed with us, please do not discuss, like out of character things, so to speak. That don't break character, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
That I can understand that, but that one thing I would love to see eventually is a graduation for a corporate VTuber under good circumstances, whether it just be it's not for them anymore, that they don't want to be a VTuber anymore, that they want to pursue an acting career.
Yes.
And a screen acting career that they literally cannot do as a VTuber, or that they want to do any number of other things and they can't be a VTuber anymore, or rather they don't want to be a VTuber anymore. And that the company, in the graduation announcement says, talent will be graduating on this day. We thank them for their years of service. If you would like to follow their continued activities, this is who they are. This is where you may find them. Mm-hmm. I look forward to a day when we see a graduation with, here's where you can still find them.
So this is a weird example. So there's a couple ones. First of all, this is one of the important reasons why I was so excited to see Koki credited as Koki, right? Because, like, that is an entity that she owns. That is a brand that she owns. That is a persona that she owns. And you're saying about, like, oh, maybe she can't pursue this as a VTuber, but it's like, the more that kind of stuff happens, the more you can pursue this as a VTuber, right?
Yeah,
like,
and that's sort of why I specifically stated, like, screen actor, something that you can't do as a VTuber. Yeah.
I mean, you honestly could, right? Like, I think there's not a reason why you.
That's fair. Yeah.
Can't.
But as a corporate VTuber, probably, but.
Yeah.
You know, I'd love to see flexibility in contracts where that is even more acceptable. Yeah, you're right there.
Yeah, but what I want to say, right, is that like, I'm trying to what I want to say is that like, there's an interesting example of this, which is and it's weird because it actually ended in a pretty like lousy way. Like the actual, there was a termination. It was a giant mess. But the way it started was like, I think very interesting. I like picked on it at the time. Is that RYUWUNA from Idol, right?
Had been announced as a pickup under her original name.
Yes, and so what they did was they did a very interesting turn of phrase when they announced her as like, because she has a new character, right, in Idol, right? She is RYUWUNA, which is not a previously existing character. But the way that they announced it in the graphic was a very interesting word that they used, and it was RYUWUNA featuring Kyoresu.
That's right, because
yeah.
I remembered, if memory serves, I think there was 2 posts that I think there was initially Kyoresu, you know, will be joining Idol or to something to that effect. That is that it was initially just her the non-RYUWUNA account being announced, and that it was later, you know, here is the new account featuring the old account of yes, and that it you're right that who is it, as Shot in the chat mentions, you know, hiring talent with existing fan bases might be a good idea because it helps bring in some of that existing fan base. The fact that someone could say, hey, I'm not going to be doing stuff under this account, I will be going here.
Yes.
You will find me here. It might be in a couple months because we're arranging the debut and stuff, and the reason I need to go now is because I have to work for that debut and, you know, get a lot of the cool stuff all prepped and whatnot. See you in a couple months over there.
And it's against the sort of, like, culture that they've created from VTubing, but I think that is, unfortunately, my take on it is that is a more toxic sort of, like, aspect of the culture. That is sort of more of a way that they sort of exercise control over the talent that, like, I don't feel that comfortable with it, right?
Yeah, it's interesting because VTubing takes so many of its, well, I should rephrase this. Corporate VTubing takes so many of its cues from the idol industry, for better and worse. Many times, in my opinion, worse. And I can, once again, I understand logically how we got to this point, because there are many, many overlaps, not only in the types of content and the ways that corporate VTubers are promoted compared to idols, and also just, I have to assume that a lot of the early VTuber corporations were ones that were ex-idol managers, ones that had been in that industry and saw this new technology and was like, hey, let's do this over here. And therefore they bring with them a lot of their terminology, a lot of their methods.
Idols get credited though, right? So, like,
that's true.
You know who the idol is. So I think actually what it is it's not that they're ex-idol, right? Like, it's that they're tech people, right? Like, I think Kizuna Ai, right, was kind of like one of the first people who were like, well, I'm going to just make, this person is going to be completely anonymous.
Yeah.
And eventually they had a scandal, and then they, stated publicly, like, what Kizuna Ai's, like, person was, right? Yeah. Like, they actually, like, made a press release there, like, in response to, like, an allegation by her fan base that she was being mistreated, right? Like, it was literally a labor thing where it's like, the fans think that she's being mistreated, so in order to, like, make it look like, in order to, like, smooth that over, in order to reassure the fans that she's being treated properly, we are going to put this person who we are positively identifying as the human being behind Kizuna Ai as, like, in charge of her own sort of, like, creative thing with like, they created this whole separate unit to manage the company and blah, blah, blah. And she's like she's the director of this thing and blah, 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 right? Like, they did that for Kizuna Ai, but not before creating this whole, like, convention in VTubing that you just don't credit the artist. Under any sort of, like, even stage names, right? It's like, look, if Urasa Yatsura can credit Koki, then you know, if Koki goes to, you know, some agency, they can also credit Koki. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
And, like, it doesn't break your immersion in Doctor Who to be, like, you know, played by David Tennant. Like, it's just, yeah.
You're absolutely right. Of just, you know,
Yeah.
The characters in movies are credited by the people playing, as the people playing them. And that it's...
And you can stay anonymous because we have, you know, basically all of these...
to make a stage name.
Yeah. And all of these content creators, like, basically every single one of these, like, major corporate VTubers, like, now that the field has existed for more than, like, you know, a year, have prior content creation identities that they own on the internet, right? Like, it's not...
And people, the fans will find out in short notice that if you want to know the past life of every single major corporate VTuber today, you can do it with a single Google search. There are lists, and it's not, even malicious. It is, like you said, it is very supportive. That it's not, you know, it's not saying, you know, here's their IRL names and addresses and where to find them. It's, you know, here's their past channels. Here's where you can find all the cool stuff that made them.
No, I think Niji Sanji tried to sue that site, by the way. I think Niji Sanji tried to do a takedown of that site, right?
I'm not sure. At least I know there's just like
I remember
a big
seeing
list
something
on Reddit
about them.
on
Reddit, but like there's also like there's a Japanese site that like kind of does this for Japanese town. But the problem is also that like a lot of the less like savory places on the internet end up getting like substantially associated with like this kind of thing, and it's like because if you make it a big taboo, then the people who are gonna like violate the people who are gonna violate that taboo are the sorts of people who, you know, get off on violating taboos, right? And so, again, like, I think this is the reason why we have to sort of point out that, like, no, this shouldn't be a taboo, and no, it is not doxing to, like, point out that, like, this YouTube channel that is a pseudonym that made a ton of YouTube videos is another pseudonym. Like that is not saying like, oh, this person
this is not
lives in Chicago at 2774 like Drury Lane and has like his mom.
How did you get my address, Kari?
Yeah. I've hacked the Gibson. Yeah, Dwayne the Rock Johnson. And pro wrestling, right? Like this is actually like.
Oh, VTubing is absolutely pro wrestling.
VTubing is pro wrestling. But also, The Rock is like, you go to any of these people's Wikipedia articles, and let me look up Hulk Hogan. Hold on, let me look up the article on Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan's like article is Terry Gene Bollea, better known by his ring name Hulk Hogan.
Yep. Or you have cases where people initially have ring names and then go to other promotions and use their real names because the ring name is copyrighted by the other one.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is why Daniel Bryan is now Bryan Danielson, which is his actual name.
Yeah, it's exactly the same as VTubing, right?
Yeah, and also just...
it's exactly it's the same thing.
In-depth conversations with friends of the crazy amount of parallels of just, it's semi-scripted content, it's
there's
live
kayfabe,
people, there's kayfabe, you have people getting invested in storylines, you have people getting attached to these characters, you have
like arcs, you have the CEOs of the particular ones becoming these kind of weird larger-than-life,
Exactly, there's so many parallels.
Yeah, it's just pro wrestling except they like play Minecraft instead of like playing this like one particular...
Combat.
Yeah, stage combat. Like, the one, it's like, it's VTubing, but they have one game and they use face cams.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. And they do movies. They do, they do other, performing arts things, like, as well.
The other thing that I saw compared with professional wrestling, which I thought was quite apt, is, funny enough, something else we've discussed this evening, maid cafes.
Yeah.
Maid cafes are pro wrestling,
and I don't think it's at all a coincidence that like a lot of the people who are into like maid cafes and like that kind of stuff, and also into pro wrestling, like when I think there were a lot of AEW shows that like a lot of people have had a bunch of Holomyth like posters at in the, in the audience.
There've been a bunch.
Yeah.
I've loved it.
Yeah.
I had friends trying to get me to wrestling for years, and it took a long time for it to click with me because growing up, it just initially was, okay, so it's scripted fighting. Why would you be cheering and excited when the fight is known? Like, I can understand boxing because that's a competition. I do not understand the appeal of not competitive competition, and that was simply because since I hadn't watched it, I didn't know that there were storylines. And as soon as like a friend started to like sit me down, we were like having lunch one time, and just he was telling me about the storylines. I was like, oh wow, that's really cool stuff. And he was like, yeah, no, this is wrestling. This is how it always is. This isn't like the drama. This isn't stuff happening outside the ring. This is the writing. He was like, oh, wait a minute. And then he's like, there's going to be a pay-per-view coming up in a couple weeks. You should watch with me. Watch with me, and just had I get it now. I understand. And I don't follow pro wrestling even now too much. I very much follow peripherally, but that I really enjoy absorbing a lot of stuff secondhand from my friends who are super into it. I tune into like a couple pay-per-views a year, not really the weeklies.
I believe pro wrestling maids, by the way, Azure, do exist. Like, I think that is actually a very common aesthetic, like in Japanese pro wrestling, especially. But like, there's pro wrestling idols. There's pro wrestling. There's Lady Beard is a pro wrestler, right?
Yep.
Isn't Lady Beard basically a pro wrestling maid?
Maki
and that's the other
Ito
thing.
Is actually a former idol.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, yeah. Yeah, so Lady Beard basically wrestles in a maid outfit, right? A very large amount of the time. And it's like the just the incredible thing about all this, right, is that you get like the thing about wrestling. Here's another thing, right? Like the gender diversity, right? The amount of like expression of like that is also a thing that is a parallel between pro wrestling and VTubers, right?
Yeah.
As the way that the medium has like allowed so many people to just like really express themselves, just like in a way that's like you don't have to have a particular kind of like body or like just to you can just go out like in whatever like amazing elaborate like outfit you want, like whatever like your form is just like up to your imagination, like especially when you're a VTuber, your form is up to your imagination. When you're a pro wrestler, your like outfit is like up to your imagination, like, and some of the most creative like it's the same thing.
Yeah, actually there was one other thing that sort of unlocked my mind with wrestling, and it happened before the friend sat me down and really got me into the lore, but made me realize, at least at a baseline level, I can see why people enjoy it, even if I didn't understand the depth of it yet. And funny enough, it was a South Park episode. There was a South Park episode called WTF, which was the Wrestling Theater Federation. And it's where, the kids of South Park start their own wrestling thing, but they make it theater. And that there's scenes that a wrestling ring in the globe.
Yeah.
Of them, quoting butchered Shakespeare lines, but twisted, iambic pentameter of, ring conflicts and such. And that sort of was the click for me of, okay, it's theater. That it finally, it shifted for me of, this is not something that is trying to pretend to be a competition.
Yes.
It is theater that happens to have the writing be about competition.
Yes.
And that was a big moment for me. And I talked earlier about I recognize how competitive the entertainment space is, and I'm all for job creation and entertainment. I want there to be as many creative opportunities as possible for as many people as possible. Yeah. And if you are a 6.5, 7 foot bulky dude, there are not a lot of acting opportunities for you.
No. But in pro wrestling there are.
In pro wrestling, that is where just,
and in VTubing.
And in VTubing, certainly. That the thing of VTubing is, appearance does not matter at all.
No.
But for wrestling, that there are some big guys that enjoy theater. That's just how it is. And that, you know, you don't see them being cast very often outside of maybe occasionally there will be the one big bulking enemy in like some action movies or some superhero movies. But even now, like, you know, you're not going to see a big 7-foot tall guy on Broadway probably. And that they just don't have that chance, but that they can do this type of really cool, intense, they can do it funny. You have Danhausen, who's just an absolute fucking character. Just, you can tell that guy's having fun. He's just living his best life out there, and I'm so happy for him. But then you have these others who are just, you know, like Roman Reigns, this dark, brooding, just very, very surly guy who's just playing the villain and living it up there, being the big bad. And even though the audience is at the point where they're freaking sick of him, that just he's playing his role, and that I'm sure he's having fun doing that villain role, and that, you know, a guy like him might not have been given a chance in Hollywood.
Yeah. So when's their outfit review? I mean, that is a thing, right? Like, it's the same.
They have their outfit. They have outfit debuts. They have the whole thing going down the ramp. It's a big deal.
Yeah, they have their outfit reviews. They have they have all this kind of stuff. They like do like the little bits. They like kind of connect in with the video game community. Like there's that one time that like you know, that one wrestler like came into like with a Sans mask and like with the Undertale music.
Kenny Omega.
And, like,
he's
Kenny
done
Omega.
entrances
like,
as Sans. He's done Sephiroth.
Yeah.
He's total nerd.
Yeah, there's even like that one pro wrestling person who was a VTuber, right?
I'm probably forgetting who, but
I'm trying to think. I saw it at some point, but like
I could totally believe it. I'm sure there is.
Yeah. Oh
but,
yeah, you know.
But the fact that that's part of it, that it's not that
Mason Madden. Yeah.
But what's so cool about that is, you know, in certain ways, yes, they are going to have certain parts written for them that, you know, okay, you know, you're the heel or you're the face, things like that, and that can shift over time. But that even within that role, they are allowed a very significant amount of creative freedom. That, you know, Kenny Omega, great example of just, you know, no, they did not assign him Sans Undertale or
no, they didn't.
He was like, I want to do this thing, and yes, I will fight the match as the script intends. That's totally fine, but this is going to be my entrance. And it's like, yeah, okay, cool, have fun with that.
There's a Wired article from early 2021. So this is April 2021, a full 3 years ago.
Wow.
About an English VTuber who is a WWE, who debuted as a VTuber.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all the same. Yeah.
Wait a minute. That doesn't work. It says 7-foot 14-inch pink-haired merman named Jimbo. Wait a minute. There's a problem there, and it's not the fact that they're a pink-haired merman.
He goes even further with his like avatar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's so many fun, cool things, and
I love how there's 4 names for the same like human being in this Wired article, right?
Yeah.
Like two like was it 2 stage names for wrestling, and then one for VTubing.
One for VTubing. Right? And then, because it is Brennan Williams stands at 6'7", weighs 300 pounds, and wrestles professionally as Dio Madden, a.k.a. Mace, forcefully terrifying on stage in a skull mask, but lately he is a 7-foot 14-inch pink-haired merman named Jibo, with a crunchy octopus ball in his head.
That was like one of the coolest things, by the way. With,
I didn't even realize that that little thing on his head was a takoyaki. That's neat. Now I'm hungry.
Yeah. I ate a bunch of taco. Well, that was the thing. Like when a bunch of people went out for, I think they ended up going for tacos because it ended up being easier than going out for takoyaki. I think some people went out for takoyaki. Going way back to that Eno billboard, by the way. Yeah, because like again, early 2021, after like a whole bunch of lockdown during the pandemic, a lot of people's first time meeting each other like ever, in the VTubing space, right? Like. And then like, you know, cons hadn't come back yet. No really other way to like meet these people who you'd been like interacting with online, like often in like these very, very, very tight-knit fan communities. And then suddenly for the first time, right? Like, oh shit, like, you know, we're having a Hall Live con. And there's like a Discord server, like the ENA Billboard Con 2021, right? Like, and yeah, just like, just a small group of like VTuber fans like gathered at the bottom of that. And I know that a number of those people have actually gone to be like pretty significant like players in the VTubing industry.
That's so cool.
Yeah, but like I think not necessarily as VTubers, but I think a few of them have like done some interesting, like really interesting behind the scenes stuff. Some of which I talked about in the pre-show, and I probably shouldn't repeat in public. But like, yeah,
people get around. People get around.
People get around. People who are interested in things can often do like incredible things, given the fact that like it's now 3 years later, right? And this is like, honestly, like these 4 years of VTubing have been in some sense like the fastest years and also the slowest years. It's like there's so much that has happened. It's
definitely one of those things of
at
every day
speed.
feels like a week.
Yeah.
But in this moment, the last week feels like a day.
Yeah. And it's just it's insane. It's like it's incredible, right? Like I never imagined that I'd be like kind of so many of like the personas too, like who had been like such larger than life figures, right? Like but you know, now we just know each other, right? Like
yeah. And
now we're just kind of like running around the same circles, and like I'm helping build stuff, and like this is kind of interesting also that we've gone the entire time, by the way, and I haven't really spoken that much about like, you know, redeems or anything like that, or any of the stuff that I sort of build on my own channel.
Kind of known for it.
Yeah. The stuff that I'm like more known for in the space, like it's like, yeah.
Well, shall we?
We can. I mean, so I tried to actually apply. Sorry, go ahead.
No, actually, you were about to tell a story. I'll ask a question afterwards.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say like
apply to.
No, I tried to like. What I try to do is I try to like, you know, push the boundaries of like what is like doable, like within reach, right? Like I try to push like the boundaries of like what OBS can kind of do, what VTube Studio can do, like what's like accessible. Like for my re-debut, for example, like I made a trailer for it, actually like choreographed the entire thing using OBS, using like this tool StreamerBot, right? And so I was able to like put together this like video production, right? Like, and it's just the entire cue sheet exists in StreamerBot, right? Like it just does I got all the timings, and it just like plays out like requests to like, you know, do like a, you know, move transition plugin to like kind of like bump off the title card, and it crashes to the ground, and like the screen shakes and all that kind of stuff is just like applying like pieces that I think individually are not that technically complex, but then like just come together to this sort of like production whole that I think is not so much seen in the space. And this kind of like gets back to a lot of the earlier stuff we're talking about with like the way we think about production. I don't know Azure, by the way, whether this is that person, but I would not be surprised.
So when this all starts for you, when getting into VTubing happens, how much of the skills that you've gotten outside of OBS, because OBS is sort of its own thing, but to what degree have you been able to pull on past knowledge for, you know, tech, coding, what have you, and how much of this has been you just doing a deep dive and being like, I want to learn thing, and you learned thing?
It is mostly the latter, right? I think the most valuable like experience in programming like is not necessarily knowing how a particular things work. Certainly I've like pulled on some previous knowledge. Like I use the programming language like Go, which is like a little bit of it, I think, an unusual choice, but it has a lot of properties that are very, very good for VTubing. Like, you know, it has like very good, you know, what are called like concurrency, the code concurrency, basically, it's very good at sort of like firing stuff off to like get done on the side, right? Like, so, you know, if you have like a trigger or something like that, like your main program can continue running and it can fire off this side process that like does something to your model. And like, meanwhile, the main thing is kind of just still running in a normal way. And that's like a little bit trickier to do like in many languages, but like Go has very good like, you know, functionality for that. It's also very fast, right? Which is something that is actually like pretty underappreciated. So like a lot of VTubing software that exists out there has very heavy UI. Like they'll spin up a copy of Unity or something like that. And often like the thing that they're doing doesn't really require Unity to do it, right? But it's just the easiest way to do it is to like run Unity. And that can be pretty rough, right? Because like if you think about what VTubers are doing, right? They're running, you know, their model. They're often running a secondary program to like interpolate to their model. They're running a video game. Yeah, they're not necessarily on the latest hardware. Yeah.
Yeah, just VTube Studio, VBridger plus OBS plus game alone is going to be more than the average computer can handle, or rather, perhaps not nowadays, but rewind the clock 3 years, it's more than the average computer can handle.
Yeah, and then like, and depending on what game you're playing, right, it can introduce, like every single layer of that introduces extra stability. Yeah. So what I try to do is I try to make, you know, the hardest part of like making a lot of the software, by the way, especially for like other people other than myself, has been like the user interface, right? Because that's actually a really tricky thing to do. Like, how do you make a user interface that makes sense, that is pilotable, like by a VTuber with not necessarily a lot of like specific technical knowledge, that, you know, might even have to like make changes to the thing like midstream, or like they have all sorts, because the number of things that go wrong when you're doing live production is like so incredibly high, right? Like,
yes, indeed.
Yeah,
and, you know, I've said it many times of just, it doesn't matter if it is a concert, a convention, a stream, anything that is live. If something can go wrong, it will go wrong.
It will explode, yes.
The key to good production and a good performance is obviously, you know, putting in the prep work to minimize the number of things going wrong, but more than anything, being prepared to address things if they go wrong. It is not a failure if a fire occurs. It is how quickly you can contain and put out the fire. Because even in the most professional of circumstances, if you ask the people behind the scenes, they'll be like, oh my gosh, we barely got that. I can't believe we actually pulled that off. And the audience is none the wiser. Or, in other cases, at the very least, you know, play it off like it's not that big a deal. Don't act panicked. Don't let people know that it's really bad. And then contain it as best you can. Maybe get some laughs out of it.
And my job, right, is if I'm introducing any software to your stack of like, you know, trying to do things, like, it is my job to make sure that I have as low of a probability as possible of being the problem, right? And that if there is a problem, that there are very clear like exit paths and off ramps and like ways to basically like cause the thing to you know, get into a good known state, and like, you know, either, you know, sometimes it involves disabling the thing, but it's like, you know, it just basically not intersperse myself into a position where I'm going to be the problem. And some VTuber software doesn't like do that good of a job of doing that. Like, it is actually like, it takes up a lot of screen real estate. It is like hard to configure. It is like, it's just like a pain in the ass, and people like path through it because VTubers are incredibly resourceful people.
Yes.
But it can be a pain. It can be like a real pain. And so I try to write what I write when it's for other people, to avoid that. And when I'm writing for myself, right, then I can, like, I know exactly, I know exactly what my own like levels are in terms of like knowing, you know, and if I shoot myself in the foot, that's my fault.
Yeah, at that point it doesn't matter. It's okay, you know, I brought this on myself, quite literally.
But I think also, like, you know, one of the reasons, like, so I'm much more sort of like versed in like how to do things in live 2D, I think, than in you know, the 3D like software that kind of exists out there.
Which makes like your recent
I know something about Blender,
transformation all the scarier, because if you were able to do what you were already able to do, and it literally just, you're even more powerful now.
Yeah, and so I wanted to have a debut that did justice to this model and this rigging, right? Like I got one of the highest compliments that I can think of like recently, whereas like I rated Kyo recently, Kyo Haru, who was an amazing rad VTuber, and just an incredibly thoughtful person, like very 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 cool, like cute, like interesting VTuber, and so she said that she was like, normally she doesn't care for re-debuts, right? And I get that. Like I a lot of them are just like, oh, I'm gonna drag my model from like top to bottom, and like, here's my new outfit, and like maybe I have some sort of like release of something, and it's like, here's some merch, and like, look, it's I'm doing this, and like, yeah. But I wanted to like make sure that I really did this justice, and so it's like I had a whole production, and she was like, this kind of, I did not know how she was doing a whole bunch of this. I was like captivated by this in a way that I've never been captivated by any re-debut, and I thought that was like the highest praise that I could have gotten, and I was so touched by that, to hear that. Like, and she was saying that on stream, so yeah. Which is always like being recognized by the community and by your peers in the space is just like the absolute best feeling, right? So I don't know.
And that I'm excited to see VTuber debuts as a whole becoming more than just a PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah.
That I know a couple of folks that have just really turned them into not just a showcase, but really a performance, and that
and a story.
Yes, that I don't know if you're familiar with her, but I will direct you to her later. But Rhea, Long Live Rhea, are you familiar at all?
I'm not actually.
Okay, so she's a VTuber who's very open about her past life. Always has been. That she links to it directly on her Twitter profile. And me inviting her on the show was a very interesting experience for me, because I saw her and was like, oh, just caught her playing. It was a Pokemon Nuzlocke, because I'm a sucker for Nuzlockes. I will probably tune into your stream if you were ever playing a Nuzlocke.
Is her past like a non-VTuber identity or something? Or?
Yes. And that was like, oh wow, she has a pretty big following. I'm surprised I haven't seen her before, but she seems
it's like an Amelie Monarch situation almost. Like,
sort of. And so I reach out to her, and she's like, yeah, totally love to be on the show. And that when I'm out sort of quote unquote scouting for folks, I'm not necessarily gonna do a deep Shrimp Raid, Shrimp Queen Raid, Farrah the Bat, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders.
Hello.
Hello.
We played, we bowled.
Ooh.
We bowled in TwitchCon.
Oh, very nice.
Yes.
Well, welcome on in, Farrah. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm Jay. This is Vtuber Talk. I am talking with Kari. We've been talking for 5 hours, and normally at this point in time, we'd probably be wrapping up. We're not wrapping up anytime soon.
No, we're not wrapping up.
So welcome
we were wrapping up
folks.
during the pre-interview, yeah. We've only just gotten started. Yeah.
So get comfy, folks. But Farrah, if you need to go rest, get some food, get some drink, please do take care of yourself. Thank you again for the raid. Welcome on in, everybody. We were talking about
5 hours.
VTuber debuts and sort of linking into other things, talking about sort of past lives and the ways that different people approach VTubing and how branding can work. That there's a VTuber whose handle is Long Live Rhea, and actually I'll give her a shout out. Long Live Rhea.
Good night, Farrah.
And so I saw, like, oh wow, she has kind of a pretty substantial following. I must have missed her, but I also she just debuted. Didn't think about it much at the time. Just it was busy. My brain should have processed this of just wait, something is up here, but I didn't. It was like, okay, she seems nice and entertaining. Cool. Reach out. Would you like to be on the show? She responds very quickly and professionally. Yep, awesome. We're scheduled. This is great. I'm prepping for the pre-interview, and once I have someone on the slate for a pre-interview and everything, that's when I take the time to do a deeper dive. And that I start looking at things, and I see on the top of her profile, previously sheep-sticked. And it's, okay, cool. So she's someone who's open about her past life, or, whether that be her IRL type of thing. Neat, whatever. I'm going to click on this and see what it is. And then I sort of have this moment at 2 a.m. where I realized, I've accidentally invited one of the top Dota 2 analysts in the world to be on my show.
Yep.
Oops. But also cool, super cool, because then it's just that I sort of end up doing a deep dive on all this stuff. But then as we're going through the pre-interview, and something that she has also been open with is that she's moving away from Dota stuff. Of just that she's like, I've spent a lot of time on Dota. I love Dota. It's great, but I want to broaden my horizons, and that Rhea will do maybe a pinch of Dota, but that's not going to be her bread and butter, and that she's branching out. It's like, okay, so cool. So I'm not actually going to talk about Dota much during the show. I want you to be able to showcase all this other cool new stuff that you're doing. But her debut was a show, Kari.
Oh.
That she.
I
not only are we talking like multiple backgrounds, that she has this castle, and you start out at the gates of the castle, and instead of the reveal of she drags her model down, she has the castle gates slowly open to reveal each segment of her model. And her companion Lilypad, the otter, has been stolen, is missing. So, we gotta search the castle. So, all right, we go to the library. That's where this scene is, and this is where I'll tell you some of these things. These are the books I like. These are some of the stories I like. She's not here. Fine. So let's go to the courtyard. We're gonna go over here, and over here's where I'm gonna talk about some of these other things I like. And that you do the tour, and that she incorporates the normal conventional pieces of a debut into all this while doing this storyline showcase. And eventually, okay, Lily's not in the castle, so we're going to go outside. She's obviously been kidnapped, and you encounter this enemy, and she has a full RPG battle programmed into her debut. Where chat influences what move and what item will be used, to the point where there's actual, there is RNG involved in this. That, all right, even if they choose a thing, that there is then a roll for hit or miss, or is it effective or not, and that there's even certain RNG on which spell will be used. And it ends up going through the whole gamut that by the end of it, they've used all the spells, and I, as a viewer, am thinking, that's really creative that, she made it so that it would eventually go through all three. And she tells me afterwards, no, that was the pure RNG. There was a chance that they rolled the right one on the first go-around,
and it never gets seen. And
it just, that she had this whole thing, and it was so cool. And that's what I want to see. And I know you put in a lot of effort on yours as well, and that folks like you were the ones
very
that are
interactive.
Pushing it. That you are taking this concept and making it more than just a PowerPoint. And I totally see and think that
there is a PowerPoint in it.
Yeah, that they still, I think debuts should have all the information that is currently housed in a PowerPoint. I think it is very practical and understandable in a debut to say, this is who I am, here are the things I like, this is a bit about me. That's great. It should be an introduction. That's the point of a debut. But you can make it more engaging than a PowerPoint. And people are starting to do that. And even now, it's that, okay, we're now really starting to scratch the surface and dig deeper, and I want to see where this one goes.
Yes. No, it's like, So I wanted to do a debut, but I also wanted to do I wanted to kind of subvert the debut, right? I think, and this gets done before. I've seen debuts that are kind of subversion of the debut, because there is this kind of template, right? It's oh yeah, you do the PowerPoint, you do this, you do that, you do that. And it's usually the most memorable ones actually have a little bit of an interesting twist on it.
Yeah.
Or don't take it entirely seriously. And so I did, and this is spoilers for the debut. It's which is still available on my Twitch channel. It's been a very, very short period of time, and it is going up on YouTube. It's actually already uploaded, but it's not public yet. I drowned my chat. Is the main thing that happened.
I can't believe that Kari committed murder live on stream.
It's okay. I brought them back. They're jellyfish now.
Oh, okay. That's fine then.
Yeah, they're fine. And so I brought them back as jellyfish, and I imbued their souls. And what I did was there's a whole bunch of little kind of interactive bits to it, right? there's a bunch of like production things. Like I was like this other like character like Carl was debuting a little tempura fried shrimp, and you know had locked me out of
also,
the
does
auditorium.
This mean that Carl is a zombie?
Carl's, well, we don't want to talk too much about Carl. I don't know. Carl's kind of...
He's sensitive about it. It might
kind
just
of doing
be a
his
skin
own...
condition.
I don't know. He's just like... Yeah, no, he's trying... But I don't know. He's just floating. It's just like... He's kind of an asshole. I don't know. He's like a little bit of a jerk. And he locked me out of the room, so I was like... I just had to punch my way in. But it turns out that when it's underwater and like you got a bunch of weird mammals that don't like breathe oxygen inside, like, you know, sometimes like punching down the foundations of the building might actually drown them, unfortunately.
Get good, mammals.
Yeah. No, it's a skill issue. It's a krill issue.
That's really good.
It's a krill issue. And so I, you know, and I was trying, I wanted to do something that was, and I'm peeling behind the layers here, but it was like, you know, okay, well, what happens if you're drowning, right? Like, so I did the whole like, you know, debut, but like, you know, as Carl was like coming down from the top of the auditorium, you know, fell off of the, you know, the harness and like kind of went bouncing, like hit the ground. There was a big like, you know, smoke cloud and like, you know, rolled over to the side and crashed and hit the wall. And then like, you know, and then as like, you know, I tried to punch my way into this place, like more and more of these like water leaks, who were actually drawn by we love animated
soy.
water. Yeah, soy's amazing. But soy actually...
Is that also the inspiration for the punch emote that has been used multiple times, or is punching something that predates this particular debut?
It predates the debut, but mantis shrimps punch.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, we punch. We're the punchy kind.
Yes.
Yeah. That's where the punchy emote comes from. Yeah.
It's also a good...
Submerge.
Like,
subverge, yeah.
That I'm looking at that emote and saying, I just want this to become a stock emote template that, you know, everyone has their heart emote or their, you know, their pog emote. I just want everyone to have a punch emote. I love that.
Especially with so many animated emotes, right? Like, you know, now everybody has like 10 bajillion animated emotes. And so, yeah. So, no, like so we punched down the wall, the doors. Like after doing a PowerPoint presentation, basically that like, was half stolen from, you know, some corporate stuff, was like, you know, oh, well, you know, we need to hit our objectives in the Q3 of like, you know, in order to synergize our like objectives. And then like, it ended up being like a weird rant about hats. And
what type of hats do you like?
Well, the hats that Carl was ranting about were a bow, a sun hat, a boater hat, a sailor hat, a top hat, and a sun hat. And there's a reason for that, right? It turns out that, and this has happened enough times, like on my debut stream and since, that I don't like. This is not that much of a spoiler if you watch the streams. If you don't watch the streams, come watch the streams.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah. So spoiler alert. So I punched down this auditorium. The entire thing collapsed, and then I used the new, the absolutely gorgeous new VTube Studio visual effects to just like take things deeper and deeper and deeper. And so, you know, if you're drowning, of course you can't talk, right? You can only make faces. So of course chat was an emote only mode. And then, you know, once you're actually drowned, you can't say anything at all.
So you turn off
chat was in
disabled.
follower, yeah, like disabled basically, effectively. Follower only mode with followers like longer than the lifetime of the channel, yeah. So, and then I peered in from like a vignette and like a little like, you know, fuzzy hole thing with my actual model after they had sunk down to the bottom of the ocean, which was like my actual overlay, right? And then I was like, I started bringing them back and using this like kind of glow effect thing, and I like, and the hats that they had chosen during the hat portion of the stream are actually hats on. I mean, I actually have. I can actually just bring it in because you know, we're here.
I'm so excited.
Does this work? Can I? I don't know whether... Can I bring in the item? Hold on. Trying to see if I can...
I think you should be able to, but I
should be able to.
Not 100%
it's a live 2D item. I don't know whether it, like, scorbles, like, the ability to see it if, So, okay, there's two... Like, I have them separately so they can kind of float around. So, there's this, right? I'm becoming a robot.
Uh-oh.
And you can see this little, like... And this is, like, all the... They're all different colors. And they're different colors based on the chat colors. I'm
guessing it's
robot.
glitching out because it's
I'm glitching out because it is trying to load
in.
in me, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna sit here and like stick my tongue out.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a delay. Please stand by. So
I think we're back to normal. Yeah.
Oh, yep. There we go. Cool.
Yeah. So, you know, these guys have.
Oh, so I'm trying to think if I can the hats are not appearing on my end. If they're appearing
no,
on yours.
the hats are not. No, they're not appearing on my end. I'm trying to figure out if like I have the right like. This thing is so. This thing is like a weird, you know, jerry rig of all sorts of craziness. So let me see if I can actually like.
So while you're working on that, how did the concept for all this come about? Did you sit down and say, okay, I want to write my debut? Is this sort of a storyline that occurred to you a while back that you were like, oh, that could be a fun thing to do for a stream that you then repurposed for a debut? How did it all come about?
The way that this tends to work for me is that like I get little bits and pieces of like, okay, I'd like to do this kind of like idea like generally, like, and I think part of what I wanted to do from a very
there
early
it is. There's a little jelly.
Oh, do you see the hat?
I see the jelly. I see big.
Oh, the jelly. Oh, the jelly finally has appeared. I do not know why the hotkeys are not making it appear on the hats, but what I will do is actually just like.
Also, chat is now a jelly.
Chat is now a jelly. Yeah, exactly. What I will do is this, right? I have a jelly on myself, which is my own like little backpack. And it's the same jelly as the other ones, and I believe I can show you the what's very strange is that like the hotkeys do not seem to be working for this.
Oh, that might be a thing since I technically control the scene.
Yeah, I think that might be something because it's like working for. Hold on, let me see if I can.
Now I know I'm able to assume direct control.
Oh, there we go. Okay,
hat. There is hat.
Yeah,
Yay.
so you can see what the hats look like, and they look the same way on the other jelly, right?
Oh, I love the top.
I like especially like the sun hat. Like,
oh,
kind of flops a little bit.
Even flops, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let me see if I can move this, and you can see how like the base color of the jellyfish is actually pink.
Yeah. And
then like you've got this like other color, right, which is actually the last person to have redeemed this in my chat, right, is a blue. Is blue.
Has a blue name.
Has a blue name, and there's a whole bunch of code that is written to like, you know, basically take your name and calculate the closest like jellyfish color to it, and then like put it out there. And all of the Twitch default colors exist, and there's I think a couple of extra colors. So like, you know, if there's like people who are, you know, like a lot of people who are like you know, regulars or like subs like can get like customized jellyfish. Right, like with like custom colors and like kind of like just a little bit of like you know, interesting stuff, and I'm looking to like add a whole bunch of this,
as sort of I don't know what the proper term is, but basically third-party software that, you know, there's different types of different little stream avatars that you can get that if you chat, that, you know, your little dude will appear at the bottom of the screen, and that you can get points to spend on accessories and whatnot and customize them, but you've taken it in-house.
Yeah, but if you don't do but the thing is like, right, stream avatars is all well and good, right? Like, I'm not knocking stream avatars. I feel like where stuff like stream avatars kind of like falls flat is that if it's not part of the story, then why bother? Right? If it's just a like, it is fascinating to be able, it's great to be able to sort of customize yourself, but like, if you don't really make it part of the story of your stream, if you don't make it part of like what you're doing, like this is like the thing with the jellyfish. And unfortunately, because of the way that like VTube Studio synchronizes visual effects, I can't actually show you the whole visual effect thing as well. But because like visual effects only show up on the end of the person who like has them, I am cooking on like an idea that could synchronize visual effects as well, like over collabs, but that would be like running basically as a separate program as on the other person's computer, and so you just send visual effects by this back channel over the network and like kind of activate them on the screen. So that's not something that I think is like, you know, obviously we can't do that right now, but like there is a very, very elaborate kind of visual effect where, you know, I glow in the color of the person who, you know, is returning as a jellyfish, and I imbue their soul back to them, and they turn the color from the pink that like you can see on my back, and then I give them their hat, right? Like I think this person had no hat, so I can't actually like give a hat. Like I'm trying to grab a hat from the top, but like yeah.
Can you put the jelly on my head so it is a hat? The jelly itself is the hat. Ah.
You are a hat. Yeah. I've worn the jellies as hats myself. It is very nice to wear your chat as hats.
Chat hat.
Yeah. And especially these backpacks too. But
I know that this is a very broad and difficult ask, but jelly plushies.
I'd like to. Like plushies are particularly difficult, like VTuber merch, but like
but, you know, maybe someday.
Yeah, no, I think this is like the funny thing, by the way, is that the particular selection of hats that you've seen has been around since the very, very, like, since before my design, right? Like, since before, like, me. Like, the hats actually were in a very, 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 very early piece of concept art that was done. And so, like, let me see if I can actually like send it over to you. This extremely early like concept sketch, which like contains a design that was, and I showed this during debut, so this is not unfortunately exclusive, a Vtuber Talk exclusive, but I just wanted to kind of share with you the very earliest kind of like concept for this. So the aspect of chat being jellyfish and chat having hats. And the hats being sort of customized to each particular person, because like it is always your hat, right? You choose what hat you have by like, you know, a very cheap channel point reward that just like, you know, gives you a hat when you get your person summoned in. But let me see if I can
you can make another one of the hats a jelly and just have people with jellies on their jellies.
Yeah. So this is an earlier version of the design, and alongside the PNG that I used for a long time, and you can see the hats as they were, like they've basically been unchanged throughout since the very beginning.
Oh yeah.
Even as the actual like outfit is quite different, right?
Yeah. One sec. Let me get this here.
Yeah. So the 6 hats have always been there. Eternally!
Hat-tuber.
Not actually eternal. Yeah. But yeah, the ability to... It's interesting that you brought up an RPG, right? Because, like... That is something where I think that there has not been enough cooking in that kind of region when it comes to, like, VTuber streams. There are some people who have done some very interesting interactive elements to it, because like what's interesting about a live stream is that it's like interactive, live, right?
Yeah.
And so what's interesting about a video game is that it's interactive. So you'd expect there to be a lot of like games that VTubers sort of play with their live streams, right?
Yeah, like I know Stream Avatars has like a pseudo game that there's ones where you can have little avatars fight, or that you can like drop stars and chat inputs can make them jump for it, and that it then, you know, whoever gets the star gets a bunch of channel points or something. and there's been, you know, slight, like, sort of proofs of concept almost. Very, very simple types of games. But I see exactly what you're getting at of just, you know, the actual evolution and true exploration of that space of, okay, you're chatting, and how can you influence this beyond seeing what you are typing on screen somewhere?
Like, I think if it's not part of the stream, like if it's not actually something that the streamer really, you know, goes in on, then it's like, what's the point?
Yeah.
Right? If it's not something that the streamer can react to, if it's not something that the streamer, like, kind of, because a lot of people, I think, like, they take a lot of these, like, pieces of software, like stream avatars or what have you, and it's like, no shade against the stream avatars, but, like, they take it and they just, like, kind of slap it on their stream as, like, an extra dopamine thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which, like, you know, it can be, like, pretty nice dopamine. Oh, yeah, oh, it's my name, that's cool. Like, you know, it's like, I'm not knocking that. But I think to actually really truly have it be an interesting part of the story of, like, the streamers, like, you have to, you know.
Life is good, but it can be better.
Yeah. No, I think doing it, like, custom and in a way that is, like, integrated with the lore is, like, that is so much better. Right. And I'm actually, it's not just for my stream. I'm actually, like, looking, I'm going to be, I know I've been talking with a whole bunch of, like, VTubers. So I've actually done a lot of, like, code work for, like, various different VTubers. With, like, helping with, like, things that are, like, interesting and interactive on their streams. In the future, I think I'm going to be also, like, working on some games for them as well, right?
Ooh.
Like some interactive on-stream games. So there are some people I'm talking with, and you might see some very interesting kind of, like, stuff show up on some VTubers near you in the future.
Coming soon to a VTuber near you.
Near you. Also to the Kari's channel.
Yay!
Like, I have a lot of ideas that are in the oven right now that are going to show up at some point, right?
I definitely look forward to seeing them, and like I said, this is the type of innovation that is going to happen in space eventually. But I'm so excited, you know, like when I hear folks like you talking about it and saying that, you know, I'm making the future now. Just like,
yes,
it's so exciting.
No, the future is coming, right? Like one person actually who I think has done an incredible job, and, like, I've played a very small role in some of this, right? Like, in terms of, I've written, like, a couple of things that she's used to extremely great effect. One person who's just done just a phenomenal job of, like, really pushing the medium is May.
Yeah.
Meika. Meika, formerly known as Kitsune Spirit. Like, and like, she just is an absolute wizard with OBS.
Yeah, I was saying it to you the other night that May and I were chatting a month or two ago, and she screen shared her OBS with me and showed me how she runs things, and I, like, actual sorcery here.
Yeah.
I was watching the stuff happen and listening to her explain. It was like, I understand exactly what you said from a conceptual level. My brain cannot actually grasp how it works.
Phenomenal in the way that she does this. Like, it's absolutely phenomenal. Like, did she talk about shaders at all?
Yeah, some of the stuff with shaders, and also just the fact that she is, like, essentially run programming and animations in OBS, that there's no...
In OBS.
That no, she doesn't use, you know, like...
Video editing software,
video editing software, and then
because the video editing software is not interactive, it's not live.
Yeah,
so you can't actually run it live. So you can't do it, like, it's not.
But the way that it's working is just so, like, I can't even imagine that the developers of OBS ever expected their stuff to be used this way, because it's like the way it's modifying values feels so weird, and just like the way different things cascade, and that it's just nested scene and nested scene and nested scene. It's absurd.
You can use move transition shaders, which, like, animate other properties. You can use them to animate move transition filters. You can animate a move transition with a move transition, then use that in order to drive the, you know, the values of some other shade. So So what I've done for May, for example, like, is I've written some of those shaders, and a lot of them are like adaptations of like shaders that already exist. But like what I often do, right? Like, either I write them from whole cloth, or I adapt something else, but then I put a whole bunch of hooks into it so that she can actually like get in there with like a bunch of her, you know, with the move transition stuff. And like, you know, sometimes like in out of the box solution, we'll just have very few sort of knobs on the console to play with. And it's like, well, you know, what if you could zoom, but only in the x-axis? What if you could zoom, but only in the y? What if you could, like, you know, have a shake that does this kind of thing, right? And then you could turn it up and then turn it down. And what if, like, you make it just a little bit more jittery if it's like this? And it's like that, all of that, right? That's where I've like, that's where it's like so incredible, by the way, to just like sit down and talk with somebody and be like, yeah, we're gonna work together on this. I'm gonna just like fire off something. And this is actually where, I didn't have any like experience in like graphics programming or anything like that before Vtubing, really. But I had, I think, enough like of a sort of like intuitive understanding of this to like be able to learn quickly enough that like once I could get going, I feel like I was like, yeah, I can make a contribution to these VTubers who want to get these effects. So sometimes I'll just write stuff on the fly for OBS.
That's so cool. Just
yeah.
There's, and what I'm guessing will happen eventually is someone is going to make a program so you are able to do this without it being quite so complex. That the stuff that you all are doing right now in OBS, like all this sorcery, the true development of technology, in my opinion, is bringing sorcery to the mortals. Just the types of things that you can do in VTube Studio and that you can do in OBS nowadays that are just a couple of clicks used to be very, very difficult to do.
Yes, but we're doing them. So like a lot of the effects, right? I wrote my own bloom shader. You know how you can use the bloom effects in VTube Studio now, right?
Yeah, and that's exactly it.
I've been using bloom effects because I wrote my own bloom shader, which just runs in, you know, a shader like interpreter in OBS, right? And so I've been using like bloom shaders and bloom effects for quite some time.
Yeah.
But
now
most people only really got access to like, you know, the easy like VTube Studio aware way of doing them, because like a lot of the out of the box shaders actually, they had a kind of critical flaw, or it's a critical flaw that they didn't actually properly understand transparency. For example, there's like a pixelation shader, right? But like what the pixelation shader would do is turn any transparent pixels black. Because it was just dumping the transparency on the ground. And that's not what you want to do if you have a VTuber model, because then that'll like, you know, turn your entire like, you know, Vneon source or VTube Studio source into a black screen with your pixelated model on the screen.
Yeah.
So it's like, and so I rewrote it to work with VTubers.
That's so cool.
And then I was sending around, yeah. It's like, I was like, okay, well, they're just dropping this value. It was a very easy fix. But it was an easy fix that required me to know the machine language.
Know how to do the thing that you had to go into, you know, this is not code that is supposed to be accessible.
Yeah, I mean, it's technically open source. It's open source, but it's not, like it's
not supposed to be, or rephrased. Perhaps it is supposed to be accessible, but it is stuff that requires very specialized knowledge. You need to know what you're doing to actually do the thing.
You need to be a programmer, right? Yeah. Like you need to understand like the what's called HLSL, which is like high level shader language, and it's like it's like C++, and you have to go in and you change the code, and you need to know like kind of how code runs on the GPU, basically, right? And
how many distinct code languages do you know?
I don't know that that's like that useful of a question, because it's like,
that's fair, because there's a lot of overlap between a lot of different languages that, you know, I've taken C++ and BASIC, and a bit of Java, and that there's a lot of similarity between them.
Yeah, there's a lot of similarity. There are also like language families that are very different from each other, right? Like, so there's like things like Haskell, which, and like OCaml, like functional programming languages that are extremely different from like the, just in structure for like, from the typical sort of like Oracle imperative programming languages that like you mentioned, right? And so, you know, one of the most impressive things about L:(Q, the ASCII VTuber, is that they program in Haskell, right? And that's that is the true insanity. For those in the know, it's like, you know, that's like, I don't know, it's like the Dark Souls of programming. Like
the Dark Souls of programming. That is actually terrifying.
Yeah, no, it's like a Souls-like of a programming language. It's not that it's like, it is that it is a bizarre eldritch squid of a language to wrap your brain around, but like if you're able to wrap your brain around it, then it's like able to perform weird miracles like that. Just like it, yeah, and it's just incredible. And this is the other thing, like I'm just, when I see people like L:(Q, it's like you know, L:(, like recently, I think recently, or it might not even be quite yet, but like basically hit their 1-year anniversary, right?
Good for them.
And the 1-year anniversary actually turned into a combination celebration because they actually hit partner before streaming for 1 year on the platform.
Hey.
And yeah, for an ASCII VTuber, like for somebody who is so like coding in an esoteric language, doing it in like all ASCII, and like doing this very, very, very unusual kind of like extraordinarily niche content, right? And just like very like
2023 was the year of the tech tuber. That not even just in VTubing, but you know, seeing people like Pirate Software just taking off like a rocket.
Yeah. And by the way, you know, so there's a tweet, by the way, that was saying like, oh, I love it when people like kind of go, you know, blow up based on like some sort of like piece of like content that like that reflects their content, right? Like, yeah. And so this person was saying like, 2 people I'd like to highlight is like Pirate Software and Pumpkin Potion.
Yes.
Because Pumpkin Potion had the tweet that went crazy.
Yeah.
And then Pirate Software responded to that tweet to say like, oh yeah, I watched Pumpkin Potion. And
I didn't. Oh, I know the initial tweet that you're talking about. I did not know that that Thor watches Pumpkin Potion. That's awesome.
And
that's so cool.
You know what's been happening actually tonight, is that there's been this Twitch Rivals, right?
Yeah.
And that's hosted by Pirate Software. And I think the people like participating in it, there's all sorts of like incredibly cool VTubers in it, right? Like there's Dokibird, there's Shy Lily, there's Pia, you know, good friend of the there's was it Giga is in it? Friend of the show.
Would not be surprised.
Right? Yeah. Zentreya is in it. Yeah, basically just a whole bunch of VTubers, and it's like I love how we're just like in this space.
I wonder if Pirate Software, I wonder if Thor would get a VTuber. Because I feel like he has such an iconic look of his own already that I don't think he certainly doesn't need one. And I think
he doesn't need one.
But I
feel like he definitely would.
I'd love to see just what he could do with one. That I like take a man like that and put a VTuber in his hands. I imagine the stuff he could cook up.
Oh, wait a minute! I figured out how to give you a hat.
Oh,
I was using the wrong keyboard the entire time, and I'm using this like very complicated sort of like weird. Here we go. There's your top hat.
Yay! Because I had the other one on there, but now I have an official top hat. Yay!
Yay! Well, your jellyfish has a top hat.
My hat has a hat.
Your hat has a hat. Yes.
Oh no!
Your
I've become Team Fortress 2.
Team Fortress. Not Dota 2.
Does Dota 2 have hats on hats?
I don't know if they had hats on hats, but I do remember there was like a whole thing where like they brought in an economist to merge the Dota in Team Fortress 2, like the Dota 2 and Team Fortress 2 economies. And like the hat market of like Team Fortress 2 was so incredibly large that like they ended up modeling it as like a merger between like the EU economy and the Russian economy.
Oh my god.
And then the person that they hired as their finance minister, the person they hired as Valve's like economist for this project, like very soon after became a finance minister of Greece during the Euro crisis, like during the Greek Euro crisis.
Oh my.
So like the guy basically cut his teeth on what to do during like by modeling the Dota 2 and TF2 economies like during the merger.
That's incredible.
During their shift onto a common currency. So it's like it turns out that epidemiologists learned an awful lot about the spread of diseases from corrupted blood in WoW. And
yes.
And economists learned a lot about like merging like a very, very large economy onto another smaller economies like common currency with Dota and TF2. Because like the thing about video game economies that they pointed out, if you look at this paper that he made on it, was that like every single like excluding real world money, right? Like every single transaction.
Oh, I moved myself and I made myself go over the layer of the thing. Can you move the thing? I think that'll put it back.
I think if I move myself, then that like puts you behind the.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah. But every single transaction in a video game economy is just in a database that the economists that you hire can just look at, and you can't do that in a real economy.
The whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't do that in a real economy because like not every single purchase of bread or whatever is tracked.
Yeah. I wonder what an economist would learn from Neopets.
Oh boy, Neopets. That's an old throwback.
Well, you know, it's been having a big revival lately.
Yeah. No, I've seen a lot. Well,
and that I don't know much about what's going on in Neopets. I know that apparently, like,
they are no longer run by the Scientologists.
Correct.
Yes.
And that apparently, like, the economy is a bit out of whack. So hearing that and, you know, talk of it makes me think of, okay, maybe there could be an economist that does sort of a deconstruction of that, and then what could be learned about real-world economies from that, because there's, you know, perhaps certain real-world parallels with the upheaval that has gone through in Neopets that could then be applied to real-world circumstances.
Yeah, what I've heard is that what they've been doing is that they've been releasing for free items that were previously like millions of Neo points.
Mm-hmm.
And that they've just been basically giving those away. And so that's like caused a lot of the traditional stores of values to, of course, crash in value because they're now available.
Yeah.
And so that's what's been going on there.
Okay.
I was very excited actually because I was like listening to a podcast a number of years back, the History of Fun podcast by Polygon, and they did an episode on Neopets. And then I found out that a letter to the editor was actually from, you know, somebody I'd gone to high school with.
Huh.
And who was providing this whole like interesting like historical perspective on Neopets. And you know, and then I quite a bit later I was in Ikebukuro, and I hear my name from behind on a street corner in Ikebukuro in Tokyo. Yeah. And I turn around
and it's them,
and it's this guy.
That's wild.
And the wilder thing is, right? He ended up becoming a professor at an Ivy League university.
Ooh.
Of basically Japanese pop culture studies.
Wow.
And he teaches the course on anime and video games. Like he works in the East Asian Studies department and like just studies like he has a particular research specialty like within like his specialty, so he like studies like interactive poetry and like disability studies, and like, you know, there's like a lot of very kind of weird
poetry.
Yeah.
Wow.
So there's like Japanese interactive poetry where apparently like you can only read it if you have like an app on your phone and you stand in a specific place and then you point your camera up at the sky and then you can read the you can read the poetry in the sky, but only in the one place, like with the one app, like in the one. Yeah. So it's like very location locked. And then there's like this other stuff. There's these exhibits where it's like, you know, there's like spatial stuff where it's like, you know, they actually like figure out how far you are from a particular place. And it's like, there's a lot of like interesting stuff here. And like we were at Super Potato. We actually made plans to go to Super Potato the following
I've
day.
never heard of Super Potato, but I can imagine it and I already love it.
It is a video game store with a lot of kind of like used stuff like in Japan, in Tokyo. And we were looking at, we're just eyeing the glass case that contains the Serial Experiments Lane PlayStation disc, which is one of the most rare and like pricey like finds in that era of video gaming. And he was like thinking like, you know, could I justify buying this on my research budget? We didn't actually end up getting it, but it was like that kind of thing where it's like
I'm glancing at it on eBay right now just to see $750, $900. These other ones are not the PS2 game, so I think that's only those two. Yeah, that's very expensive.
Yeah, and it's like it's a weird fever dream of a disc. It's not really even a game. It's like a sort of strangely disjointed like collection of vignettes almost, but like Serial Experiments Lane, by the way, is itself like a complete fever dream of a show.
I've seen part of it. I own it. I got it a while back and actually just never finished it, but I know what it's about. I have friends who adore. I have a friend who has a tattoo of Serial Experiments Lane.
Yeah.
And that it called a lot of what we now know as, you know, internet culture and just experience, essentially.
And I feel like if you're a Serial Experiments Lane fan, then you're probably like VTubers just make perfect sense to you. Like it's just living in the wired, right? That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
That's why we're here.
And it's just, and again, this is just the early days. This is when we are working with, okay, even now you have the fact that we are handling our audio in a separate program from visual. I fully expect it all be unified into a single source eventually.
Now you say that, but I will take issue with like some of the efforts to like try to just roll everything up into one big like, you know, production program Katamari. I know there's at least one like, you know, company in the VTubing tech space that is like trying to replace everything, and it's like I am not convinced that it's necessarily a good idea. I think making sure that the components run as well as possible is good, but it's like, you know, so much of like the creativity can come from like remixing like parts that work well with each other rather than just like seeing like, okay, well here's the monolith, because like if you just like ship somebody the monolith, then you know, you can basically only do what it gives you, right? And I feel like that's like in a sense much more limiting and like less like conducive to creativity, right? Like I like being able to like write a separate program that just like talks to OBS and talks to all these other things, and like it can sort of make connections that like are not, you know, that just come from my own creativity. And like I feel like the kinds of stuff that somebody would be able to come up with like don't necessarily encapsulate the full creative like potential of the medium. But yeah, I mean, bringing it to the masses is like important, but maybe this is just me wanting to like, you know, have a little bit of a moat or something like that. But I don't know. I know.
I think that there's certainly something to be said for a balance there. Of that, you know, if you're going to be rolling things up, that there should still be those avenues for customization and innovation built in. And I totally understand what you mean of, all right, in certain ways, if you stack it all together, that if it doesn't have that flexibility, then you will lose something along the way. And that it's just, all right, can we make something that is big and flexible? And obviously that is a very big ask in terms of technology. That my guess is that we will probably see, well, in some ways, you could say that VTube Studio is sort of a monolith in its own way that is slowly becoming more flexible.
Yes. And there are a lot of places in which VTube Studio has like importantly lacks flexibility, right? So like one of the biggest things is like there's all sorts of like minor ways in this like which this shows up. For one, like you cannot tell, there's no way currently to get out of VTube Studio whether a visual effect is activated or not. So, and the way that the hotkey system works is that like if you turn on a visual effect and you turn on a different visual effect, it cancels the first visual effect. But if you turn on the original visual effect, it turns that on, right? But if you do the same thing and you don't have that like one in the middle, then it turns it off. So it's like you can get to a different state depending on like the order of like how you activate things. And you have no way of actually asking the program to be like, okay, what's turned on and what's turned off. And I think part of that like comes down to like, well, it's based on Live 2D, which is proprietary, but like part of it also is like that, again, like when you have just one person kind of like providing the tech for like an entire industry, right? Like they only really have as much like, capacity as they can personally spare for it, right? And if anything were to happen to Denshi or to many of the other like people who are just like,
we spoke the other night about the bus number.
The bus number. If you get hit by a bus, like, then all of VTubing is screwed, right?
Yeah. Protect Denshi. Protect Denshi at all costs.
Yeah. Protect Denshi, but also like create more alternatives like that are like viable alternatives to VTube Studio, right? Like I'm always perpetually like kind of mortified by the fact that like there's just, I don't see a really good way to sort of help Inochi 2D take off, which is like the open source alternative to like Live 2D, right? And it's like there's too much of a network effect within rigging to like really get people to adopt that in mass, right? Like you want to be able to.
The bane of so many existences.
I know, and then you get stuck in whatever web, right? Like you just get woven into whatever web that you're in. Yeah. It's why Twitter, and I'm not saying like Live 2D should die, but I'm like it would be nice if like for example, VTube Studio supported more than just Live 2D, right? If it supported Inochi as well, like especially because like I know people who are like, oh yeah, I would totally go for an Inochi 2D model. It's just that like that would lock me out of using VNet, right? The collab. Yeah.
Also, ARKHAND, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow.
Hello.
We were saying nice things about you behind your back. Ha ha.
We are saying ha ha ha. Actually, is behind ARKHAND's back just ASCII and numbers?
Is ASCII just ARKHAND's back?
That's true.
Does ARKHAND have
ASCII
a
is ARKHAND's front. Do you have a back? You have a back? Is your back just mirrored versions of your own characters? It's letters, but they're facing the... Yeah, that's what I was thinking, right? Like,
that makes sense.
I mean, are you on a cathode ray tube? Like, are you just an electron beam that is, like, coming out from... Oh, actually, like, is the... If I'm looking at your back, is that irradiating me? Or are you a creature of pure, like, thought and information?
Congratulations, ARKHAND. You are now officially unofficial text guest on Vtuber Talk.
Yeah, the latter, yeah. Mm-hmm. You're a creature of pure information. Okay, that's good because like pure information doesn't actually like kind of irradiate your flesh.
Oh, thank goodness.
It just expands your mind to things that like beings were not meant to know.
Mm-hmm.
The abominations from beyond the waves, from beyond the stars.
Somewhere beyond
the color out of space.
Oh wait, that's different.
But yeah, no, I've been talking about we want to increase the bus factor,
Yes.
In VTubing.
Increase the bus factor, reduce overhead, increase flexibility, reduce CPU usage.
And encourage creativity.
Yes.
And also reduce the amount of like real estate, screen real estate that so many of these programs
Yes.
use.
Oh God, please.
Yeah.
Like maybe that's the thing of just, okay, maybe it doesn't necessarily need to all be run the same program, but if you can make a program that then just like automatically brings up and speaks and then hides the other programs that it is speaking to that aren't necessary to be seen.
I mean, that is kind of what some of my stuff does, so.
Well, there you are. Like we said, magic.
It doesn't really hide programs that run, but it like substitutes. It does not take up space itself, and it substitutes for some of the stuff that other programs might just do. So, like VBridger in some ways does not actually have to, quote unquote, have to exist. And I think they've done a good job of like adding some features that like would have been probably relatively unreasonable to expect Denshi to include in VTube Studio. But fundamentally what it's doing is it's taking values from the tracking that VTube Studio is fully capable of utilizing, but throws away. And like feeding it back to itself, like through the front door.
Gotcha.
So like it sits between VTube Studio and VTube Studio. And VTube Studio will happily hand off a bunch of these parameters like to any third-party program that like is using it for tracking, like is using VTube Studio on the iPhone for tracking. But like if it sends it to itself, then it will not give you the ability to use those like same parameters in like the direct VTube Studio on the phone to VTube Studio on the computer connection. And so that's like that is why VBridger exists. And it's like VBridger doesn't really have to exist as a separate thing. It's just like, this could be a code change in VTube Studio and we would be fine. But like, it does.
Yeah.
And
do you think
so when people... Sorry, go ahead.
I forget. Is VBridger monetized?
I think so. Yes.
Do they charge?
Yes.
To use
yes, they charge to use it. But VBridger is a separate thing from VTube Studio. Like they're made by different people, and it is not technically that hard to create a replacement for VBridger. I mean, I purchased VBridger because like it is substantially more than, although it is not technically hard, it is certainly like way more than, I don't know, like $10 of my time or whatever, how much it is, right? Like,
I was mostly thinking from the angle of, okay, if VTube Studio and VBridger were to, or rather VTube Studio were to take VBridger in, that if it was a open source unmonetized thing, that it could be as simple as Denshi approaching them and being like, hey, I'd like to bundle your stuff into it, that you've created something that more elegantly handles this stuff than I could possibly make. Let's find a way to sort of weave them together. But since it is monetized, it would then have to be something of, possibly, either a purchase and acquisition, a license, something to that effect. Rogan Breaker, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, Raiders.
Hello.
I'm Jay. This is Vtuber Talk, and I'm talking to Kari. And we've been at it for 6 hours, and we're gonna go a while more. So get comfy.
Radio raid.
Raid.
I'm trying to think about this. No, so like, I think that for the basic functionality of VBridger that everybody wants out of the thing, there is some functionality that I have not really seen people use, and I'm very curious to try to use it. Like, for example, there is apparently a function that you can use in VBridger that emits a cycle using time.
Huh?
So it's like, it's a time function, and so you can give it a time period, right? Like, so it's like, okay, well, this moves between this value and this value over this many seconds, and it like goes back and forth between those two values, or it like goes up and down, and then you can use that with other mathematical functions to like, basically you can drive an animation for VBridger. I have not seen people try to do that, and it is possible. And so I am curious to try. And I think there's some interesting stuff that you could get out of that. But honestly, like, those specialized math functions are used like so seldom, and there are few enough of them, and they're well documented enough that like the basic functionality that you need from VBridger, right, is that there's a huge amount of overhead in terms of like running this intermediary program that translates between like your iPhone and your like one program on your computer, another program on your computer, and causes your VTube Studio to be just pointed at a different program. That basic thing where you just have where you're just dropping a bunch of parameters on the ground. That is something that Denshi could just like do very easily, right? Just give us the additional parameters in VTube Studio.
Yeah.
That's it. And that's not a they have to acquire VBridger thing. That's just a, you know, if they did that, then people could do all the kind of fancy mouth rigging and all the kind of all the stuff that people like currently offer as like a VBridger extra, right? You have all the data that you need in VTube Studio without having to run a third-party program. Yeah, it's already there.
Accessible.
Yeah, and it's not accessible for reasons that are, you know, not, you know. I don't know exactly what's going on, but I have heard like, you know, that, yeah, I don't know exactly what's going on with it, but basically it's not really for software engineering reasons, right? So, yeah.
There's so much cool stuff just that's already been made, being made, and that they're I've said before, we couldn't imagine 2 years ago what we have now, and we can't imagine now what we're going to have in 2 years. Like, we can maybe speculate, but it's just seeing these different pieces coming together that...
I will say it's our job to imagine what it's going to be in 2 years.
Yes. Yes. That, when I say we can't imagine, I mean the broader perspective of we have no way of knowing that, not that we are incapable of concepting.
Yeah. But I mean, it's our job as VTubers to bring this into the world and to like cause it to exist, right? I think like just a huge amount of the actual technical innovation like is not made of pieces, as you were saying with Nintendo. Like, it's not made of pieces that
it's made using pieces of existing technology.
Right? And that's like, whenever I like try my hand at like trying to write sci-fi or anything like that, I always like love to do it using, it's like, what just exists now and it just hasn't been combined in these ways before that could tell an absolutely bonkers story. If you just took these things that existed and if you had the right kind of like human motivations in it, like what kind of stories could you tell? I say try to write sci-fi for a reason, right? Like,
well, no,
I've attempted.
Writing is writing.
How does VC Face, so VC Face is like a very different, so what VBridger is, right? So VTube Studio tracks your, runs on like often an iPhone, right? In an iPhone, like tracks all these like different like parameters about your face. Like once per frame, it creates a number. It's like, okay, this is how much your nose is sneering on the left side. This is how much your like lip is upturned on the right side. This is how much your left eye is open. This is how much your jaw is open. This is how much your mouth is open. And so it's got all these numbers, right? And it dumps them out, right? And VTube Studio basically takes the numbers that come from your iPhone, from VTube Studio running on it, and it combines a bunch of them together and dumps the rest of them on the floor. And you can't actually like do anything with them. But, you know. But what VTube Studio on your computer does allow you to do is like, you know, have some external program come in and say like, okay, well, this is the value of this number. This is the value of this number. This is like, and you can do this for a whole bunch of different things. And so what VBridger does is it talks to VTube Studio. VTube Studio tells VBridger like, okay, here are all of the like pieces of information that we got. And VBridger like then talks back to VTube Studio, which runs on your computer, and says like, okay, here are all these pieces of information. Then, you know, the rigger kind of created a model that like works well with the mouth. And VC Face is just very, 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 very different type of technology, right? VBridger does not actually like give you a 3D model that you use. It just talks back to VTube Studio. and gives it like just a little bit more information. And so VBridger is just something that stands in the middle for a live 2D model, while VCFace is just, it renders the 3D model itself. So they're kind of very different pieces of software, and there's like a question about whether VBridger should quote unquote exist at all. Sorry, I just wanted to explain the whole thing.
Yeah. Is there a piece of software that doesn't exist that you think should exist?
Interesting. I guess like I'd have to be compelled to make it, right? Like.
Well, no. This is like purely speculative, aspirational. It does not necessarily have to be you that is making it. That what do you think is a piece of software, whether it is an existing person on the bus list, a corporation, or an individual like yourself, that you think the VTubing community and industry at large would be better off for? That is there a specific piece of software, either it can really be anything, and allowing models to do something they can't do now, or something that streamlines or uses data that is being dumped on the ground right now? Any piece of software that you think would be practical that does not exist currently?
So I don't want to say that it doesn't exist exactly, because there is like a piece of software that might basically do this, like in some aspects, but
or otherwise combines things that are not currently done.
I am planning to write this like basically a way to kind of automatically like puppet your model and kind of like move things towards like little pieces of the model, like kind of just target specific art meshes. Like one thing that I'm going to do a test to see whether it is currently possible through certain aspects of like the VTube Studio API is I'm going to try to see if I can like create like a sort of homing missile on like a specific part of my model.
Okay, so making sure that I'm understanding that you would have a animated missile appear on screen and hit a spot on your model that you specify.
Yes, and the important part is that even if I move my model, it needs to specify
that it still goes to that location on,
and not
it is homing to the rig, to the model, not
to the actual art
to the
mesh.
point in space that you initially clicked.
Actually, let me like go back and so this is like the use case, but like the actual piece of software would be one that like locates and gives you state about what your model is doing at any time, and is actually able to be programmed to like do various different kinds of like behaviors and like play back certain types of, and like there are aspects of this like exist. Not really a diagnostic tool, but a like a marionetting tool, right? Like a sort of like recording and playback tool in some senses, but also like just a a queuing tool. It's like a dope sheet, basically. But for VTubers, I think that's like a thing that I'd like to make, right? And I mean that exists like more so in the 3D world, right? But in the 2D, in live 2D, it's like not really a thing that like VTubers like use much at all. But like you can do like small versions of it, like if I go up like this and and then I drop down, it's like it's just like, even I don't have my thing on. Hold on, give me a hot second. Get out of your ceiling. I need to get out of your lighting while I turn this on. Hold on. It's like you can do a kind of like little primitive version of it like currently. Man, programs take a very long time to start. I didn't expect that I would necessarily have to start some of these things, but like I can stick my head in the ceiling, right? And then I can like be like, what? That's.
Well, show's over. She ran out of the studio, folks. Sorry.
Hi.
Oh.
Hi. Hi.
And that's not the only thing that you've programmed in. That I remember I was asking you during the pre-interview. I was like, hey, can you send me a image of your model? That way I can prep the promo image and everything. You're like, yeah, let me do the thing. And suddenly I see your model, I think it's glitching out because you just sort of like flicker for a moment. And you send me the thing, and it is a landscape portrait of your model. And it's on its side. It's rotated.
Yeah.
And then it hits
Get
me.
rotated, nerd.
You literally got rotated, nerd. And then you explain to me, no, that wasn't a glitch. That was my model momentarily being rotated by this program that I set up to then take a screenshot of my model because you're going to get better resolution with it on its side. And I love that it retains the physics.
I bounce. Yeah. Because I'm just moving myself into a place where I can, like, take the selfie and then, like... The funny thing is I'm actually drop-kicking you for a moment.
Oh, yeah, you kind of are. Now, the thing is, I guess you have to make sure that it's not getting the physics in the screenshot. So that means it's not actually registering the physics until you return to your point of origin?
Well, because that's just one frame, so it hasn't actually, like, done that yet.
There's just not enough time for the physics to register in a single frame. That makes sense.
I mean, so there we go. I was... Well, actually, the way that it looks like now, it's like I'm stepping on you.
No. That's what some of the other VTuber folks like.
I've crushed you underfoot with this, like, spin. Oh, this isn't my channel, yeah. Yeah, I do have a spin thing. That if, like, somebody, like, says spin on my channel, then I spin.
You made a whole bunch of fun little things for VTubers, yourself and others, that you made. I forget what the technical quote-unquote term for it is. The what redeem, I think it is, of just that it has the overlay and then sort of the inspirational poster that it will say something strange.
Yeah, I did not create the what redeem. I've helped some people set up the what redeem. Like, well, I think, like, there's definitely... I don't know whether it was Aki who was using it first, or, like, I think somebody was using it first, and I, like, helped somebody else set up other thing.
Yeah, because I also know that Aki has developed a whole bunch of things, and I always lose track of who has developed what, and I feel bad about it because I want people to get credited for the stuff they do.
No. I might have, like, poked in and sort of helped Aki out with some... Like, I've definitely helped Aki out with some stuff. So, like, I know Aki's, like, Metal Mario redeem, right? Like, that is one where it's, like, I have, like, helped out and kind of, like, made something that, like, helps with that. And so I've made some shaders for Aki. Made some I've made a whole bunch of stuff for Ren. I've made a bunch of stuff for May. I think I've done some stuff for Ruru. I think I've done some stuff for, like, Soy and I, like, are probably going to be doing a lot of stuff. I don't know. This is, like, really cool, like, because, like, so many of the people who I just, like, have been working with, like, so closely for the past couple of years are just, like, you know, have been on the show. Like, it's wild.
And I didn't even realize this because, like, I knew you knew Ren. And I knew that you knew...
Well, you only found out that I knew Ren when you first spoke in the channel, though, right?
Yeah, because I knew that there was a Kari that existed that had done some stuff with Ren, but it did not click in my head until you said it when I first chatted in your channel. Yeah. It was like, oh, you're that Kari.
Yes, I'm that Kari, yeah. Oh. Because there are, in fact, at least 3 Karis.
You know, names, even unique names end up having multiple uses, and especially in the VTubing community where there's just a lot of names going around, and also just I'm really shit with names to begin with anyways. So
I mean, like, for example, I'm never going to be twitch.tv/Kari because that's already a VTuber.
Yep.
Yeah. And there's actually another Kari. So I want to assemble all the Karis together and have, like,
of Kari.
You know, well, we should have, like, a Kario Kart collab.
Oh my god. Oh my.
Or maybe Kario Karty. I don't know. Like, it's something like this, right? Like,
how did I not see that? That's...
Because I know now at least, like,
do that.
3. Yeah.
I want to see this. I need to see this. That would be amazing.
You know what? I should do the Twitter thing. I should just be like, I mean, I know a couple of the
Karis, drop your PNGs.
It's like, yes, if you are a Kari, like, let's talk and let's like make a Kari tournament where it's like every Kari can like come in. So like we'll get like, you know, we can get Makari and we can get like, you know, not Kari and we can get Kari and we can get like, I think there's like some other people who have Kari somewhere in their name, right? Like, if you were any kind of Kari, like join me and then we'll do a Kario card collab, or some sort of Kario, you know, and we can just get every Kari and like roll them up into
Katakari?
Kari Mata.
No, Katakari Damacy.
Katakari Damacy. Yeah, Katakari Damacy. Na Kari. And then by our Karis combined, we will be Kari Planet.
We lost the game somewhere. We'll workshop it. We'll workshop it.
Yeah, we'll workshop it. I sometimes a pun happens that is so painful.
There's some really good stuff there.
Yeah, no, sometimes a pun that comes that is so painful that my brain is like, nope.
Akari too far.
Akari too far. Akari gone is Akari. So I don't know.
If and when this battle of the Karis happens, if you need like, you know, a hype man MC host to, you know, commentate or, you know, tell people about the different segments for the battle of the Karis, please let me know.
I guess you'll reveal that actually you were, you know, Kari the entire time.
This was Kari talk all along.
I guess I'm probably your first. Am I your first Kari or your second Kari?
I think
because I assume you have not.
First.
You've not interviewed Makari Morph.
I have not.
Trying to see if there's like a. I mean, Callie is not exactly Kari.
No, and Cherry is not Kari.
Cherry is not Kari. You know, honestly though, if I'm doing like a battle of the Karis, like names that are sort of Kari adjacent, like might actually be reasonable. Like Cherry or Callie or, you know, some sort of like, because I think Callie romanizes to Kari in Japanese, right? So.
It would be Kari. Kari.
But there's a there's Kari. Yeah.
It would be Kari.
Yeah, it would be yeah, which is the same.
Kari. Huh. Yeah.
Have I told you the whole like, you know, thing about my name? I don't think I have.
No.
I think we saved that for today.
Yes.
Yes, which was that. Okay, so multi-layered. So Kari Charybdis, right? So the species names of like the particular punchy kind of mantis shrimp, right, is Odontodactylus solaris, right? And Scylla is one of the two monsters from the Odyssey, right? The other one being Charybdis, which is like the sort of terrifying monster of the sea. So, you know, Scylla and Charybdis.
I'd heard the word Charybdis before.
Yes, yeah. Charybdis is the Greek ancient monster of the sea, right? Like this one of the two, you know, Scylla and like you have the you know, I think, is it Achilles in the Odyssey? I think it's Achilles in the Odyssey, like who sails between the two. And like, you know, gets a bunch of like, does not sail close enough to Charybdis to get destroyed, but like ends up having to like have a bunch of like crew members eaten by Scylla in the process. Incidentally, by the way, the Odyssey is one of the great shonen anime of the.
Oh my god.
If you think about it, yeah.
Oh my god. How? Because we. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Mind blown. Yeah. But so that's Charybdis. So Kari is light, right? And of course mantis shrimp see a very large number of you know, different wavelengths of light. And if you put them together, Kari Charybdis, right? Kari in Japanese is crunchy, like the shell.
Like the shell.
And so that is where it comes from. And that's why also my username is Kari, right? But spelled the way it is.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's an extremely multi-layered thing that like has like 3 or 4 different layers to it, so.
Well played.
Yes.
Very well played.
I'm like,
How long did it take to come up with that? Was that something that you sort of set out of, okay, I know I want to be a shrimp, and all right, I thought of this, and all right, I have a double entendre, but then you realize, oh wait, I could do this and make it triple, and then I can make it quadruple. Or was there just a moment of epiphany, or did you even maybe realize after the fact that I thought there were 3 things,
No, it
but
wasn't
then I
after the
realized
fact.
there was
It
4?
was planned from the beginning, but I think like once it came together in my, because like I don't know, my brain just like weaves connections together, and it's like I was just looking at this, I was like, oh well, but if I take this, it's like this is light, and then okay, well this is but like then this is the opposite of this, and like yeah, it's like because I think also like part of what happened was like there was also a like I think there was somebody who was like I don't know, I don't think they're still active anymore, but there is in fact I am not the first mantis shrimp VTuber. And I believe there was at least one mantis shrimp VTuber who was going by Scylla, right? And that's like a much more straightforward, like, okay, well this is the species name, like it makes sense, like, you know. But I was like, okay, well, like Charybdis is that of the sea. There are some projects, by the way, that I kind of want to expand in that direction with the lore, but I think like things like lore videos and music videos are a little bit like further out of my wheelhouse, but that's definitely something I'd like to do at some point in like 2024. Like kind of now that I have the form that I do, like I can kind of do some more of the traditional VTuber stuff that I've always like kind of, you know, watched from afar and been like, oh man, that stuff is so cool, you know?
Yeah.
But it is tricky.
No,
Singing
Tricky is
hard,
a very different VTuber.
Tricky is a very different VTuber. Speaking of Wikipedias...
She's another... Well, no, I'm trying to remember if harpies appear in the Odyssey. I don't think so.
They might.
But I'm
not sure.
They have Greek influence. I do know that.
There was one very unusual Wikipedia, by the way, that showed up early on. And that was the Tokipona Wikipedia.
The what?
The Tokipona. So Tokipona is a constructed language from about 20 years ago, I want to say. 25 years ago? I think 2001, I think might have been when it was published. And it is a minimalist language with only about 200 something words in it. The creator of it...
Yes, you mentioned this.
Yes, yeah. I mentioned it, like... And they actually created a Wikipedia for it, like a full-on Wikipedia that was in Tokipona. So, like, you know, the English Wikipedia, the Dutch Wikipedia, like the German Wikipedia, the Japanese Wikipedia, the Tokipona Wikipedia. And you can still find it. It's not... Like, they decided, basically, like, we're gonna be a serious encyclopedia. We're not gonna do, like, we're not gonna do encyclopedias in these weird constructed languages. But I actually knew, I knew briefly the creator of it, and I think she was also a Wikipedia administrator, and they just made this Wikipedia in her language. And so I like to keep up on the Tokipona stuff. There's like there's a really, really, really fun YouTube channel called Jan Misali, which is like basically saying like, it's kind of like the equivalent of like Mr. Misali in Tokipona. But like, does a lot of very, very interesting videos, and like one of them was like the perfect Toki rap. So it was like a version of Brian David Gilbert's like perfect Toki rap, but it was like it was all of the words from Tokipona. And so I was watching this, right? With a friend of mine, Mix, who was a bird. This Toki rap on my stream about a month ago. And then Tricky Race.
Yes. Yeah.
and just like, yeah. And it was like, whoa, I'm watching this extremely obscure piece of like, media about this like weird niche conlang with like, 200 words in it, and like watching this guy sort of rap in a strange way. And then suddenly there are 2,200 people here, and where do you...
Hope you like
rapping in conlangs.
Yeah.
Apparently she liked rapping conlangs enough to, you know,
Ta-da!
to be like, yes, she does in fact like that. So yes, we had a harpy visit. There was a strange little harpy visit, which was very cool, and I appreciate that a great deal.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And it's really neat seeing, you know, just the rating system in Twitch is one of the best things of Twitch.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
Just full stop. And YouTube has sort of gotten it, but still not quite. And it just,
yeah.
It's sorry, just.
It's a wonderful thing. Like, I just, like, it is one of the things that, like, brings things... And it's, like, what's interesting, too, is, like, thinking about, like, how... I don't know, in some ways, like, VTubing feels like a little bit, like, of a... It's what's cemented VTubing as a kind of its own community. Because it's actually... Like, people will play all manner of different games. But what's relatively rare is for people to raid outside of the VTubing, non-VTubing boundary, I think.
Yeah, that just...
And that's actually, yeah.
That it's... Since we are still such a minority, that it's, oh, there's this other creator who's doing the quirky thing that I'm doing. Even if they're not playing the same game while doing it, they're still doing the quirky thing. And I think they look cool, so let's go over there.
And it's interesting, right? It's just like, there's very little, like... crossover between like non-VTuber to VTuber or VTuber to non-VTuber, but it's like,
finally starting to break down, and I want it to break down more. And like I said, I think part of it, once it starts to break down more, will lead to a lot of non-VTubers realizing that they can be VTubers, but not full time.
Yeah.
I think that's going to, funny enough,
I
think interacting with VTubers will be the cause of it.
Do you see it breaking down in the VTubers rating non-VTubers or the non-VTubers rating VTubers, or just in the more general sense of like VTubers and non-VTubers are like doing more stuff together?
I think it will be the third option, that VTubers and non-VTubers doing more stuff together. That, like you said, just tonight you have a thing being run by Pirate Software that has a whole bunch of VTubers, and there have been already, you know, a lot of tournaments that will have like a VTuber participant or a VTuber team, but I think you're going to see a larger blending, and I think what's going to happen is that through these larger collaborations, that a couple of friendships will start to form here and there. It's going to be totally incidental, and that it's just going to be a very natural proliferation of things. I don't think there's going to be some epiphany moment that it just causes the two communities to crash together. It will be a slow, steady thing, but that we're already seeing more. That you know, you were talking earlier about having a game to play together makes you socialize with people that you might not socialize with otherwise.
Absolutely,
and that is absolutely what is happening here with certain games, with certain events, with certain tournaments, and that you will have these people start to socialize. And what do people do? They raid their friends. And that, well, since things are a little bit insular here, that it's not just a thing of, okay, I only want to raid VTubers, but it's, well, most of my friends are VTubers, so I'm going to raid into VTubers a lot. And if I don't have a friend that I want to raid, then I will default to someone who is close to me at the very least that they are also a VTuber. But once they have non-VTuber friends, they will then just be totally naturally included on that mental list of, who do we want to raid today? Oh, I haven't raided, I haven't raided Thor in a while. Let's go raid him.
Yeah, there you go.
He was cool. He ran the tournament a couple weeks ago, and it was super nice. So go say hi to him. And that it will naturally be that way of just these interactions that we see as incidental will give rise to it, and that it won't be everyone all at once, but like I said, a couple of people here and there might start to talk because they were in the same Discord server, and they'll hit it off, and that it will just slowly but surely snowball.
I mean, I feel like I've seen this a little bit, right? So I was thinking about this with DokiBird, right? Like, so DokiBird announces that she's got a new manager, right? And she says like, okay, don't worry, you guys, this is like a really well-known person in the space, and they've like said that they can get me like a PC case like sponsorship and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, and so actually my first thought, right, because like DokiBird is a VTuber, right? So my first thought goes to like, it's a well-known manager in the VTubing space. And it turns out that it wasn't a well-known
Nope.
manager in the VTubing space. It was actually from the, I believe the, well, from the sort of like FPS space, right? But like,
Yeah.
And I think that's a great thing, right? It's like actually like having, you know, cross-pollinations between like, you know, people outside and people inside the VTubing space. And especially because like there are some really shitty things about the ways that some content creator managers like act out in the wider space, and there's some shitty things about the ways that like there are a lot of cultural stuff around like kind of VTuber managements, like, and just kind of like blending those like together so that like I think the people who are, you know, working in the space kind of like get a wider view of like the better ways that things can be, right?
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of stuff that the wider streaming space can learn from VTubers, and there's a lot of stuff that like VTubers can learn from the wider streaming space.
Yes.
Right. And so I think it's really cool that like, you know, now, you know, one of the biggest VTubers in the space
Is, you know,
is
working with a non-VTuber manager, and that
non-VTuber manager, and who has non-VTuber connections, and who can bring people in who are like outside the VTubing space, and like, you know, and Doki famously is like, I think very, 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 very eager to like kind of collab with all sorts of people, and like,
yes, that
and
she's
been
a social butterfly.
Yeah.
That, and you see certain
she's spread
agency
VTubing to I think a lot of people too, right?
Yes, and that, you know, you see certain agency VTubers being social butterflies, like from whole life, like Ollie, Crazy Ollie.
Yeah.
Like she is, in my opinion, been one of the biggest bridges for like Cover Corporation to the indie space, and that she will go out and she will collab with anybody.
Yeah,
and
Cover feels like a walled garden sometimes, but like Ollie is the one shining exception, right? Like,
and I don't necessarily think that it, and I think Ollie sort of proves that it's not entirely Cover Corporation forbidding it.
Yeah, it's a lot of the talent, right?
Yeah,
because it's much easier to go in.
Yeah, that, you know, you are someone that big with that big a talent, and that, you know, external is risky. There's just going to be an inherent risk, and that it is much, much safer to stay internal. And I'm not going to begrudge
or stay with
anybody
trusted people who are like, sometimes there are people who have like specific people they collab with a lot, right? Like, so I know, I think like Milky, I'm reading from behind the lines that Milky Queen is the person responsible for getting Callie into VTubing, and that Callie, like, I think, you know, appreciates this a great deal and like brings Milky into a lot of stuff, right? Like,
yeah, the two of them are very clearly friends, and that Callie does not collaborate with too many external people outside of Milky, because that is what she's comfortable with.
Outside of the music space, and in music, Callie's
I mean, when I say collab, I mean like on-screen, stream collabs.
Yeah, streaming collabs as like a streamer, right?
Obviously, music collabs, she'll do whatever the heck she wants, and she's been doing great and getting some big ones.
No, she's been going absolutely crazy. But
that Ollie is very comfortable doing stuff, and that I get the feeling that Doki didn't have that option until recently.
Yes, yeah. What's fun, right?
Yeah.
Is looking at that, right? Like we're
getting to see her revel. It's like, you know, I didn't watch a lot of Naruto, but everybody knows, you know, the scene where Rock Lee takes off the weights and just like, okay, he's now able to, you thought he was strong before, you thought he could move fast before, but now he's moving around at the speed of sound. And that's what we're seeing with Doki right now.
Yeah.
Her weights have been taken off, her restraints have been removed, and she, like, we have not seen her final form yet.
Yeah. I'm so excited for Pia too. Like, yeah. So they
fun stuff.
By the way, I will report it, like, breaking news on Vtuber Talk right now. I would like to report that Doki Bird's team won. Let me see if
I believe it was 4th place.
Yes, 4th place.
Because it was 3rd place plus 1.
Yes, 3rd place plus 1,
which I think
is the same prize as 3rd place. Yeah. 3rd place plus 1 out of 16. They keep saying 3rd place plus 1. Is it just 4th place?
I think so.
Did something happen to my model? Because like something weird happened to my screen.
Yeah. I think somebody did a redeem on your channel. My hat is now red.
Oh. See, I'm not seeing. Oh, hold on. I think I might know what's going on. So there's a visual effect loaded that is kind of like causing my entire screen to go dark.
Because your model seems the same, but the jelly on my head is red, and that's the only thing that I'm seeing on my end that has changed. So.
Okay, so that has happened, that like there is a jellyfish that got changed. Okay, no, it's actually fine. I was just like, yes. Yeah, so the thing about Pia, right? It was funny because you mentioned Ollie collabing with people, because like, the last time I saw like Ollie doing a thing was actually Pia hosted a game show, and Ollie was on it, I think not like a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago.
Oh, neat.
Right, yeah. And so it's like, this has just been actually like just amazing. It's like, I've been talking about this with a few people, right? Like, the vibes this year are so incredibly good, right? Like, so many people are just having like amazing, like, just all sorts of amazing stuff like happen to them. Like, I think like it's looking like wonderful for like so many people in terms of like how their own personal VTubing journeys are going. Like, a lot of people who have been kind of like, you know, pushing at this and like really like going at this for like, and doing incredibly creative like work, like great work for like
Pumpkin's explosion happened in January. That she is one of the 2024 breakouts, and we're seeing that in a lot of places. That, you know, yes, there has been a bit of drama regarding some corporations. If you look in the indie space, things are pretty dandy, actually.
Yeah, I mean, the indie space has also been, you know, had the addition of Dokibird to it.
Yeah,
like,
you know,
it's just like,
it's like, oh boy, we just got a
real
star player in free agency.
Yeah, I know, it's great. Like, that's a really great thing. And you know, and you know, it's like actually like, yeah, but just like even like you know, I think like, you know, Aki has been doing great. Like, you know, Ruru's been doing great. Who else have been talking to? It's like
not this calendar year, but you know, like UWU exploded last year. Finally,
UWU exploded last year. UWU was like,
I've said for a long time, he is one of the people that I've known for a long time is the most likely VTuber to explode, figuratively and literally.
Yes. No, absolutely. Yeah. He is an That is true. I'm wondering whether I will see him in Offkai again this year. Because like, I hope that he does not explode by then. Maybe we'll just like have to ferry him over in the, you know,
if he explodes, we can build him again, bigger.
Yeah, we'll
faster,
just pick out the pieces. Is like, you know, he'll end up becoming like a robot like bird.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't be
yeah,
surprised
Sigrid can
if
just
the
play
man,
him again. Yeah.
The man at this point probably like has plans for, okay, if and when I blow up, this is how I'm going to modify myself and make myself stronger.
Yeah, and it's just gonna be like half robot, like, and you know, he'll be the first like actual cyborg.
Cyborg VTuber.
Yeah. And yeah, who else has been like just? I mean, Grimmy has been doing extraordinarily well.
Yeah.
Like,
Just and you know, and we got to keep her.
Yeah. Yeah, that was I was so happy about. I mean, I'm sure whatever like she was going to be doing would have been absolutely phenomenal. I am a little bit selfishly like, oh man, we get to keep an amazing indie in the indie space.
We do love Grimmy over here.
What is your I kind of want to. I'm curious about like, what is your take on whether this is a very kind of like silly like inside baseball question, but it's like, what is your take on whether like a sort of representational agency like MSM is indie, quote unquote? I know we've been mentioning a lot of
it's an interesting gray space, and the first and foremost thing that I say is it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's semantics. It's just semantics at that point. Is
in these vibes, man.
Yeah, that it is a that it is not a produced agency. That you have production agencies that produce their talents, produce the branding, produce the assets, and that retain the assets that they have produced for their talents. And then there are talent management agencies which do not produce their talents, but they manage their talents. And they are both types of agencies, whether or not you consider one corporate or not, that technically it is a corporation. It is a licensed business as far as government and taxes are concerned.
Yes.
But again, that's semantics for our intents and purposes as a VTuber community.
A lot of indie VTubers control a business entity that owns their VTuber, right?
Yeah, most individuals that, like we were talking about earlier with Project Melody, that even separate from VShojo and all that stuff, that Melody has business entities, corporate entities that have been constructed to facilitate what she does, and that most individuals, that if I am a self-employed person who performs a business service, that the correct thing to do is to, incorporate, usually if you are of any significant scale, and that, I am now a one-person
LLC,
LLC or company, and therefore I am corporate as far as the law is concerned. If anybody were to ask, what did somebody who owns a one-person LLC, what do they do? They will say they are self-employed. That they aren't going to say that they work for a corporation in conversation. But if you look on business filings, they work for a corporation. It is semantics.
You know what I'm kind of curious about? Is the semantics of how VTubers name their one-person LLCs. I'm so curious about that. I'm very curious because I saw H Streams, right? H Streams is a very fun name. But it was I bet you there's a lot of interesting stuff behind.
They probably want to make it just innocuous enough that if somebody looks at the public business filings, that they cannot immediately connect somebody to a talent, which is a very smart thing to do. That you want it to be obscure, but at the same time,
in a sense, it's also the face in front of you,
But at the same time, you probably want it to be something that is mildly relevant to you and your brand in some way. At least that way, if you're approaching others, that, you don't want it to sound like a shell company or something, that you want it to be clear, this is me, it represents me. But also it gives people a chance to be creative, that in the same ways that people get to be creative with their channel name, whether they're a VTuber or not, and that VTubers get to be creative in even more axes. That I'm sure that VTuber LLCs have a lot of fun names to them.
Yeah, this year I'll almost certainly be registering an LLC for myself. I have not decided on a name for it yet. I know at least one other person has an LLC that I know of, but I don't know whether it's been announced publicly, so I don't know whether I can share the extremely clever name that they made for it, because it is such a good name. I'm actually bursting into seams being I don't know whether I can say this name, because it's I don't know whether this is
don't want somebody to swoop in and get the name if they haven't actually registered it yet.
Yeah, I mean the business exists.
Okay, so it is registered, but
it's a real business, but I don't know whether this is actually public, that there's an LLC that exists, and obviously that strips away one level of for this individual, right?
Yeah. And now I'm trying to remember how we got on the thing of businesses and LLCs and agencies, and because we were talking about Doki, and darn, I'm losing track and I'm trying to backtrack. Nope, it's gone. Back
about MSM. Yeah, the question is whether MSM is quote unquote corporate, but But I think the vibes of the people who work there are
and that largely VShojo operates the same way, that they have always been, that once again, they have...
Their vibes are more corporate, even though they are basically the same kind of agency.
Yeah. And I think part of it just... certain things come with scale and size, I think. That, I think that they are doing their best to retain the indie vibes that they always have had.
Yeah.
And that part of it just comes, when you have audiences of that size, that certain understandable measures and precautions need to be taken that make things feel quote-unquote corporate, but are, frankly, it would be irresponsible for them to not do those things with their talents being the size they are.
one thing I found that's been very interesting, like, is if you actually like look at the sort of collab networks and you know, Twitter and all the kind of stuff, is that like, I think basically every all of the sort of like smaller English corporate VTubers kind of like, they interact with each other a lot, so they're almost like their own kind of separate space. It's not like any specific agency or corporation, but it's like all of them together, right? Like you see, you know, production kawaii people collab with like VNU people, collabing with
when you're in sort of I hope this doesn't come off as offensive, but for lack of a better term, the mid-majors.
Yes.
That you know, those are folks that have a much more direct motivation to collaborate in a lift all ships proposition, where that they all know that they are significant. They are significant in size. They are not new to the space. They are not small, but at the same time, they are not, you know, the biggest out there. But they're all sort of here in the middle, elevated absolutely already on their own, but that they recognize that by taking, you know, by their powers combined, that when they are already of significance on their own, that by bringing themselves together, they achieve that greater level of prominence, and that when you see a collaboration with 3, 4, 5 of these mid-major agencies, that it can turn heads to the degree that a major agency can on its own.
Yes. And that was like the interesting thing about VShojo, right? It's like that VShojo actually doesn't really do much in terms of like collabs with those, as you say, mid-major agencies. They actually like do most of their collabs like to the extent that they're not with each other, which, you know, does happen sometimes. Is actually not quite as common as like it is, like certainly far less common for VShojo to like do an internal collab than say like, you know, a Hololive or a Nijisanji. They really do most of their collabs with like indies. Yeah. And meanwhile, like, you know, you've got the sort of, you know, mid agencies like do their collabs with each other.
And part of me wonders if part of that is, you know, since a lot of the mid-major agencies end up having, I don't want to say restrictions, but that
but even if the restrictions are just brand risk to the wider entity, like they still have like,
that it becomes sort of a thing where they are perhaps a bit more reserved, a bit more protective, and that it just inherently presents lower risk to associate with people who are in similar business situations, frankly, that they are all very aligned in sort of the way that they
have been vetted by somebody with similar interests to them, right?
Yeah,
so this is like somebody...
Similar standards, similar tastes.
Yes. And so it's like if you have a, you know, and I think like this is one of the biggest like kind of things that agencies do, right? It's like even if an agency does absolutely zero support for their talent, even if they do like absolutely nothing like after like the beginning of debut, even if they don't even give the person a model, right? What an agency is at the very least is a casting director, right?
Yes.
As a person who like showed up and was like, oh yeah, no, I think this is a good VTuber. And that alone is like worth some sort of like value.
Yeah, that there is absolutely simply affiliation with a company brings with it a sense of legitimacy.
Yes.
And that is for that, whether or not you want to admit it, it is something that influences all people on a subconscious level at minimum.
Including the viewers,
Including the viewers, but also for potential sponsors. And that is the other thing that, you know, usually agencies will help bring sponsors to their talents. But even if talents want to go out on their own and court sponsors, having a corporation name attached to them will inherently turn the head of some sponsorship manager or marketing manager at whatever corporation they are trying to get a sponsorship from, even if they're doing that outreach on their own.
Yeah, and exactly, because like, you know, having a corporation basically, because it is a pain in the ass to create a VTuber company.
Yeah.
even if it is like in some ways like easier than it should be. Like there are a lot of people who start VTuber companies who have no business starting VTuber companies.
In my opinion,
but like
in those cases, they aren't starting VTuber companies. They're saying they are starting VTuber companies.
They're saying VTuber
but they aren't
companies.
actually starting a VTuber company.
But like to the extent that like some people who like, I mean, some people have gotten far enough that they've done a fair amount of damage to a lot of people, right? Like, yes, unfortunately, they have like started a VTuber company and gotten to the point of like hiring talents and like, you know, maybe not with the money, but like, you know, they've like certainly, you know, brought on people and gotten other people to give up a whole bunch of it. At the very least, opportunity cost and often substantially worse.
Time and sometimes cost in cash as well. Just we've seen.
And then sometimes cost in, you know, worse. You know, it's like, but basically, like having somebody who, you know, has paid a substantial like opportunity cost in a language that something like a sponsor understands, to invest in a talent, is something where it's like, okay, well, you know, they wouldn't go to all the trouble of like doing all this stuff for this person if they didn't like believe that they were at least not a brand risk and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Right. So, and it's like, you know, streaming is a pretty saturated space, right?
Yep.
And so it is like pretty easy to, you know, get lost in a sea of streamers.
Says the shrimp.
Yes. Well, of course, I'm always under the sea. We're under the sea right now. Don't short out.
Wait, no.
That's amazing that you got that.
I only had one super unique thing that I wanted, and when I was asking you, like, do you have any specific things? I was like, you know, scuff happens. Can I actually just short circuit?
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
CaptainCRABS did a very good job.
Yeah. I think CaptainCRABS was one of the very first, like, CaptainCRABS has been at this for a very long time.
CaptainCRABS is an old guard.
Really old time, yeah. I think, like, I remember, because I was watching, like, my first VTubers that I was watching on Twitch would have been in 2020, I want to say 2020, was it 2021 or something like that? I think, like, some of the VTubers that I was watching were on YouTube first. And then, like, went to Twitch. And then, like, you know, I remember CaptainCRABS being in the vague circle of them back then. And so I remember seeing CaptainCRABS very, very, very early on.
Yeah, he was episode 10, I think.
Yes. I'm actually staring at the list right now. Possibly 12? Is that right?
Possibly. We'd have to check on YouTube because
the list is not exactly.
There are occasionally names that get removed from the list for, you know, if things happen, and if I find out that a guest is actually not so swell, there are Fortunately, the number is very small of names that have been removed from the list. Very, 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 very small. But
non-zero.
But non-zero. So if you were to count directly from the start, you might not get the correct episode number. YouTube would have the correct episode number.
Yeah. Oh, do you backdate all the episode numbers?
Well, when I upload them, it's, you know, episode blank. I don't edit the episode numbers though.
Okay.
So
because
there
is one missing episode.
There are at least two.
Okay. Well, I saw one missing episode. Yeah.
There's one earlier one. But anywho.
Yes.
But yeah, no.
And then there's like the lost episode for a perfectly reasonable reason, which is like the two of us talking for
I just forgot to hit the record button. Oops.
Oops. We didn't say. I mean, it would have been a little bit untoward to be like, okay, well, I'm gonna hit the record button. Like,
you all missed a banger of an episode, folks. Let me tell you.
Yeah. Well, also we're talking about stuff that was
perhaps lost episode. Perhaps it's the classified episode.
Nyaru is 10.
That's right.
CaptainCRABS is lucky number 13.
Yeah, there we go. I knew it was early 10s.
See, now I know that this is like so good of me, but I'm like looking and it's like, okay, what are the missing numbers?
Well, the thing is, even if you figure out the missing numbers, you won't figure out the missing people because the names are scrubbed.
How scrubbed? No, okay. But yeah, no, I think like it's been a shelled creature. Yeah.
That's right.
Oh,
yeah.
do you see the do you see, by the way, the emote in the chat? That was actually not that was a viewer of mine's, and actually Ren's as well, like kind of one of Ren's biggest memers, which is like an amazing thing to have in your community, by the way. Somebody who's like really, really good memer, like a deep memer, one of the memes.
Somewhere in the deep blue meme?
Yeah. And do you see the Shrinder logo?
Shrinder, yes, yeah.
Yes, that emote at the end. It's Shrinder.
By Gecko Geek 6.
Gecko Geek, yes.
I love that the artist tagging thing in emotes.
Yeah.
That's one of the cool, like, it's such a subtle little feature that Twitch added, but I love it.
No, it's great. And like, I wish that there could be more artist badges, like, you know, because there's so many like artists that go into like
5.
Yeah.
That's dumb.
Like, especially for VTubers, right? Like there's so much stuff that like goes into like making a VTuber like exist. And that's the thing. It's like, oh, like basically every VTuber is like a community effort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the things I was talking about the other night is just the fact that you know, VTubing has created so many job opportunities in industries that, you know, similar to me talking about jobs in entertainment, that entertainment is a very competitive field, and I'm all for job creation in entertainment. Art is a very competitive field, and I'm all for job creation in art. That these are, you know, folks who want to do character design, who may have been, you know, running up against a brick wall trying to apply to conventional animation studios or to, you know, publishers and such for things, that are now able to actually do, you know, character design for VTubers or graphic design or composition. Just there, all of these different disciplines, everything that you can think of, visual, computers, rigging, literally an entirely new medium. We just
invented it from scratch over the last like 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, and just seeing people get better at it. That in the early days, one of the biggest hurdles to becoming a VTuber, if you weren't purchasing a stock model and using something like VCFace or one of the others, that just getting like someone to do your rigging. Because goodness, there have always been lots of artists. Finding an artist. Finding a artist isn't necessarily difficult. Finding the artist that fits your style and wants is much more difficult. But there were always artists around. But there were not many riggers because the technology was so new and so few people knew it. And that those who learned in the early days had to learn in Japanese. And if you didn't know Japanese, I hope you were just following along and cobbling stuff together. But a lot of people did, and they taught themselves and they learned, and that you can see the difference in someone who rigged something 3 years ago to now. And
it's absolutely different. Also, Live 2D itself has actually like come an extremely long way in terms of like what it has and what it allows.
But it is this whole new, it is such a hybrid of technology and art that rigging is absolutely an art form, no question. That you have to, yes, there are certain obvious things of, yes, of course you put physics on hair, but the way that you put physics on hair, the way that you make things move, that is going to be an artistic choice. And it also just, it's artistic skill as well of learning and figuring out that, you know, just like, you know, painters, Picasso innovated brush stroke techniques that are used today. People are innovating rigging techniques because, yes, these values and tools exist, but that there is not one right way to rig. That there's perhaps an easy way to rig. There is perhaps a conventional way to rig, but the number of points that you use and like, I don't know anything about the back end of rigging. I just know that it's magic. And the folks who do it are amazing, and they have taught themselves
it's more
this
technical than art,
thing.
I think, in many ways.
Oh, yes.
That's what I heard, yeah.
And it's then also a hybrid of physics, that you need to have an understanding of physics. You don't need that normally in art.
Well, also cartoon physics too, right?
Mm.
I feel like you need to have some.
Okay, I guess
we have to have an
perhaps
understanding of
rephrase-
motion.
Yeah, that physics in a much more numeric
Squash
sense.
and stretch and like the kind of
They did.
you need to have an understanding of space and how to translate space into 2D, but that is also kind of like a thing that you need to do in art. So
Yeah. That I guess in conventional art, you are able to draw what you need to be done. That you need to understand how physics works, but you then just draw to fit what you need. But in rigging, you need to be able to work in a much more numeric sense and figure out how to sort of almost make physics work for you. That you need to find the right values and figure out how to make A and B equal C for the motion you want in a way that in animation and other conventional art, you make the thing that you want to see.
I mean, I think this is an animation thing, right? Like in general, right? Like
it's almost like reverse engineered animation.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, so, I mean, thinking about this, right? Thinking about just to jump back a little bit. I think like part of the reason that I think it like is part of the reason I think that like a lot of VTubers have actually seen so much growth. I genuinely do think that like we were talking about like, oh yeah, general streaming is like feels more saturated and like VTubing is like much more of this new field. But I think like a big part of the reason why there's more like VTuber growth in the platform is that like in order to really be a VTuber, especially back in the days, like, you have to have like actually like reached out to a whole bunch of people to set things up, right? Like streaming, you could literally have just gone in with a button on an Xbox and been like, okay, hi,
on an Xbox. If you're feeling fancy, plug in a webcam. It's usually a plug and play model. Make sure, hopefully focused. But
it's something that can be done totally solitary.
Yeah, you don't need you don't need to hire an artist to make your background. That even, facecam streamers who will immaculately curate their background, make these awesome LED things, show their collectible items in the back and, make it look very nice. You don't need to hire an artist to do that. You just, you get your stuff and you put it together in an aesthetically pleasing manner, and there you go.
Yeah, and actually it would be very, 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 very rare to hire an interior decorator
you're not gonna hire an
set up
decorator for your stream setup.
While like an interior decorator would actually probably be less expensive than a lot of VTuber artists, right? Like, that's the thing. It's like, why don't they hire interior decorators to like put up?
That's a very interesting concept of, if you're going to be going all in and, making a big studio space, that perhaps it's worth your time to, contract an interior decorator for 2 hours.
To make it look aesthetic in the background and make it look professional. It's like that's actually
just
or bring an interesting question.
Just even as a consultant of, even if you don't need them to necessarily be the one to put it together themselves, of just, okay, here are some concepts, and that they have the understanding of those concepts in a way that you might not, and to be able to sort of help you, guide you, and say, okay, so you'll want to, all right, we can set up some shelves here, and that they can sort of give you the blueprint that you can then execute yourself, but that they can be a designer. I never thought about that. That's interesting.
Yeah, but it's like they don't do it in regular streaming. And so like besides emote artists, right? Like,
yeah, that's about it. And maybe a logo. Well, that's the other thing. I feel like maybe I don't watch enough facecam streamers nowadays, but I don't feel like it. I know many facecam streamers that have logos.
Yeah. And like they tend to only get emotes if they get affiliate, right? Like,
yeah.
And there's a lot of like kind of stock. I know it's like a lot of emotes too. Like they don't necessarily have artists like too, right? Because like some of the emotes are just like, you could take a picture of your dog.
Do still take or do still get artists for their emotes.
Yeah, most of them do, but like many of the emotes are things like, a photograph of a dog or something like that, like, or like a meme that is like edited down. That's a little bit more
or
common.
Variants on the classics, but it depends. Like I watched a lot of Magic the Gathering streamers prior to watching VTubers, and one of the things that I'm very sad about is how few VTubers play Magic the Gathering. I'm constantly heartbroken by this. There's like a small handful, a very, very small handful. At this point, I think it's actually more common for VTubers to do Magic card pack openings than VTubers
than
to
actually play
the
MTG
game.
on stream. Yeah.
But the thing is, even the number that open card packs is still very, 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 very few, and usually the ones that open packs are also among the few that will actually play the game.
I mean, I just did a breakdown of a computer science research paper on Magic the Gathering, of course.
Yeah, because that was the one I rated into, and I sent that article to a friend right afterwards.
Yeah. What did your friend think of the article?
Oh, he was super fascinated, because the thing is, he's a doctorate in tech for disciplines.
Who plays Magic as well?
Who plays Magic. He's the one that got me into Magic.
Yeah.
So.
And you sent it to him, and he was like,
yeah.
Oh, wow. No, it's like, there's certain things where it's like, if you're kind of like in the know, and you're like, oh, wow, this is special. I feel like this is like the case both like artistically and scientifically, and it's like, you know, there's some stuff where it's like from the outside, you kind of don't know why it's like so special, but then you kind of get a little bit of knowledge about the field, and it's just like, you can see like, oh man, this is really good. And I'm sure like a lot of people from outside the VTubing community see some really incredibly cool, impressive thing in VTubing, and they don't know what they're looking like. They have no way of knowing what's kind of like what's innovative, what's innovative, what's not innovative, what's like really impressive, what's not impressive, what's hard, what's easy, and what's
that
like,
if you don't have the context and the knowledge of what the limitations of the technology are at that point in time, anything can look impressive or anything can look simple. Yeah.
And I feel like with I'm trying to where is my brain going? I'm having an attack of the ADHDs. Yeah, it was a Turing complete Magic the Gathering paper, but I'm trying to think is like that. Yeah, so with somebody who is like, you know, has both a deep understanding of like, you know, computer science and Magic the Gathering, like you can kind of see this and it's like, this is impressive. Like you look at like VTubing, it's like, this is impressive, right? Like, or something within VTubing that's like impressive. And damn, I think I lost my train of thought actually. So it's like I'm
right off
trying
the
to
rails.
think. Right off the rails.
And into the ocean.
I mean, I've just been in the ocean the whole time.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I know you're in the ocean too.
I wonder if there's like a VTube Studio effect that you can get to just sort of flood the screen and make it look like you're underwater.
Yes, I used it during my debut.
Please point me to that like another day. You don't know.
I mean, no. I mean, I can literally send you a file that you can just dump in your thing right now. I believe here.
Maybe because I know that sometimes you have to close and reopen VTube Studio to get
not
new
for
files
this.
to appear. Nope.
Not for this. You just drop it in. I think. Hold on. Let me see. I'm going to activate on my own thing just to see what kind of flooding do you want?
There's multiple kinds of flooding.
I mean, it's like about the amount of like deepness of the ocean, I guess. Like,
surprise me. I'm not picky.
All right. I'll give you flooding level 3.
Yes, a nice medium rare flooding.
A medium rare flood, because like I had a whole bunch of layers of like more and more and more and more and more flood, more deepness, more depth, like as they got more and more underwater. And I just like, there's 8 levels of flood that I had during my debut that I just like took them through it one by one, and when they would struggle, they'd maybe go up a level and then go back down and then like go up a level. And then there's like this struggle thing that made it like just shake and like go red and like, you know, just like you're struggling to survive. And like, you know, they had the channel point redeemed that they could struggle to survive. And it's like, you know.
So when I go into the streaming assets folder for VTube Studio, I see a folder called effects. I assume that whatever you send me, I just throw in that folder.
Drop in there. I think so I will give you the one that I used for my, I think this is my, bit of. I don't know actually how much you've been playing around with the visual effects switch.
I have not done anything with visual effects yet.
So what you do is I guess this is hydrorudium. Here, I'll just do hydrorudium. So this is the.
Because I do see the visual effects thingy, and I see that there's presets, and I can like upload.
Here. So save that file to that folder.
File.
And then in your VTube Studio. Go to the camera tab.
Camera tab. Yep, I see visual effects.
And then load a preset, like the second button from the left. And then click on it.
Second button from the left. So, yep, here it is. Hydrorudium. Select.
Oh no, it's flooded! The entire studio is flooded! Ah! Well, actually, I'm fine. I'm just chilling here.
Okay.
So that is what my chat went through.
So I'm now trying to see, because I see a whole bunch of things, and where did that...
I'm sorry, I think you have some kelp in your ear.
Oh, one sec. Yeah. Sorry, my hearing is a little stuffed up.
Yeah, it's kind of brutal. It's the first time you go through it. But, no.
I'm gonna have to figure this out earlier, because what I had to do, I had to just deactivate all effects, because it was just automatically on when I uploaded it. So I don't know where it is or where I would turn it off, actually, individually.
So you can only have one effect on at a time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now, does it retain it? So if I click activate, yep, we're...
This is, again, a krill issue.
It is very much a krill issue.
Actually, what I should do is, like, choose a color, by the way, because I should actually show off, then, my, this, like, glow redeem, but, because, like, the thing that I do to all of my chatters when they are brought back into the light. Probably red is actually not the worst one, but let's do this.
Now, because I don't see the effects. I see the effect list.
Yes.
And making sure it's here. This one is because hydrorudium.
Yeah, the second one I sent you is the red glow. And so you put that also in the same thing. Like, you'll see what I can. Yeah,
and you said that it'll only do one at a time. So doing that will turn off the flooding.
Yes.
Sorry, folks. This just became Tech Time with Vtuber Talk and Kari.
Tech Time with Vtuber Talk. Welcome to Tech Time. But also, I shall glow. If you would let me.
All right, let's see here. Red glow. Select. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Oh, and you have the accents on the legging. That's neat.
And all this on the shoes and everything, right?
And on the buckles and on the the charms. Like, that's so cute.
Yep. Everything glows. Everything. I feel like this is very Evangelion, like just kind of like coming down through everything. Wee. And that's for every color that is a default color in VTube Studio.
Ooh.
Or not in VTube Studio, in Twitch, rather. Every default username color in Twitch. There is a corresponding one that gets activated automatically through automation software. So.
Interesting.
And then simultaneously, the jellyfish changes its color from pink to whatever that color is, as the soul is ensouled into it. So.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask you a couple questions off air on like how to do a couple
set up all this
tinkers
kind of
with this, but thank you.
Yeah. No, this is something that I honestly, like, the timing was absolutely perfect because, like, you know, VTube Studio basically, like, came out with these visual effects redeems, like, right before I debuted.
Mm-hmm. And they just had, like,
you know,
another update, didn't they, where they
added a couple more.
Yeah.
Including ones where they just explode the model pieces everywhere.
Yes, and they now have the warning of, hey, please note that some artists do not like this. Please ask artist for permission. Yeah. And
I think like a lot of that is a big cultural thing between like
that is a very is very Japanese thing versus Western thing that I see how we got to where we got, and I'm glad that they were able to find a happy compromise.
Yeah, because just like putting honestly, it's like you don't want to like prevent people from doing. You don't want to like DRM everything, right?
Yeah.
And I think like a lot of people were like, well, why can't I have this thing? Just because some people who are not like, some people were like, oh, I drew this myself. I rigged this myself. Like I did all my own model. Why are you trying to take away anything from me that, if you give something to somebody, then they're going to get a lot more upset if you try to take it away. Right? It's like, how this kind of stuff works. Right. But it's great. It's a lot of fun. Like I've just, the thing is, like, even though I maybe would have been able to write a lot of these effects,
it's nice to not have to do that work.
It's nice to not have to do the work. Like, I am so glad to be out of a job in terms of, like, having to do a lot of these things myself. And there are also, like, some cases where having it be in VTube Studio is a little bit of a pain. Like, I mean, part of what's going on is that, like, you can't actually really easily stack them. I am going to write a thing where it's like they get stacked by, combining the two files together. And so I can like basically patch in this sort of thing where you like layer different visual effects on top of each other. But like
would there become a risk of like crashes? That's like, like how much GPU ends up being used? Also, your boy Squiddy, thank you for the follow. Welcome on.
Theoretically, it's kind of a little bit interesting, like what uses GPU and what doesn't, right? It's like, and what sort of like aspects of the GPU are stressed, right? Like, and part of that comes from like, actually, if you write GPU code yourself, then you start to like understand like what causes a lot of like expensive operations, what doesn't. So like Bloom, for example, is more expensive than a lot of these other effects. And the reason for that is because Bloom, in order to get a glow from nearby pixels, so what the GPU is doing, right? It's actually running a small piece of code for every pixel basically on the screen.
And it's asking how close it is to a source, effectively.
Yeah, but you can't ask, how close am I to a source? Like, that is not actually something that you can do, right? From sitting where you are as a pixel, right? You don't, like, all you can do is, like, ask, like, okay, on the underlying image, like, what is the color of this other pixel, right? Like, and so in order to figure out how close you are to nearby colors or whatever, you have to take many different samples of a bunch of nearby pixels.
It extrapolates.
Yeah, and that's expensive because then you have to take 8 samples per one. It's like if you're doing like something like a color correction filter, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about any other pixel on the entire. You have one sample and you just change its color with a formula. So it's the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah.
But if you're trying to do a bloom filter, you have to like take a bunch of samples, and that's why actually like if you look at VTube Studio, the bloom filter has a quality slider, and that is the number of samples that it's taking. Yeah.
Noted.
So it can be slightly like some stuff that is very visually impressive is not expensive. Some stuff that is like relatively subtle can be quite expensive. Like I know another thing is like kind of edge detection, right? Anything that like but there's some edge detecting algorithms that are pretty fast too. It's like, and a lot of like what modern GPUs are optimized for makes things that were slow like substantially faster on modern hardware, like RTX, right? It's like ray tracing. Ray tracing is like could be extraordinarily difficult, but like modern GPUs are optimized like for it intensely because it is one of the best ways to sort of figure out like what the actual like lighting is of a particular element. And so like that's where RTX on, you know, comes from. Right?
Oh yeah, there. Okay, I get the joke now.
Yeah. You know, it's like the ray tracing, like you know, speed. I think. I'm actually like trying to figure out whether the I assume that the RT in RTX stands for ray tracing, but
probably that seems logical.
RTX Corporation, formerly Raytheon Technologies Corporation, is an American multinational aerospace and defense. No.
Wow.
NVIDIA RTX. They're talking about how there's RTX filters to basically upscale standard definition into high definition games. And it's like, do you know, I've been playing Grandia lately, and their re-release of it has some pretty... It has some pretty big misses on their presumably AI upscaling from the like original PlayStation era graphics.
Uh-oh.
And so it's like, I wish that these faces didn't look like this. So, yeah.
Are there any games that you wish would be able to get just an upscaling? Let's assume that it is a well done upscaling.
Other than Grandia?
Other than Grandia.
I wonder, I mean, there's NetHack, there's Grandia, there's like a couple of like... So, I mean, the games I've been playing, what are some really old games that I... Maybe Donkey Kong 64? I don't know. I'm trying to think about like, what are my PC games of that era? Because I didn't actually like play that many PC games back in the day. Neverhood is kind of an interesting one. I guess like Curse of Monkey Island would be one that would be...
You are the second person in 140 episodes to say the title Neverhood.
Neverhood.
Congratulations.
Wait, who's the first?
I need to make sure that I'm not confusing folks, because fortunately...
Whose company am I in?
I sometimes... I can't... Where'd it go? I know it's here.
Neverhood is an odd game.
It is a very odd game, because I watched the playthrough of it. Why am I not finding it in my files? I know I had...
It has been scrubbed from the...
Is it gone? That's not...
Do you have transcripts of the interviews, or?
I always I have a bullet point list of things that I go through with all of the interviews. Your file got cut very short because I just stopped taking notes. Because our conversations got so tangential and not relevant and just classified info that I have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lines, which...
And then redacted, top secret, redacted, classified, top secret, classified, redacted.
Yeah. And all of that was really taken in the first 30 minutes of the conversation. That,
so we did the pre-interview, and then we just talked for like 7 hours.
Basically, there was still a couple other things I had planned to ask, but we got off the tracks pretty quickly. But we've actually covered most of those 8 lines, because we have Wikipedia admin in 2004, we have OBS engineering, we have learning graphics programming. Didn't quite have that. Technology driving storytelling, yeah, we basically had that. You mentioned Reboot, you mentioned Angelic Lair, you mentioned Grandia, so that means the only
Finally
line,
you mentioned Grandia.
And you, just in the past couple minutes,
mentioned NetHack.
Mentioned NetHack in passing, which is the last line, but there's a specific thing on there of you being
the best,
the 42nd best behaved ascension.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Well, so NetHack is a game from 1987 where you delve into the dungeons of doom to retrieve the amulet of Yendor from the high priest of Moloch, who holds it in a pit at the deepest depths of Gehenna. And then you like have to evade the wizard of Yendor and bring it back to the astral plane and sacrifice it to your to your god to ascend to the status of demigod or demigoddess and like attain immortality. And so and it's a text game, right? Where you play it, basically you are an symbol and you are wandering through these dungeons, and everything in the dungeon is like a piece of text. Like the walls are text, like, a sink is an octothorpe, a fountain is a sort of integral sign. Like there's like all these different kind of like, there's moats and castles and, boulders that you push around and, which are like, backticks, right? Like, and you can ascend, like ascension is winning because you ascend to demigoddess or demigodhood. And throughout the game, basically, you can take on these voluntary challenges, right? And they basically just keep track of these, right? So there's, for example, like vegan, right? So if you never eat any animal products of any kind, including eggs, then you get vegan conduct, right? It's also vegetarian.
That means you get psychic powers, right? Scott Pilgrim taught me that.
Scott Pilgrim, yeah. Now the vegan police come to get you, and then you have to get taken away and like.
Deveganizing Ray, hit him.
Yeah, no, like you literally eat something, and then like the funny thing is that actually the monk class in the game kind of works like this, right? If you eat any meat products, you feel very, very like you get I think a debuff to your luck stat, which is very bad. Like so. You joke, but actually, no, they thought of that, right? Like, there's a TV trope that, like, is called the dev team thinks of anything. The dev team thinks of everything, and NetHack is, like, one of the examples, like, par excellence there. By the way, Mix, who I was watching the Toki rap with when Tricky Rated co-founded TV Tropes, which is very funny, sort of, like, weird backstory thing.
Wow.
Yeah. There's a reason why it's called TV Tropes. It would have been called TV Cliches, but yeah, now the guy who like is responsible for like making TV Tropes now works very closely with like a number of like different VTubers.
Wow. And it's really cool to see just the way people who have, it's not necessarily surprising that people who have worked in various internet circles and various technology circles and companies have found their way to VTubing because naturally people who are
this is the new media
would naturally find their way here, but it's still cool to realize, oh wow, these people that worked on this thing that was formative for me, or this person who I heard about way back in the day from that other thing is now here, and that now there's like 2 degrees of separation or something.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it's actually been really incredible. Like, this is the reason that I needed to be here. I think one of the really, really, really big reasons I wanted to be here is that, like, this like, corner of the internet, like, contains some of the most creative people who are out there, right? It's like, and while living in this age, I need to be near wherever the creative people are. Wherever the fascinating, the interesting people, the creative people are doing these, like, really fascinating things. And so I need to be here. Yeah. Like, but the behaviors, right? Okay. So vegan, you can like, there are various ways you can get wishes. Like there's magic wand, there's magic lamps, there's wands of wishing, there's like scrolls of wishing. Like you can wish for items, right? And having very specific items in a NetHack run helps you a great deal in terms of like winning, because like there's a lot of things that can kill you. You can get hit by disintegration rays or death rays or all sorts of things. And if you don't have protection against them, then they will kill you. And also having a bag of holding is extremely useful. So there's like a bunch of stuff that like you might want to wish for. And so, wishing is a contact. And also like there's like these powerful named artifacts, which are, special like magical items that have special properties. You can also wish for one of those. And that's tracked separately. So like if you don't wish, then you get like 2 conducts, which is artifact, wishless, and wishless, right? And so there's a whole bunch of these, right? Like never hit with a wielded weapon. Never killed any monsters, like, you know, never used the never interacted basically with any gods, like, which is the atheist conduct. So an ascension in NetHack is already difficult enough. But what I had been doing way back in the day was just like going around and like ascending every single class with something like 3 or 4 conducts. And then for my final class, which was the monk, which already has like a substantial debuff to eating carnivorously, but makes up for it by having a much slower basal digestion rate. And also like doesn't really want to like fight with weapons, right? So it's like actually doing the never hit with a wielded weapon thing is a lot easier as a monk than with any other class. Yeah, because you can actually punch and do quite well that way.
Melee
and so
combat,
it's like
baby.
It's like, so I already had like 3 conducts that I'd been doing with like every single run. And I was like, okay, well now I can add a whole bunch of these extra ones. And I ended up I think
so
ascending with a total of 8 conducts.
And I'm guessing that each conduct is, you know, you are well behaved because you're adhering to a parameter.
Yes, so that's why they call it the best behaved ascension. So they rank it by number of conducts. And so like
now,
because
if it's only 8, does that mean that there's a lot of people tied at 42nd, or how do they differentiate? Because if it's, you know, I can see if there's, you know, like
so it was 42nd. Yeah, there were something like 10 people who had done 8, like or 10, 12, something. It was not a very long time before you ended up getting to people who had only done 7, right? So I think we were kind of in a
that you might have a
15-way tie. Yeah.
That, you know, you have 2 people who have done a dozen, and then there's a bunch tied for 3rd place that gets you to 12th or something, and then, you know, go down the line to get to 42nd.
Yeah, and tie-breaking was based on score.
Oh, okay. So there is granularity in between there, and that you are the true 42nd, not tied at 42nd.
Yes, I was the actual 42nd. The tie-breaking was done on the basis of score. Score is basically based on how much treasure you have in your inventory when you leave. So
you got a gold star for good behavior. Good for you.
Yeah. But I also ascended every class in NetHack, which is like is kind of a wacky thing to do. What happened was I was very including Tourist, by the way, who gets ripped off in shops and wears a Hawaiian shirt.
So you get ripped off in shops, wear a Hawaiian shirt, and become a demigod.
Yes. Let me see.
How are they supposed to become demigods? What is the path for a tourist? I want to know for a friend.
Well, they go on the tourist quest, and the tourist quest involves fighting the Master of Thieves for the Platinum Unorian Express card.
Yes, Elko and Hughes mentioning having an excellent credit card.
Yeah, so you get a credit card, and with the Platinum Unorian Express card, let me see what the actual... Oh, yeah, it gives you... Oh, yes, it charges. It's a charge card.
Ah.
So what it does is it charges things. So it charges wands and, like, magic markers, which is, like, you can write scrolls with magic markers. The funny thing, by the way, is, like, the Platinum Yandorian Express card is actually not... it's not an original NetHack thing. Like, NetHack just, like, makes so many references to other media and other things. And this is actually the Platinum Yandorian Express card is from the manual for the Commodore 64 version of the game Wizardry.
Wow.
Because it says, like, players start with limited gold because, quote, few adventurers have a Platinum Yandorian Express card.
That's a deep cut.
Yeah, and it's a charge card.
Because it's charging wands. And
yeah, it's charging wands and magic
things.
Markers. And yeah, exactly. And so, yeah.
They were clearly having fun while they were writing this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's funny because, like, the Master of Thieves is actually the rogue quest leader, but is the tourist quest nemesis. So you have to kill the master of thieves if you're the tourist. But if you're the rogue, then you get your quest basically from the master of thieves.
Yep, that makes sense. Also, I did figure out who else it was that was really into NeverQuest, and that was Peony playing Possum.
Peony, that doesn't actually surprise me at all. Yeah. That's an excellent credit card.
I used the main theme as the BGM for the show, and that was how I found it, because somehow because I was searching just because I have all the pre-interview things just in Google Docs, and I was searching NeverQuest and that I wasn't getting anything. So, but I remembered
NeverQuest or Neverhood.
Sorry, Neverhood.
Yeah.
NeverQuest is different. But I searched Neverhood in Google Docs, got nothing returned. It's like, okay, wait, I used the song, so then I just go to my files, and then I'm able, since I house all the files in a folder named for the guest for that show, I was able to find that file, and then it was, okay, go to file path, and it is in Peony's folder.
Okay. Yep. No, that makes a lot of sense. I'm trying to think about,
I have all these folders, and what I have on this computer isn't the same, isn't everything, because since I ran the show off a MacBook for the first, I don't even remember how many, it was probably for 60-ish shows or something, because I don't number the folders, I just have it as the names, but...
I'm still run off of a laptop.
Yeah. So it's probably a much more powerful laptop than what I had.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's probably true. Yeah.
It was an 8 gig RAM MacBook, Kari. 8 gigs.
I mean, the main thing is what GPU it runs, but honestly,
it ran, and it ran fine because all I had was static backgrounds and was screen sharing either from Discord, but mostly Video Ninja, which is just simple browser sorts, very, very low intensity on stuff. But if I ever tried, the one time that I tried to stream a game, it was already very visibly lagging. So I do not know if I would have actually been able to run VTube Studio on that laptop.
Ooh.
Actually, I could probably try, because I still have the laptop. I still use it for basically everything that isn't VTubing. But yeah.
I mean, having a 2PC setup is really, really, really nice.
Oh, well, I'm not using a 2PC setup. It's not plugged in or anything. I mean that I have the laptop that I use for, other things.
Well, I'm saying if you have both laptops, I mean, using a 2PC setup is very nice, because, you can have little bits of it fail, and then the rest of it doesn't actually fail. And yeah.
I am not technically knowledgeable enough to know how I would hook up my MacBook to my PC and use it as a 2PC setup.
I think typically it's just a capture card. You just plug the HDMI out into a capture card.
Am I looking? So I'm very smart when it comes to software. I'm really good with software. I'm an idiot when it comes to hardware. I don't know jack about hardware.
Oh yeah, me too. But I guess the capture card just does the capture card thing, and
that makes sense though. Yeah.
Fortunately,
the proper PC is beefy enough that I don't think I need it. But if I ever start realizing, okay, I'm running into load capacity or something, then maybe I do look into that.
Yeah.
Do you have? So you mentioned that you're on a laptop. How old is that laptop?
It is about, I think, 4 years or so. Three years or so, 3.5 years.
Not ancient, but also not new. It's sort of in middle. That
I got it for VTubing.
Okay, so all right, that was going to be the other thing of just did you have it from before or after? So if you got it for VTubing, that means that its specs are probably going to be set for at least another couple of years, hopefully, to carry you through.
Yeah. No, it has a 3070 Ti in it.
Yeah, so very very good.
Yeah, so I got it for VTubing, and the most important thing I was thinking about when I was getting it for VTubing, I was okay, well, I got to make sure I'm using my I got to make sure I'm using my name as my Windows user account.
Yes, no, I have my thing partitioned that I have a thing that the personal one, but even that side doesn't use my real name, but then this partition is Vtuber Talk, and yes, I was thinking about that when setting up this PC.
I mean, your real name is Vtuber, right?
No, the real name is Jay.
Jay, okay. Well, who's Mr. Talk?
Well, Talk is the show name.
I see, okay.
That I am Jay, the host of Vtuber Talk.
Well, maybe you should give your show an account on your laptop then.
Well, no, yeah, the account on the computer is called Vtuber Talk. And
okay, so Mr. Talk does in fact have a... Yeah.
Yes. First name Vtuber, last name Talk. It's the
First
same
name
name as on the PayPal account.
Yeah, it's like John Vtuber.
John Vtuber, yeah.
From the great... I guess, like, you guys aren't related because, like, you know...
No,
VTuber,
the J does not stand for John.
The Talks...
I will dox myself in that I am not a John.
I've heard that the Talks and the VTubers are actually, like, have a... you know, had this whole like Montague and Capulet thing going on, and
well,
it's only recently that
well, at least it wasn't as bad as the Seals.
Well, VTuber and Talk is like quite the Romeo and Juliet story.
Yeah.
God, the Seals.
That
horrifying.
Was wild.
That was crazy. That was crazy, man. I actually was sleeping through most of that because I, you know, had to be here.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No. Now, if you want a good Romeo and Juliet adaptation, unironically, there is an anime called Romeo x Juliet, which is actually really good.
I think have I seen some of it? I'm not sure. And the thing I've been binging lately is Dungeon Meshi.
Yes.
Which has been a lot of fun. Like, and that's, again, like, getting back to, like, anime is, like, you know, taking people seriously, right? Mm-hmm. It's, like, you know, it's kind of, like, this cutesy premise, and it's, like, but the sort of stuff that they, like, come up with for, like, oh, well, this is an ecosystem.
Yeah, the world
this is, like,
building
how this would,
is
like,
immaculate.
Yeah. The world building is just absolutely incredible. Like, when I saw the whole thing about how the treasure, spoilers
bugs,
for Dungeon.
Yeah.
The treasure bugs go into the mimics because they parasitize them from inside. I'm like, and so they end up looking like chests full of treasure. I'm like
that it's not just, oh, these bugs happen to have a natural habitat in, you know, dark enclosed spaces as normal bugs do, and they just, you know, they house themselves in there and that's how it is. But no, that they actually are natural predators to mimics.
Yes, but in a parasite like it's so cool. It's so cool.
And I had heard of Dungeon Meshi a year ago because Captain Dandyfloss was on the show, and she loves that. Well, she loved the manga, and that we were talking about, and she was like, yeah, it's going to be getting an adaptation. It's going to be done by Studio Trigger, and the trailer was out at that point, and I was like, okay, I'm going to have to keep an eye out for it. And it was at least a year ago, because it's been in production for a while, that, you know, Studio Trigger takes their time, but you get what you wait for with them.
Very weird piece of Kari trivia, by the way. When I moved in, so I moved in with Ren from the other side of the continent, like in September. The very last thing that I ever ate at my old apartment was the Captain Dandyfloss ramen.
No way!
Yeah. That was the very last thing that I ever cooked in that kitchen. Like, when I was, like, packing up the last of my stuff and leaving that apartment forever. And I just, like, you know, it's like, oh, well, this kitchen's still here. Like, you know, almost all of the stuff is, like, basically, most of the kitchen stuff is, like, packed up. But, like, here's a pot.
Here's a pot, and, well, the stove's still here.
This is from Offkai, and I kind of would rather eat this than, like, kind of, like, ship this across the country. And, like, let's eat the Captain Dandyfloss ramen. And I did. Yeah. And it was quite good. It was like the citrus yuzu kind of, like, you know, citrus is like a very interesting, like, taste to go with ramen. But
yeah, it's not the normal type of sweet to go with a sweet and savory, but it's interesting. I haven't had that particular one. I do want to try it though, because I've had a bunch of different bite ramen that I got, like one of their. I've only ordered it like twice, but one time I was like, hey, you know, let's see what this is all about, and order like their variety 10-pack or something, and there was some interesting stuff in there.
It was from Offkai. So I had picked it up at Offkai, and they had I'm trying to remember who it was. Like, I got Dandy Floss. I wanted
Girl
to get...
DM, Onigiri had things.
I think DMs was sold
Hazumi.
out. Hazumi had one. I think, like, I'm trying to remember who it was who, like, I couldn't get their ramen because, like, they didn't... Like, they had some shipping problem with somebody's ramen. But,
well, there was one for the Offkai mascot for...
That's true, for
Offkai
Offkai Face. Or...
Offkai Face, who hadn't been named at the start of the con. They were named during the con. So, the nameless horse girl at that point.
Yeah, they had Crimbo as well.
Yes, that's right.
But who was it? I guess they have Pastoroni now.
I don't think they had her at that point.
No, I don't think so. It is kind of wild, by the way. There's like just, there's this one, there's a selfie that I took, and it feels so special to like kind of see where people have gone. It's like, I believe I shared it with you the other day, and like most of the people on that you've interviewed.
Yes.
Yeah. I think we've mentioned, or, you know, you've interviewed basically everybody on that, almost everybody in that selfie.
Yeah. I think didn't you have the selfie on the stream with Ruru today as well, if memory serves?
On the stream with Arthur.
Sorry, Arthur.
Yeah.
Sorry. Ruru, I saw Ruru in chat.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, Ruru's in chat because like Ruru, Arthur, like we're all buddies. Like
yeah.
You managed to interview a whole bunch of the a particular, yeah.
I do end up sort of going around
various different like VTuber social circles, which
because,
is all just one big social circle. Like
it's kind of, and it's just that, well, you know, this person's cool, and that one of the ways that I find people is, you know, sometimes it's just raids, or that I see people interacting, and I sort of know, it's like, okay, and that it's not that I'm necessarily trying to weave my way around the social circle. It's just that, well, congratulations, you folks have good taste.
Yeah. No, it's just so fun, like looking at like the I was so incredibly pumped to do, and I regret not doing very many of these at TwitchCon, but like at Offkai, I was so pumped to do this. Like I'd seen this
honestly,
around.
This is one of the things that I'm so excited to be able to do now, because I haven't been able to do this until
you
now.
have
that I can do it now. I can be in these
you're
circles.
not faceless. You can hold out your phone. You can be like, hey, I'm here. I'm the VTuber now. It's you. We should actually probably show it on screen if you.
Yeah. I already got it downloaded. And I'm popping it into OBS.
Yeah, because these are just like, these are so much fun, right?
I remember I saw, because you saw these happening basically over the course of the weekend of just, you know, you would sort of pass by a table and see just a bunch of people putting their phones down. And just know, oh, they're doing the thing.
I think many of those were us, though. Because I know, if you saw, do you see a bunch of phones in a row?
I do not remember much.
Okay.
Of like the specific situation. I just remember that I saw a couple different sort of circles, or not even circles. Sometimes it just, I saw people standing up around a table in a way
with
that was
phones
just,
on them.
It wasn't even that I couldn't see the phones, but the way in which they were standing, it was very obvious that they were aligned for one of these types of photos.
I wonder whether one of the times that you saw it was specifically this photo.
I'm trying to recognize the surface here, because I don't recall if the...
Because this is all, I think this was in the atrium.
Yeah, this isn't, because the picnic tables were like a lacquered wood, so it wasn't this. So this table must have been one of the ones like under the little overhangs with the booths. Yeah,
I'm trying to think where it's like, I think they were further off in the, I know, it's like, man, Offkai feels like yesterday, and it was also 9 months ago. It's, everything is so wild. This whole space is wild. It's bonkers.
Time is weird.
Time is weird. What's wrong with the time? Speaking of time. I believe.
Just about to hit 8 hours.
Yeah.
That.
We have actually hit all the points on the dock. So.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
Because Netrunner was the.
Not Netrunner. We didn't talk about Netrunner. We talked about NetHack.
Netrunner is different.
Netrunner is different, but I did go to the one of the very earliest Android Netrunner tournaments, and so it turns out also Netrunner.
It's relevant anyways.
It's relevant anyway. There's a Netrunner story there too, but like is there anything
yes,
like
I've had half of this picture.
Half of this picture.
Half of this picture.
What about half? Oh, you've interviewed half of this picture.
I've interviewed half of this picture.
Yes. Let's see. Who else is in the and what is it like? How much of the other picture?
Boop boop. Only two.
Okay.
Only you and Ruru. I guess not
pasta.
I've seen everybody in this picture in passing, not in person. I mean, but like I've seen like a stream or a clip of everybody in this picture though, and that I. And
then there's there's another one which I think you've interviewed.
Yeah, that one.
A lot
the
of
other
from.
Picture you sent me, I think half or something.
Yeah. So there's this picture I think you've interviewed. This is a beefier picture, but like, now the top one is like a weird mystery person, but you've interviewed both of the people that mystery person could be. You've actually had both of the potential mystery people on your show, so, like, yeah. If I look at this one, I think you've interviewed 6 out of 9 of them. Which is impressive, because I think one of them isn't even a VTuber.
Let me double check as I get this in here, because it would be, thank you for the follow, Grimoire of Normal.
Hello.
One sec, just cropping this in studio mode, getting everything sort of situated.
I like how you're kind of like squinting one eye to be.
No, because I realized that I was leaning towards my monitor, and that my microphone is positioned slightly to the side, so it slightly is
Wait, you have a microphone?
There. No, definitely not. No, I am a microphone. Why would I?
I feel like if you had a microphone, that would cause like the most ungodly feedback.
Like, yeah, it would be feedback, or like like touching 2 sonic screwdrivers. It would cause a space-time collapse. Don't do that. Definitely don't do that.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
But here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes.
6. Yeah.
6
so you have 2/3 of this picture.
Yes. Mystery, Bird, Grim, Ruru, you, and...
Yeah, the mystery is either Woody Devs or Horatius the Dwarf, both of whom you have had. Yeah. Yeah.
Fine folks all around.
Fine folks all around, and
yeah, and just...
I do think that Seth would be a fascinating interview. I don't know whether he would, but I do think that he would be an absolutely fascinating interview for VTuber Talk. But like,
man needs to get a model.
I understand that. Isn't that a model? He might have. I think that might be a model. I think the thing that you see there might actually be his actual model, because like, that is him. That might be a model. I don't know whether he's done stuff on stream, but like, but I do think that he would be a very interesting person to interview. Because like,
that's one of the things that I am certainly spoiled for choice. There are more VTubers than I can ever hope to talk to. And that just, that was one of the things of, when I started the show, I knew it was like, okay, at the very least, even though I'm limiting myself in terms of potential guests, it's barely limiting.
Yeah,
there's so much, and that I count PNG tubers, obviously. I would count people. I would count someone whose primary content is not VTubing if they have a custom model. Like I wouldn't want a guest who downloaded VTube Studio specifically to be on the show and used, I forget what the stock model name is in VTube Studio, but if somebody has gone through the effort and creative process in any capacity to have their own model, even if they only use it on occasion, for my own purposes, I would count that as qualified.
I was going to make something about Fillion just got her model off of Booth, so obviously not a VTuber.
But there's been customization to it.
I know.
Modifications.
I know. And the obviously Fillion is VTuber.
She is. Yeah. I think she is just the biggest non-produced VTuber, possibly.
Yes. Yeah, I think so. Well, maybe that's Doki Bird right now.
No, because Fillion.
Well, it depends what you mean by biggest, right? But I
guess So because at least if I would go by follower count on primary content platform.
Okay.
And I think she has 1.2 million on Twitch or something. She's 1.2 million on something. I forget if that might be on Facebook or not. God, Facebook. Why did I say Facebook? I mean, YouTube.
Now imagine if VTubers had come of age in a different era. It's during the the Mixer era and the Facebook gaming era, but by that metric, Cookie Swirl C might be the biggest VTuber.
I don't know who that is.
So Cookie Swirl C is a VTuber that has
okay,
she primarily does
5 on YouTube, 810K on Twitch, which would still put her above Doki in terms of YouTube.
This is Cookie Swirl C is this person who has one of the has a, I think, an Iron Vertex rigged, an illustrated VTuber model. Let's see. Yeah, so it's Iron Vertex rigged and illustrated VTuber model, and basically does I believe basically some edited Let's Play stuff on YouTube aimed at kids. Primarily. But
wow.
But yeah, you see
22.1 million subscribers on YouTube.
Yeah. So it's if we're talking about who's the biggest indie VTuber.
I've never heard of this person.
Yeah, because she's just
I'm not in their target demographic.
She's doing VTubing in a completely different space, right?
Actually, so
yeah.
She's just the biggest VTuber in the world.
Quite possibly, yeah.
Gura has 4 or 5 million.
Yeah, Gura is tiny compared to her. In terms of if you're going by follower count on primary platform, Cookie Swirl C is
the biggest VTuber in the world.
Possibly, unless there's some other person with 50 million subscribers.
I do not know any other. So, and from what I'm seeing, just sort of glancing at things, the vast majority of her content is with this model.
Yeah. She's definitely using the model.
This isn't even a content creator. Like I said, that if there's a content creator out there who does Basecam non-VTuber model content but has their own that they use in a non-zero capacity, I would still consider that a VTuber. But that Cookie Swirl C uses the model for everything.
Nearly every video. Well, I think every video actually. Even for some of the hand cam stuff and she just uses the model in a sort of webcam window thing.
My mind is actually blown right now that I was not aware of the biggest VTuber in the world.
your VTuber talk, and yet, you know.
I like I said, just I'm not the target demographic. That the algorithm is not going to recommend her to me, no matter how many other VTubers I have, you know, influencing my algorithm. The fact that this is children's content is it's gonna just go past me.
I mean, you recognize like the model artist is Soy, right? I think.
That would make sense. Because I was like, I've seen this style before. I couldn't pick Soy's out right offhand, but that does not surprise me at all.
I think like who is Soy?
Modeled by Rin.
Rin, okay.
Rig is Iron Vertex. Soy could have rigged this.
Soy's a rigger. Okay, yeah, there we go. Who has Rin done?
Oh, yeah,
other...
I see. Yeah, Soy did rig. It was Soy and Zensei.
Okay. So I'm looking at Soy. I'm looking at Rin's Twitter. Rin did Cookie Swirl C and Lami. Yukihana Lami. So this is it's interesting, right? It's like like that is an interesting like so yes, like whole lot and Cookie Swirl C. I'm sure if you're Cookie Swirl C and you show up to like a Japanese artist and like you're like, hi, I have 20 million subscribers. I'd like a VTuber model. It's like they're like,
yeah, sure.
I guess okay. But yeah, no, she is absolutely the only like kind of argument that she's not like the biggest VTuber is I think that like she got the majority, like she got the vast majority of her subscribers like while she was not a VTuber.
Oh, okay. So
and
sorry.
So that's the main
thing.
Yeah.
Since I was seeing all these videos with the VTuber model, I assumed that she built the channel as a VTuber. She did not. She's still a VTuber.
I mean, she is absolutely a VTuber, but I think the bulk of her...
There's a different metric of certain pieces that, in terms of, that if she built it as a VTuber or not. But again, that's purely semantics. She's a very big content creator that is a VTuber.
A very large content creator that does VTube.
Because the fact that anybody who regularly uses a VTuber model is sporting over 21 million subscribers. That's great. That is I am super happy
really
to see someone like this
kind of
getting awareness of VTubers out into the world. That's like I'm genuinely really happy to see this.
That this is exactly. Yep. I'm
gonna have to check out a little bit of her stuff. That even if I'm not in the target demographic, that anyone who's getting 20 million subscribers is doing something right. That I'm sure she's plenty entertaining, even if her stuff has not made it to me through the algorithm. Yeah,
it is very, very, very much like directed at not us, I think, but but it looks like this is like something that she wanted to do, and so like she's
and that she's she's obviously invested in it, that she went to Iron Vertex, got the good folks doing her stuff. That this isn't someone who just of like lackadaisically said, well, this VTubing thing seems neat, and picked up a stock model and was running with it. And, even if she had, that would still be cool. But that she knows what she's doing in terms of getting her assets, and she has invested in herself and gone to the name brand and
gotten a gotten a Hololive Illustrator and a
banner logo and outro by UWU Media.
Yep, exactly. It's just like
she
the
got the
top
gold
of the line
standard
stuff.
Package.
Yep. Top of the line stuff for like she kind of knows what she's doing. It's not. This is not a half measure thing, right?
No, good for her. Hell yeah.
You know who also has a Nagi also has an Iron Vertex model.
Yeah.
That,
and I think I mentioned it the other night. It's so cool having seen Iron Vertex grow. That they've always been absurdly skilled, but it used to be easier to get a model from them, shall we say, that they didn't have everybody banging down their doors.
I remember the days back in 2021. I was strongly considering like putting an application in.
Yeah, and the fact that even then that they were one of the first to have applications, because even back then that they very quickly got known as they rightfully should for their
good
skills.
people. Yeah, they're the solid people.
Then they even just got to the point where it was like, okay, even the applications are now sort of like only semi-open, that they mostly work off of referrals from what I understand nowadays. And they're just at that point where they can very much pick and choose their clients.
Yeah. Oh, they are the best in the business. Well,
hell, I'd love to see a documentary about them. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Of just,
I mean,
how
have
does
you
this
heard?
team get assembled?
Was I sharing? We were talking about this actually last night, right? Or the other night, that the CBC radio documentary that was on VTubers, and they picked 3 people to interview.
Yep.
And 3 people that they picked to interview were 3 Canadians in the VTubing space, right? They had Rose Doodle.
Yep.
Victoria the Sun Eater.
Yep.
Episode number 99 of Vtuber Talk, by the way.
Yep.
And Brian Shui of Iron Vertex. Yep. And it's like, whoever's picking that guest list knows their stuff when it comes to VTubers.
Yeah.
Absolutely knows
they
their
weren't
stuff.
just, going to corporations and finding folks that happened to be Canadian. That was stellar curation from the indie space. That is someone who's been around the block, and whether they have been lurking or are actually very active under some handle, they knew what they were doing. That was no accident.
Yeah, if you're interested in that segment, that is worth a listen, I think.
Yeah, actually, I will
like
link that 'cause you sent me that
very
the other
good
night.
treatment of the first half is about VTubers, and it's a very good treatment of the topic from hi, I'm a mainstream, this is a mainstream radio show that airs on the actual, public radio of Canada, right? Like, the main channel of the main, public radio of Canada. So, if you're driving some sort of truck and you're going from, like, Saskatoon to Regina, then you put this on the radio, and then it's like, I'm Nora Young. Welcome to Spark. VTubers, and it's like, what do you say to an entire country about, like, what VTubers are, and, like, they actually do a really good job of it. Like, I think they did a really, really, really good job with the segment, and I'm
How do you explain VTubers to someone who doesn't know VTubers? Do you have a one-liner? Do you have, sort of a go-to phrase?
There is a secret weapon if I'm in person, right? One of the best things to do is, like, just pull out VTube Studio.
Yeah.
And then they're piloting the model, and I think that makes a lot of people just get it.
Yeah, I've seen and heard of just, the magic moment, somebody reacting to seeing their motions mirrored to them via the model. That's a big thing.
Yeah.
The way I describe it. Sorry, was there anything else you had?
Oh, yeah, what I was going to say is that for you, it's probably even easier than for me, because I don't have to worry about, is this like is this some sort of older person who's going to be scandalized by the sight of anime boobs?
Oh,
right, but, like, you're a cute microphone person, and then, like, so, you can just show your microphone.
Well, that's true.
And then they can also be microphone.
I haven't had that for the past 3 years. I've had this for a month and a week.
Oh, yeah, for sure, but
the other piece being,
I mean, I've also only had
my parents don't know about Vtuber Talk. I've kept more people in the VTuber space know my face and first name than the number of people who know my full name and about Vtuber Talk.
I think that's relatively common.
I've kept it very under wraps, and not even because, and I mentioned this the other night, it's not even like out of. Actually, no, I didn't explain it from this angle. I haven't told folks in my IRL
from this angle.
Yeah, I haven't told.
Probably from this angle.
More of from this angle, right over here. But I haven't told a lot of folks, just, it's kind of a game for me at this point, honestly, that my parents are very accepting, that they know what streaming is. They know what VTubers are, actually. That I've had reason, just unrelated, to tell them what VTubers are and sort of explain the concept. And
how did you explain them? How do you explain it to them?
One-liner is, if you know what streaming is,
Yes.
And you know what content creation is? That's sort of the first step that I do as a 2-part building block. So, YouTubers, people who do live streams, it's just that, but they use motion capture, and that if you know motion capture, then you've seen what motion capture is in movies. People understand that totally, and it's just it's motion capture, but they use it for content creation, and it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That someone makes a little thing and it looks cool, and there it is. That you don't actually have to explain any new concepts to them. You just take the 2 closest analogies that are added together. Well, it's not even analogies, it's really the truth of it. It's content creation with motion capture.
Yeah. And that's basically what I say to a lot of people. And it's like, depending on whether they know about anime, depending about whether they know about a bunch of other things, like, I'll be like, okay, well, typically it's anime style, just like typically this, like,
aesthetics.
Yeah.
But
because like the culture of it is like kind of very
oh yeah, no,
that's like kind of a little more interesting part of it, and also like the part that is hard to explain.
Culture during the intro segment, I try to explain. Okay, at a baseline functional level, what is this? But actually, when explaining it to my father, he had an analogy on the anonymity of VTubers that blew my mind. Have you read or seen Ready Player One?
I've seen it, and what's the analogy?
That my father has read Ready Player One. He was like, oh, it's like Parzival, because there's the whole there's a whole plot point of he uses his character name, his avatar's name in the Oasis, and that the lack of connection to Wade Watts is important. And when people find out that Parzival is Wade Watts, it causes problems for him in real life because he is a big personality, and sudden lack of anonymity is very bad for him. It was just like, whoa, Dad, like, you hit the nail on the head. I hadn't even thought of that analogy before, but he just got it.
No, there's so many parallels to like things that VTubing solves, like problems that VTubing solves that like are just over and over and over and over in fiction, and especially in like science fiction and speculative fiction. So like, whenever I'm like doing this, I'm like, we are living in the future.
Oh yeah.
Like this is the future. We are here. We're welcome to the future. Like it makes me feel more alive to be doing this because we're living here in the future.
One of the next really big things that, and another thing we talked about the other night of just, VR chat is the metaverse. That it is the metaverse. We already have it. It's right here. The next big step is when we are working with more 3D VTuber models than now, and that you are able to import them directly into VR chat simply, or to otherwise have a method or program that will take your Live 2D model and be able to then construct it in 3D for for VR chat.
Or I shall say, like, actually, like, what it is that the metaverse is VR chat, but with bad PR.
Yeah. Or VR chat is the metaverse with better functionality or functionality at all at this point.
Well, it's like metaverse is just a buzzword, right? It's like metaverse doesn't.
Yeah.
The most annoying thing is when people are like, "Oh yeah, the Horizon." Basically saying like Horizon Worlds is metaverse, right? It's like no, metaverse is like a term that people are already using.
Yeah.
And that
when people envision the metaverse, I think they're just envisioning VR chat.
Yeah. Yeah. And we're here already.
Yeah.
And it's like being able to do stuff in VR chat that you weren't able to do in VR chat before. So it's like this high school where you can go to high school in VR. That's a metaverse, right? Because it's basically just VR. They don't use the same platform as VR chat, but they use a platform that is like
built off of it, or
it's like
similar.
it's similar enough that it's like it's basically VR chat.
Yeah.
It's like Japanese VR chat or something, right? So yeah, no, it's where we're headed. I think that's like where we are, the spear at the tip of like the virtual revolution. And
it's going to be really cool in 30
You will all become
years.
anime. None of you are safe.
Yeah.
You all become bits. You all be flattened and turned into a screen.
It's like, I want to someday have inspiration for a model to, you know, like, I love anime. I would like to become anime. Yes, I cannot think of a way to be anime that I think would fit me quite yet, that I am distinctly in Western animation style at this point in time. And no regrets, certainly. I love this model. I love this model. And
I mean, that is much more anime.
The other one is much more anime for sure,
Yeah,
but it's still not quite anime. But, you know, I am not entirely opposed to the idea of becoming an anime boy. But I
guess you just,
the
like,
right
your
design.
eyes just became wider from each other, and then you're more anime.
Possibly.
Yeah.
But just I need the inspiration for the right design, and that still has not happened. It might happen someday, though. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, hopefully, yes. Yeah.
Also,
now, to be honest, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, I was going to actually ask a quick thing about your design.
Oh, yeah,
the
please.
The two lights on your head, is that something that is,
These are eyes.
Actually, okay, yeah, because I was going to ask, is that meant to be something of a mantis shrimp? And that, yes, it's the eyes, okay.
The
so I was like,
eyes.
okay, you know, I look at them and I see sort of goggles, or just sort of like, you know, the hair buns. But I wasn't sure if that was just a style thing, but the fact that it isn't just hair and seems to be, you know, like lights almost, was making me like, all right, I think it's something. So
No, see,
and as
it's
soon as you
definitely
say
not
eyes,
hair. It's not definitely not hair because, you know.
Yeah. I'm glad that you have. Well, hold on, actually. I can do that too.
Bald? Ah!
Strawberry includes the bald toggle on all of her models, even though there was no hair that she got this one included.
He's gonna polish the microphone. Just like plunk, plunk, plunk. It is very cute. The baldness is like for microphone is very funny.
I've been enjoying wearing this hat. It's a very nice hat. It's very soft and squishy.
It is only like kind of removed, I guess 60% of your power.
That sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah. It's just a little bit of mild Dane branch.
Sorry, what? Huh? Huh?
The stinging should be like only occasionally fatal. Arthur this morning was like kind of ragging on me for having a tongue.
Well, like, yeah, Captain Crabs included that.
We're us modern hipster VTubers have like tongues that we can stick out, and back in the day they didn't have any.
Yes, that is truly pushing technology in VTubing, tongue tracking. I don't know if I've ever actually mentioned this thing on stream, but just, you know, the whole thing of like tongue out and tongue out. I do a vocal warm-up before every show. And it is something that I actually learned from Desert Bus for Hope, which I've spoken about many times. They have a frequent guest whose name is Jacob. I think it's Jacob Burgess. Let me double check. Okay, yeah. That I was right. Jacob Burgess, and that he taught the folks there this vocal warm-up, and I tried it once and it was really good. And it generally is supposed to sort of wear off after a couple of hours because it is a muscle thing, so I haven't done it obviously throughout the show. So I will now take you, Kari, through my vocal warm-up. It is very simple. First thing you do is count from 1 to 20 very fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Now what you do is you stick your tongue out and you count 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I'll stop there. But you are supposed to go up through 20. But even with just that, count 1 to 20 again for me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 20.
Can you tell the difference?
Yeah, it's quite a bit more, but articulated.
And if you
Much
do the
more
full 20,
articulated.
you end up being able just it gets the muscles going. And I don't know the science of how it works, but it does. That it's not so much a vocal warm up.
I do that when I start on stream. By the way, I go like shrimp noises. I edited into some shrimp noises.
Do you enjoy shrimp, or is that cannibalism to you?
I mean, it turns out that peacock rainbow mantis shrimp are not peacocks, not rainbows, not mantises, and not shrimps.
I'm greatly saddened to learn this.
Yes. We're actually a lot more related to lobsters, really.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
so no lobster, got it.
Yeah, it's again humans like not knowing what they're looking at when they look at stuff in the ocean. It's like it's once again a krill issue.
It's so good every time.
Krill issue.
There are very few good microphone puns, sadly.
Really?
If you have some, I'm all ears.
I mean, you can be phony. Like there's so many variations of like, you know, like micro is small, or it's like.
Well, I mean, at the very least, I am capable of being micro.
Yeah, exactly. You're a microphone.
Well, that's literally where
new phone.
it
Who
came
dis?
from.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Your small phone.
Small. I can deny it no longer. I am small.
You're no longer a microphone. You're a macrophone, and you just become
macrophone.
Macro. Just ignore the microphone. Wow.
It's like nobody's paying attention anymore.
Yeah, nobody's paying attention.
Nobody's
anymore.
paying attention when everyone's gone to sleep. Anyone who's left in chat fell asleep an hour ago. It's just us, Kari.
Yeah. I will admit that I am like, you know, flagging in my ability to not eat food and stuff like that.
I'll need to double check.
Mm-hmm.
I will.
It is the longest on your YouTube channel for sure. Yeah.
Okay, because I
don't think there's been an 8-hour at all.
That was the question, because I know that Cooney's show went for 8 hours and I think it was 15 minutes broadcast.
Was it? Oh, wait a minute. No, it is not the longest then, right? We actually have 9 minutes to go.
That was the thing I need to check. Ema Cooney. Well, because here's the thing. That's the trouble. Cooney's went for about 9 hours because that also accounted for about, 10-ish minutes of pre-show roll, which got cut out for the YouTube cut.
I see. Okay.
So, in actuality, we probably would have to go. What are we at now? 8:30.
8:30.
Probably. We're probably about 30-ish minutes
off from
like somewhere between 20 and 30 minutes from.
I mean, I'm game if you're game.
What would be that? So I said, do you want a gun for the ground, or do you want to
go? I'm like, we're so close. Let's go for it. Let's freaking go for it. Yeah.
Well, there are. It's funny that I never enter into a show, like expecting or wanting to try and beat a record, but it was definitely something that, after the other night, I sort of entered tonight thinking, okay, at the very least, I knew I had to get a good night's sleep last night to prepare myself.
I need to get a good night's sleep.
Because I didn't want to Like, I would probably
We've also been
be
going
close
without
to,
a single like gap, right? Too.
Yeah,
right?
no, this has been consistent, and that I actually do have plans tomorrow, but I'm gonna be fine. Don't worry. But that I knew that I would probably be getting close to tapping out about nowish, anyways. So yeah, that we can sort of go close in that it will be very close for you and Kuni as the definitive number 1 and 2. I can tell you already you are solid at number 2. That if memory serves, top 5 in runtime. I think because
number 3 is also in this house right now.
I think yes, because I believe Ren is number 3.
Ren is Ren is 7.
There's
14.
now
Who's
I'm
number
trying
4?
to remember. Because there's a couple of... Is it Lark?
Let me see.
Lark is up there at over 5 hours. I think Lark may have been the first to pass 5 hours.
Goblin. Hold on. All right, let me see. So 111 111 111 112 112 112 222 You can see the evolution too of like how things get longer and longer and longer. I think Yoro has like the record at like almost 3 for a while. Yeah. And then IU, surpasses it, is immediately surpassed by Suga, and then you don't get another 3. Well, Giga ends up being 3.5, but is a little bit shorter than Suga. And then Pearl Otter ends up at over 5.
Yes, Pearl was the first 5. Yeah, that's right. Because it was Pearl, and then Lark surpassed Pearl.
Yes.
So I think that it has to be what will in short order be you, Kuni, Ren. Then I think it's Lark, Pearl to 5. I think that's it.
I think so. Yes. And then we'll just take all the medals and like put them in this house and have them in the...
So what you need to do is you need to find another roommate, make sure they're a VTuber, get them on this show, and get them to go for approximately, 7 hours. That way we'll have the gold, silver, and bronze.
I mean, Ren's wife has a model.
Oh, there we go.
A fully rigged live 2D model, actually. Yeah. It doesn't really stream right now, but it has a model, has a Twitch account, has it... Well, used to stream, actually, somewhat, but it's like life has gotten very busy, so... it's the shrimp, toad, and doghouse here, actually.
What a combination!
I know, right? It's like all of the sort of like earthen animals, we're all kind of digging around in the dirt. Yeah. Filthy animals.
Do you recall what the first redeem you ever designed was?
Designed is interesting. I mean, one of my very, very, very first times I was using channel point redeems was, so all it did was it changed the lights, but what I was using it for was interesting because very early on in the PNG tubing days, I used to do improv piano streams, right?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. No, I played piano for something like 12.
I didn't know that at all. You mentioned trombone. You never mentioned piano.
No, I think I mentioned piano in an extremly passing manner.
Possibly.
I glided over it so quickly like a glissando. No, but I would do improvised piano streams, and I would do it where chat could change the color. So there are 6 different colors, which actually fits in with the lore of that video game I was mentioning briefly. There's 6 different colors, and they each represented different emotions. And so based on what color was chosen, I would play different kinds of improvised music. So green is kind of the call to adventure theme. It's the kind of your Hyrule Field kind of thing. Red is this kind of rage thing. So it's a boss fight. You go but you got the sort of yellow sort of heroic kind of theme to it. Purple is the violet is kind of the love theme. You've got blue is kind of the sadness theme, and you got I think one more of them is like, forget exactly what orange is like the kind of weird grab bag theme, like the kind of strange comedy one. But yeah, so basically at any time somebody could like change the colors, and then I would like start playing different types of music. And talking about scuff, I think one time because it was like early on, like there was like I was muted. I ended up sitting there muted, and because I was a PNG, there wasn't really a lot of like visual feedback to indicate it's like, oh, are you supposed to be muted or not? So I just kind of sat there for I think something like 2.5 hours, and I've been playing the entire time. But the piano was muted, and I was just making occasional comments on it and on what I was doing. And then eventually somebody came over and was like, are you?
Or are you?
Is there supposed to be sound? Like, yeah, are you doing anything? It's like, I was like,
oh no.
Yeah. Now the funny thing is, I haven't actually like played piano since moving here, but I do have it. Like it is behind me, and I think like one of the things I'd like to do is set up for doing a piano improvisation stream.
Ooh, yeah.
This is something that I'll be like very, very excited for. So.
Because I've seen a couple people do piano streams. That it's definitely a rarity. That well, Pumpkin Potion's one of the folks that does.
Yep. That's why I used the same pumpkin, or when I was in 3D, I actually used the same piano like falling redeem that she does, because I was like, yeah, because I was like, oh, well, this is perfect for me because I was like a piano player, and then and actually, I have it as an emote.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's actually a I turned it into an emote, and then once I actually return to my piano playing ways on stream, I think this emote will be highly useful again. So.
Unsuspecting. That's very good.
Even that, like, the image without the piano turned out to be a very, very good one. Like, we were talking about Mahjong before. But I know some people, like Hina made a little image of herself in the... let me try to figure out where the server is. It's hard to find servers. Yeah. So Hina made a little like image macro of herself, in the style of the DS game Yakuman DS, which was like a Mario Mahjong game. And then so I like decided to use that emote's like face in order to make a little bio page for my character select if I were to play the game. And if I can find it and kind of send it over. It's kind of interesting, right? Because there's a few different ways that people play Mahjong. Like most of them play it on Mahjong Soul.
Yeah.
But then there's also Mahjong in Yakuza. There's Mahjong in Final Fantasy 14. There's like something that's very similar to Mahjong Soul, but not quite, called Rishi City. And then of course there's like a bunch of very, very odd ways that people play Mahjong. And it's just like, it's such a...
Hi, Aki.
Hi, Aki. Hello. How are you doing, Aki?
It's...
We've been saying all sorts of cool things about you because you've been... Yeah.
You are cool. Yeah.
You're super cool. Now, Aki is one of the people who I want to highlight because she's like one of the most creative people in this space, like in terms of like...
Yes.
Yeah. I became big and small. Oh yeah, here, I found the image in question, so I can send it to you. I've been like scrolling up trying to find it, but so this is the little like Yakuman DS style like bio page for yeah. I mean, wait, I'm trying to check something. I want to check something.
Getting this one set up. That's actually adorable. I have not seen that type of like character profile thing before, but I like that a lot.
I was very careful to basically like upscale it a whole bunch and then like rescale it down in a way that it ended up being pixelated.
Nice and crunchy.
So like, yeah, I crunched it down because like, you know, the actual like emote is like substantially higher resolution than that.
Yeah.
So I just needed to like paste it into a very, very, very small space and then crunch it down. So it's like, it has the sort of feeling of the original like Yakuman DS kind of game. Like, because if you look at the original that's like from, it's like they have that kind of slightly crunchy look to them.
Yeah.
If I can find the, yeah, it's on the Super Mario Wiki. It's like the original
Yeah, I
kind
can tell
of like...
from that because you know, the stars there are obviously the Super Mario stars.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's a So it's like here's like the original kind of look to the thing. It's like the, you know, and you can see I actually I stole Boo's
description
character bio, but like I use the oldest trick in the book. One of the most powerful, you know, tools that one can use is inspect element in Chrome.
Oh, we do love inspect element.
Yeah, inspect element is really, really, really great for quote unquote photoshopping things, right? If something is in a browser, then you can just inspect element, change it up, and so that's how I like changed, you know, Boo's name and gender.
Amazing.
To me, and then like I substituted myself in, and I just wanted to make sure it had the same sort of crunch. Right.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Getting
but
all aligned.
Mahjong has been a delight. It's probably a little bit too addictive. But
yes,
it's been a very fun way to sort of connect with the community and
it's been said, you know, I forget who said it, but that Mahjong
nothing of honor or humanity comes out of
because of Mahjong other than like destroying the human spirit or something. Here it is. Mahjong deals great damage to the human spirit without a single benefit.
Yes, yeah, true, but also, you know, I'm still playing it anyway.
Yes, just because it's true doesn't mean that it's not going to happen.
Yep.
He will try to win by meddling. Oh, shy guy. Now, how do the stars actually matter in the game? Is this just sort of difficult for
I think it's
CPU
difficulty
level?
rating to play against, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Now, I think this is not like Saki. So Saki is a game where... or Saki is an anime where all the various characters in it have like random bullshit magic, like, you know, Mahjong powers. Right.
Of course.
It's not that they just like have stupid ways to like influence the luck. And so they're like, okay, well, this one character, the main character wins extremely often by Rinchon Kaiho, which is like this kind of thing where it's like she calls a group of 4 tiles and draws an extra one, and if you win off of that one, then you win by that particular like way of going out. So like, you know, she's just like extremely inclined to like do that kind of thing. And so in an anime you can be like, oh yeah, well, you know, this thing happens, we just declare arbitrarily for bullshit plot reasons, and then this other character like has this other bullshit power for plot reasons and always wins by this kind of thing.
It's the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh.
Which one is?
It's the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh, where everyone has bullshit card abilities and they don't actually play by any of the real rules.
Yeah, I think they still technically play by the rules. But they win by being absurdly lucky and like having like the stuff go their way.
Okay, right? So it's just all times of Yu-Gi-Oh with Heart of the Cards. But it's Heart of the Tiles.
Yeah, it's Heart of the Tiles. But for each of their own individual kind of like nuttiness. And the funny thing is that there is a game adaptation, I think on DS, of Saki that respects their bullshit magical powers from within the anime. So it actually does manipulation itself on the RNG of the game in order to give your players the various different like powers. And some of them have UI within the game. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I think it's actually
like,
really interesting.
Okay,
like, you know.
So to what degree does it do that? Does it say, okay, you will draw, you know, something within this band of values that will be presumably helpful to you?
Yeah.
Or does it go
Yeah,
as
it's like,
far
here's
as...
the pool of, well, not even helpful to you, but like, you know, does the specific sort of thing that is like, you know, so let's say like there's, you know, certain types of tiles left, and you've already called like a 3 of, you already have 3 of like one particular tile, and you're the character who wins off of like creating the 4 tiles together, right? Like, then what it might do is it might be like, okay, well, you already have a 3 of this, and like, you know, all the remaining tiles will hand you the 4th, right? And then you call it, and you can the 4th. It's like, okay, well, you know, of all the remaining tiles, actually, this one would win you the game, so we're going to give it to you.
So
right, so they just like,
it
for random bullshit reasons.
It can get you your win condition, but it must be within a very specific circumstance.
Yeah, it's like the win that like that particular character really likes. Right?
Yeah, so it's almost, if you go for the win that character needs, you need actually 1 less tile, essentially. Or perhaps...
Or I think it's more explicit than that. I think it will just like feed you a whole bunch of tiles that you need to win. I would be fascinated to look at the programming of that to see like how they actually do it in practice. But it seems that they like very, very, very frequently get their particular like characteristic styles. Like there's a few other things. Like there's some of them where it's like the character actually, like you actually have a different user interface that shows up on screen because like the characters has a particular power that, you know, manifests itself in a way. So there's one character who's like a human computer who plays like all of her stuff is like online mahjong. And I think what it does is it just like, it shows you basically a win probability calculator on screen at all times and kind of tells you which tile is best and which one you want to throw out. But it's like the amount of work that they must have done to like do a different like interface for every single one of these different characters and like kind of try to figure out a way to like, also they all conflict with each other, right? Because if you win by this particular way, then like this other character is not going to win by the way that they win. Right? So it's like if you have multiple of these characters in the game, which I think it was multiplayer, so I think you could in fact do that, then you have to deal with not only like you have your own bullshit powers, but then everyone else has their own bullshit powers, and the game has to kind of choose which bullshit powers win out over which other bullshit powers. So that is actually very impressive. Like I find that to be an extremely impressive way that they kind of like put this thing together.
Yeah, it's easy to write bullshit powers in a manga or an anime. It is difficult to program bullshit powers in a game.
Yeah, especially when they're all fighting with each other.
Yeah, they're conflicting bullshit powers.
You got this kind of bullshit, and you got this other kind of bullshit.
That are all based on a limited data set with constantly changing variables. That it's not just, okay, it's a fighting game and, you know, it's bullshit powers, but okay, you know, whoever hits first. That this is a turn-based manipulation of odds, essentially. And it's just, I'm trying to think if I've seen any game actually attempt that before.
Yeah, it's wild.
Because certainly, you know, no Yu-Gi-Oh! Video game, to my knowledge, has actually attempted to influence the card that you draw based on your character.
It's nuts.
Like, yeah, just thinking about it, just like, oh, that's so cool. There's so many different angles you could take with that. It's a really neat design space. I like. Was that game localized?
Sorry?
Was that game localized? I know, not officially. Or do you know if it was ever like translated?
I don't know. Saki, is it Saki DS? Saki Mahjong. Saki manga. Saki. So there's 2 like mahjong anime that like get people into it, right? There's I think the respectable one, which is Akagi, and then there's like the not so respectable one or whatever, which is Saki, because it's like, okay, well, this is like the kind of funny.
It's sort of in some ways a perversion of the game by having powers influence it, I suppose.
I mean, there's all sorts of like weird shit that goes on in Akagi as well. But I think like just the theming of the game, it's like, you know, the Saki is like very much like cute girls with bullshit powers. Like, and then the Akagi one is like gritty, like, you know, guys doing like gambling for high stakes, and like, so it's like, it feels like a more serious thing, right? So it's like, okay. I'm trying to, there are a lot of spin-offs of, I'm looking for, the game. Saki Portable is the name of it. It was for, it was for PSP, which is also like, yeah. Re-released in May 2012. So I don't know what the situation is on kind of the accessibility of like PSP games. It got, I think it was never released in English. And it has a lot of characters in it too.
Maybe.
Saki Portable.
There's no way to actually program Mahjong into OBS.
I'm sure there's a way to program Mahjong into OBS. What do you mean by program Mahjong into OBS? Like, you know, you can create a program that, you know, moves the tiles around. It's just like doing it into...
basically, I'm trying to think of, okay, is there a way to make... So if you can program Mahjong into OBS, then can you make, you know, a special thing where, you know, each player, each VTuber, each participant in this Mahjong game is able to do some bullshit power thing? Probably not.
I mean, you can make a... I don't think it's necessarily that hard to create a Mahjong game engine, right? Like,
yeah.
There is an emulator apparently for, let me see. There are 2 games, I think, that came out. Right, okay. So there's a game for the spin-off, and then there's a game for the main thing, right? Like, so there's actually 2 PSP games that came out. And at least one of them, like, somebody has, like, figured out a way to, I want to see, like, oh yeah, somebody has come up with a translation of it. But the thing is, like, actually, with Mahjong, I was playing perfectly. I mean, if you learn the rules of Mahjong, which is somewhat of a tall order, but once you've done it, then you can just deal with, like, very, 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 very minimal amounts of, like, localization. Although I guess it has story content, probably, that you don't want to, like, necessarily miss out on. So. Yeah, so I see this, like, GitHub link readme at the bottom of this thing. Now this is for the
now, also, you are the only VTuber that I've ever seen that has a GitHub link on their Twitch profile.
Yeah. I mean, I also have a Substack, but I haven't written on it yet.
I don't think you've written on the GitHub either.
Also, I'm pretty sure that... I wonder whether Alcolin has a... I feel like Alcolin would be exactly the...
That would make sense.
Yeah. I mean, certainly, Asahi Lino would absolutely have a...
I'm sure that there's a bunch of other VTubers who have...
I think Alcolin doesn't have any links.
Profiles?
Oh, no, Alcolin has a link. Yeah. Alcolin has a link on it to GitHub. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. In fact, the Alcolin Q model renderer is on GitHub as a public repository.
Ooh,
yeah.
Neat. It's
written in Rust. Here. So if you'd like to be your very own Alcolin Q.
Well, I could make, you know, a digital microphone.
You could be a digital microphone. You could absolutely be one.
Interesting.
And I believe this is all custom software too. Like, yeah, I think this is not actually like, this is not running on a layer of VTube Studios, as far as I know. I think this is like literally custom like VTubing software.
It is probably
from the ground up
far more complex than I am able to understand. But I might poke into it and see just enough to realize how over my head I am.
Yeah, like how does VTubing how does VTubing software work if you were to build something? Oh, it is a VRM. Okay. So it's it loads a VRM and I think drives a VRM.
I don't know
As far as I can tell.
is.
A VRM is like the sort of like typical 3D model.
Okay.
Yeah. So the typical file format for 3D models is usually a VRM.
I wonder.
Let's see.
Who knows? But we are getting.
Have you?
Sorry.
Oh, so you said yes. Go ahead.
You go ahead.
We are hitting the 9 hours unedited mark. The 9 hours raw.
I was about so we were sort of on the same page. I was going to say we are getting to that point where I'm pretty confident if I start doing sort of the closing questions now, that you will comfortably be the record holder.
Okay.
So I have, the only slightly scripted part of the show are these last couple questions that I asked all my guests.
All right.
And
well, let's go.
One of them is, do you have any goals for the year? That we are still just in February, lots of 2024 to go. Is there anything that you are hoping to accomplish that could be, it could be achieve a certain number of followers, it could be achieve partner, it could be something project-based of I want to do this type of stream or I want to make this type of thing. What do you want to do before the end of the year?
Yeah, there's at least, there's a couple things. Like I would like to achieve partner this year. That'd be great. Mostly because like if I achieve partner by TwitchCon, then I'll be able to go with all my friends and guzzle their free lemonade in the partner lounge.
Oh yes, you mentioned that.
Yeah, so this is like a thing where it's like, I know like until basically when I went to TwitchCon last year, and I think it was November, right?
September.
In our sort of like core group, I think it was only Rendo's partner, and now like Arthur's partner. Nagi made a promise to me. It was like, I will not go to TwitchCon unless they give me, because she got denied like 13 times.
Yes,
for partner.
Crazy amount of times. Yeah. Europeans are not held to the same standard.
Yeah. And then finally she like submitted an application which was, deny me again, it's a funny bit. And then they
just those absolute bastards just
denied her denial.
They had to spite her.
They had to spite her. How dare they? They gave her the partner badge. Anyway, so I believe she is planning to come here for at least TwitchCon, quite possibly Offkai as well. And so we'll see how things shake out. But like and then who else? Like I'm extremely hopeful that like I think Aki will be able to grab it by this year as well. And so it's like, yeah, we should all march into that partner launch together and like guzzle all the lemonade.
Drink that lemonade, yeah.
Drink that lemonade. Drink it right. And besides partner, there are a couple of like, there are a couple of projects that I want to work on. Some of them are, I want to retain some of the surprise, but there's definitely a number of streams I'd like to do. I do want to, bring back the piano and kind of like bring music a little bit more into, bring like a little bit more music into the stream, like back, right? Because I'm a very musical person. I'd like to do at least one kind of like IRL, like but VTuber tracked stream and figure out the right place to do that and kind of like do at least one
Oh
my
gosh.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking at first, it is not practical to do a trombone stream because just trombone is such a loud instrument that it's going to blow out a mic. It's not something that you are going to want to do probably in an apartment. I feel
like it is not practical to do an X stream is not like a thing to say to me because then I will like immediately go out and do it.
But I
do have a mic'd mute for my trombone.
Oh, okay, that actually can help. So you could
because I can just feed that into my audio interface because I have one of those now too.
But the other option that you could do, and we've been talking about sort of morph suit options with Onigiri and such. Morph suit trombone stream, but you're not actually playing the trombone. You attach motion sensors to do trombone champ with a real trombone.
With a real trombone.
As the
that sounds like a very uwu kind of stream too.
Quite possibly.
It's like I feel like Uwu actually would be like, oh yeah, well, I'm playing my trombone, but it's raw meat.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do actually have a theremin as well, so I could do something with that. Yeah.
Oh, rather, I shouldn't say ooh, I should say ooh.
I feel like theremin would actually, I mean, the issue with like theremin and trombone is that like the They're pretty shiny, both of them.
Yeah.
But I feel like you could definitely come up with something, depending on how you did them. But like, I feel like a theremin stream might be quite. Yeah, that might just work. Yeah, as long as you're careful with the reflectivity.
And then the last question that I ask all my guests is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not the definition of what is a VTuber, but different people get different things from VTubing. And to be fair, this will probably loop back into some things we had discussed tonight, but I've had people say VTubing lets me get in touch with my inner child, or lets me be someone I can't be in real life. And I've had others that have a more clinical approach and say, it's a mask that I wear that is a tool in my tool belt as a content creator, and I'm not necessarily emotionally attached to my model, but I would not want to create content without it. So that's two very different ends of a spectrum, and there's stuff in between and beyond. So for you, Kari Charybdis, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
I mean, I think VTubing feels like home. Like, yeah.
That is a short and sweet sentiment.
Yeah.
Just,
yeah.
Oh. And you've said, and it's been something that we've talked about for, well, 9 hours approximately of just all the things that we see now.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot
that we want to see, and that it is clear how much fun you are having in this space, and that you said at one point that you felt you had to be here because, this is where the people that you find interesting are, and this is where the cool technology is, and that
this is where it's all coming together. Yeah.
And in the framing that you had even earlier there of saying, this is the place that I want to be, that like even referring to it there as a place, the place to be, and that place is home.
One of the people I went to Offkai with was a very good friend from, who had not started in VTubing, right? Like, and said basically like, oh, for the first time, I think you have it looks like you actually like have your industry, as the way that was put, but it was like, I've certainly had places where it's like, oh, these are my people. But like, it really feels like, this is like, this medium is like, it feels like home to me. Right. Yeah. And, I've actually met some of like some incredibly dear and close friends like through this medium, and I'm forever grateful to it for that, like I've been eyeing it from afar for a very, 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 very long time, but like that first time I like saw Hanamakia and Pikami, and it was like, anyone can do this. This is not just like a thing that you need like a studio like Kizunai style or Amy Yamato style to do. This is like just something that is accessible to like, I can also be a part of this world, right? This is not for just completely larger than life personalities. It was great. It felt great.
Well, thank you for sharing just all of these stories all the time. Thank you for sharing this wonderfully comfortable and squishy red hat with a hat on it. It has been very nice, even if it might be eating my microphone brain a little bit. Thank you for the drowning.
It's okay, you can EQ it later.
Yay!
Feel free to drown your future guests, by the way. It's still there.
Oh yeah. I'm just gonna keep that sort of just queued up for other things. I'm gonna figure out, just, oh, oops, leaky ceiling in the studio. There will be plenty of uses for it, I'm sure. But I do actually have one last other question, and that's, who would you like us to raid? We need to find someone who's up at this absurd hour. Who else is
there's
either a night owl, or maybe there's some European VTubers.
There's a lot of people I see on my there's a lot of people I see on my list.
Well, while she looks, thank you to anyone who's tuning in, anyone who's stayed up and is still up at this point in time. Thank you so much. And I've given a lot of shout outs tonight, but
let's go for Ren. Why not? Let's hop on over next door.
Of course, she's still awake at this hour.
Of course, Ren is still.
But
we're actually on the same sleep schedule.
Oh,
we went out for we went out to walk the dogs at like 4 a.m. last night.
Oh.
Yeah. We're just like going for a talk. It's like, you know, nice and quiet.
But again, thank you all so much for tuning in. If for some crazy reason you aren't following Kari already, please correct that right away. Shout out is right there. Just click the button. And if you tuned in and aren't following me and want to, you know, see more shows like this that probably will be about half the length of this show.
No. Or a third of the length, I think.
A third of the length, yeah. This is a distinct anomaly. We did go into tonight
Deep sea anomaly.
thinking that this was a distinct possibility, but yes, an anomaly to be sure. So,
once we were close, I was just like, well, I have to go for it now.
Yeah, you know, at that point, what's another 30 minutes? We can make it happen.
We can make it happen,
We could definitely talk for...
Sorry, Imakuni.
Have you ever, like, actually met or seen Imakuni stuff? Like, I think you would get along.
I think a bit. I think I was there during, like, the Dungeoneer thing a bit, and I'm trying to remember, like I've tuned into Imakuni a couple times, but it's like, yeah.
She's very fun. She's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, thank you so much, Kari. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in. Thank you to everybody who's followed. You can find me here on Twitch and Twitter. It's just Vtuber Talk both places. This has been episode number 140, and it's a 1 for the record books. So thank you all so much. Tell Ren that Kari sent you, and you have a good evening. I think Kari and I are... Well, I don't know if we're actually going to pass out right away. We're probably going to be up for a little bit longer, but then we'll pass out.
I just woke up before the stream, so like 9 hours of being awake is like,
you're
I'm
fine.
Yeah.
I do have to be up.
I mean, I need to eat, but I'm fine.
That too.
Fine.
But thank you all so much, and I will see you all next time. Bye.
Bye-bye.